In the middle of the night, in one of the distant villages near the dark mountains, a loud noise was heard. The owner of the house, who was the first to hear this strange sound, had not slept that night and was ready to meet the uninvited guest. For a second it seemed that a child's cry was heard near the hut, although the man decided that it was someone's trick. In order not to fall for the bait of the local bandits, Vincent immediately grabbed an axe, hoping that it would be easier to meet the scoundrels. If someone decided to rob his house, that person would be very unlucky to see the local chief hunter in action. Right now, the strangers were at the hunting lodge, and only a fool could dare to take such a desperate action. Judging by the fact that he dodged all the traps and escaped, he was no ordinary thief. But Vincent's hearing was not deceived. He was ready to finish him off in 1 second and, swinging his axe, burst into the stable. Once inside, he realized that there was no one there except horses. So where did this strange sound come from? Ever since the couple learned they could never have children, Vincent began hearing children's voices that only sounded in his head. And yet his eyes did not deceive him. Because right in front of him, he suddenly saw a creature emitting this piercing, childish cry. Someone threw a bundle with a baby into his stable, and the baby had been lying on the soft hay all this time. Vincent immediately picked him up, and holding him close, realized that the child was still alive. The baby was breathing, and his little heart was beating, which meant that God himself had sent a long-awaited guest to their home. Whoever it was, Vincent was grateful to fate for this night's luck and the addition of a little person to their family. At that moment, his young wife entered the stable, not yet knowing the reason for the strange noise. Coming closer, she saw in her husband's arms the very same baby that had been abandoned to them by his biological parents. Looking at her, Vincent realized that right now, he needed to tell his wife the most important words. Now it was their child, and they had to take care of him as if he were their own son. At that moment, something magical happened. Because when the baby opened his eyes, the wind suddenly began to gather the clouds in one point. When he first waved his little hand, rain immediately began to pour from the sky, as if he could control nature itself. The dry land became fertile, and the villagers began to gather together more often and sing happy songs. The boy began to protect his village from hidden dangers, and thanks to his mystical powers, peace reigned everywhere. No one in the entire settlement suffered from hunger or thirst anymore, and he never stopped his research for a single day. He devoted his entire childhood to studying magic in order to use it to help the simple inhabitants of his village. This abandoned child was named Arthur, and the main events of his life began when he reached the age of 12. By that time, his father Vincent had already managed to teach his son a lot, and was happy that he turned out to be so capable. Raising him on his arm, he was happy to meet him every day, and always hurried from work to spend more time with him. However, Arthur's passion increasingly directed him towards magic, and he wanted to learn how to control it as soon as possible. Vincent believed that shooting down a bear with one arrow or felling trees with one swing of an axe was as good as any magic. The neighboring children often saw Mr. Vincent and Arthur walking together in the woods and discussing some strange things. They knew that there was no point in inviting Arthur outside, because this boy was constantly reading books or spending time in the forest. Arthur was not at all like his father, and was always a skinny boy, as if Mr. Vincent was not his own. Listening to these children talk about their son, Vincent often had to restrain himself from saying too much. But all his anger immediately disappeared as soon as he looked at his child. The boy liked that his father thought that chopping down trees quickly was real magic, even though it wasn't. Today, Vincent decided to please Arthur and promised to go with him to the city and buy his favorite fruits there. He felt a little sorry that, due to his busy schedule, the boy sometimes lacked his father's attention. It didn't matter what people around him said, because he always considered Arthur his own son, and the opinions of others didn't bother him at all. Arthur grew up in the love and affection of his parents, and retained a childish clarity of thought that would be very useful to him in the future. Vincent didn't lie, and the next day they went together to the nearest town to buy something tasty. For the first time, Arthur saw city streets and local residents looking completely different. The fashionable boutiques immediately caught his eye, and Arthur became interested in the life of this city. The children seemed to speak in completely different words, which the villagers usually didn't even know. Vincent asked his son to wait for him here for a while until he finished his business and returned. Just in case, he reminded that one should not go into dark alleys and run into aristocrats. He looked back one last time, slightly worried that something might happen to his son. Although the boy quickly became interested in another activity and began to write on the board whatever first came to mind. The old man immediately noted that the boy was good at writing, and he even offered to help him with his work. The shop owner saw before him a smart child who, for his age, was much older than he looked. Suddenly, Arthur asked if the old man knew any magic and could teach him. It was a bit of a strange question, because usually children were only interested in toys and sweets, and not magic at all. No one even guessed that the boy had been studying ancient science for a long time, although it seemed to him just an exciting game. Right now, he was holding in his hands the book that he always carried with him and in which he had read a lot of interesting things about magic. He just smiled broadly and laughed at the boy, realizing that this childish fun would definitely pass with age. Although there was a bookstore nearby and Arthur could probably find something interesting there, he immediately warned that Arthur should return immediately. Otherwise, Mr. Vincent would be unhappy with his son's disappearance. As a child, the shop owner also read fairy tales, and now even remembered those old times. However, what he saw on the pages of Arthur's book surprised even him, because there really were very strange symbols there. He was sure that it was just a collection of children's fairy tales, but instead, he picked up a real book of magic. At this point, Arthur had already reached the bookstore, but he was still unable to take a single book from the shelf. The bookshop clerk warned that the expensive books on display were not for peasant children. At that moment, a man appeared at the door who had long ago ordered new books from this store and now wanted to pick them up. It was the butler of a noble family, ready to pay the entire amount and make another order. He immediately noticed a peasant child who for some reason ended up in this elite store. A second later, the boy found himself back on the street, realizing that even just buying a book was a big problem for him. Suddenly, in front of him, he saw a servant with a whole box of books, and realized that luck had smiled on him today. He wondered where all these aristocrats found so many books, and he rushed after the man. Imagine the boy's surprise when he simply threw the books away like trash, without caring about their value. Just a minute ago, Arthur had been trying so hard to pick up even one book. Did the aristocrats really have so much money to throw them away? Right in front of him lay a whole pile of books that the aristocrats considered waste paper, fit only for throwing away. Taking one of the books, Arthur understood where his dad got the children's books that were then brought to the village. Turning around, the boy noticed two young aristocratic women nearby, chatting pleasantly about something of their own. For the first time in his life, he saw real aristocrats up close, who also loved to read. But at the very beginning, Vincent warned that Arthur should not encounter aristocrats, otherwise it would end badly for him. Still, it was unclear to him why these people were allowed to do what even the saleswoman in the store forbade Arthur to do. He couldn't just watch it from the sidelines, and he wanted to see everything up close and find out everything. He was immediately stopped by a man who was used to little rascals sneaking into territory that was forbidden to them. The guard warned that children were not allowed to wander around here alone, and that he should return home. Behind these gates was the aristocratic quarter, and only the richest people stepped through this arch. In addition, it was necessary to find out where the parents of this boy from the settlement that was so far away were. He immediately seemed suspicious to his partner, because Arthur did not look like a local child. He was probably an orphan, but it would be worse if he was sent here by bandits for their dirty deeds. However, a second later, he was holding in his hands only the jacket of the little rascal who had managed to slip away. It was necessary to find him urgently, because he could sneak into the aristocrats' territory unnoticed, and then the guys would definitely be in trouble. All this time, Arthur watched them from the side, hoping that the guards would leave and give him time to find his father. While he was hiding from them in the city thickets, the boy managed to collect all the bugs that lived on these trees on his hair. Yes, his dad would probably scold him for the lost things and dirty clothes, although Arthur did not regret what happened. It was good that he found his boot not far from him, and was glad that he would return to his father at least wearing one. Quickly putting on his shoes, he suddenly realized that there was some strange place nearby from which loud voices were coming. A loud male voice said that the topic of discussion would be magic, and that they should start with its basics. The children loudly asked the director to show him how he could shoot fireballs, and Arthur could not believe his ears. The man replied that they would definitely be scolded for such tricks at the Magic Academy, but he was still ready to make concessions. Pressing himself against the wall, the boy tried to hear every word of this strange man, clearly not an ordinary person. The director of the academy was just talking about the main thing that every student should remember at the beginning of studying magic. The most important quality was what was called insight, because only an insightful person could become a real magician. The children did not understand the meaning of this word, and were still too young for such adult conversations. Suddenly, the old man asked if any of the children knew what number you get if you add 1 and 1. The children shouted in unison that it would be 2, but it was strange that the director of the academy was asking such a simple question. With this example, he explained that magic is as common as the fact that adding these two prime numbers together gives 2. Everything in Genius was simple, and at the first lesson of young magicians, the director of the academy tried to teach them the simplest things. At this time, there was another uninvited guest next to them, about whom the director was immediately able to find out. He wanted to hear the thoughts of Arthur, who stood behind a thick stone wall and simply could not be seen. But if he went out to those students right now, they would notice how dirty and unremarkable the boy's clothes were. It's hard to imagine what will happen at this point, because the children will probably laugh at him. And yet, this was his only chance to get acquainted with magic and the people who studied it. He would regret forever if he didn't take advantage of this chance, so he immediately tried to climb the high wall. But what he saw before his eyes was even more interesting than all the fantasies that were swarming in his head. Opposite him, he saw a real magic academy, in the garden of which first-year students were crowded next to its director. An old man named Magnus said with a smile that he was glad the boy had come to keep them company. For the first few seconds, Arthur didn't know what to answer them, and just looked in front of him at all this. And then, gathering his courage, he closed his eyes and prepared to take a step forward. Arthur immediately jumped over the stone wall and jumped straight down into the unknown. Any other child in his place would have been afraid to jump from a high wall, but Arthur was one of those who was capable of such an act. In just a second, he found himself in a territory where no ordinary peasant child had ever been before. Under the old oak tree, the young wizards and the director continued their lesson, but now their company was joined by another student. The children noticed that this boy was not an aristocrat and asked the commoner to leave the academy. Looking at them, Arthur did not know what to answer and understood that with his actions he had violated his father's strict prohibition. But Mr. Magnus immediately declared that everything was in perfect order and that he should come closer to them. From afar, Arthur immediately said that he just wanted to see the magic he had read about in one of his books. Previously, the boy had only read about magic, although it was strange that a commoner could read it all. No matter what punishment would follow his misdeed, he was ready to do anything to see it with his own eyes. The director immediately warned that it was not at all difficult, and he was ready to show a spell that created a windstorm. The element of wind has long been under the control of Mr. Magnus since he mastered this ability in his youth. It was hard to understand how this little guy appeared here. But now he is destined to see a real miracle with his own eyes. The next second, all the children, along with Arthur, were floating in the air, and it became clear that the old man's magic really worked. The main thing was not to fall from such a height down to the ground, because all the students, except Arthur, had the appropriate ability for a soft landing. Only he, now soaring high in the sky, would certainly have crashed if the old man had intended to do something bad. Immediately after this, everyone immediately rushed down to the ground, because their lesson for today was not yet over. Arthur felt gravity pulling him towards the earth again and realized that the director of the academy was controlling him. He realized that he was no longer hovering in the sky, as he had been a second ago, and was heading straight down at full speed. The boy closed his eyes in fear, realizing that he was now perhaps seeing the last seconds of his life. But when he found himself right at the very earth, Arthur realized that at the last moment, the old man slowed his fall. Yes, it was funny to watch how scared he was of this magic, because none of his peers had been afraid of such tricks for a long time. He looked at them the same way a commoner looks at any aristocrat, although this was a completely different case. The ability to use magic distinguished all these kids from their peers, because this was not an ordinary school for rich kids. Mr. Magnus warned that this was exactly what Arthur had asked him to do after he had jumped off the high wall. But this was not enough, and the boy shouted loudly that he wanted to know all the secrets of these wizards. He began to shout so loudly that the students advised him to behave more calmly in the presence of the principal. No one dared to speak like that around Mr. Magnus, and even that kind old man could get angry with the boy. In fact, Arthur did not want to be rude to anyone at all, and was ready to do a lot to stay with them. In that case, Magnus decided to explain it to him a little more complicatedly, because magic works beyond common sense. Unexpectedly, Arthur himself picked up his words and said that magic has always been rational for any person. It seemed to him that magic was much closer to the truth than those stupid prejudices that people live by. Never in his life had the old man heard anything like this from a boy who was barely 12 years old. And he continued to say that many ideas of great magicians were initially considered irrational and rejected, but in the end, they were still accepted as truth. Perhaps this is why the truth was hidden in irrationality, and therefore inaccessible to all ordinary people. Now Arthur finally wanted to understand what he needed to do to become one of these students at the Magic Academy. The old man saw a real genius child in front of him, and even without strong teachers he was able to comprehend the basics of magic. Despite the complexity of the subject, Arthur managed to gain knowledge that was inaccessible to everyone else. Unfortunately, he was a commoner, and instead of explaining, the old man decided to show him something else. He asked his student to enter into a state of mind, and she immediately fulfilled the request. Arthur had never heard such words before, and could not understand what Mr. Magnus meant. The girl announced a second later that she had entered a state of mind and was ready to carry out the assignment. Then Magnus asked her if she could guess how many coins the old man was holding in his hand. She immediately counted that there were exactly 6 coins in her hand, although she did not have time to do this counting. When a wizard focuses, his mind becomes so sensitive that he senses everything around him. This excessive sensitivity of the mind is the state of mind into which the girl entered. Thanks to this, wizards are able to control reality by creating its projection inside their consciousness. It wasn't just that she quickly counted the coins, because this ability operated much deeper than the usual understanding of people. Anyone could do something similar if they first practiced a little in a quiet place and felt their strength. Magnus claimed that anyone who managed to open another world could do this, if, of course, the boy understood what he was talking about. Arthur immediately replied that if he could not feel this power within himself, he would not be able to erase it, and with it his state of mind. Yes, he never ceased to amaze the old man with his insight and suggested that he try it right now. After all, if he can't enter the state of mind, he won't be able to study magic at all. All this time, Arthur was trying to understand how to find this strength in himself and what it meant to feel himself in himself. After all, the brain was just an organ, and the reality around people could not be broader than the brain's ideas about it. Little by little, he tried to erase one by one those familiar things that had previously swarmed in his head. Only by squeezing your will to the limit and opening your mind, separated from the usual understanding of things, can you gain that very magical power. After a short time, the boy opened his eyes and realized that his internal state had changed. The children were still in the same place, but Arthur saw them completely differently. Mr. Magnus asked what his new student was feeling right now, and what had changed in his mind. The first thing he noticed were the sounds he had been hearing in his inner ear all this time. It was a little funny, and Magnus confirmed that anyone else in his place would have heard the sounds around them too. Everything that happened in the state of mind seemed to be in another dimension, and sounds were heard differently. It will sound strange, but Arthur seemed to feel the aroma of these sounds, the taste of the light and the feeling of the landscape on his skin. After patting him on the head, the old man hoped that he would soon be able to hear even more sounds if he continued to practice. With these words, he hurried back to the academy building, taking his young students with him. It was a pity that this talented child was from a commoner family and was denied entry to the Magic Academy. If he had been born an aristocrat and trained from an early age, he would have been able to achieve the same as other children. Well, there were a lot of talented kids in the world, and Mr. Magnus tried not to think about it, so as not to upset himself. Meanwhile, Arthur climbed up the high stone wall again, realizing that his father had probably searched for him. He jumped down just as deftly as he had when he tried to enter the territory of the Magic Academy. Once down there, he realized that this day was the most important in his life, and his long story was just beginning. After all, everything he read about in books was reality, and magic really does exist. That loud sound he heard at the moment of meditation was the state of mind the old man was talking about. It felt like he was being torn into little pieces and became a part of every creature around him. Arthur seemed to be scattered all over the world, and one could say that he became the planet itself, on which he lived his entire life. Yes, at that moment he was the world itself. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain that special feeling that completely engulfed him. Tears welled up in his eyes, because the revelation he had experienced was the beginning of the path of any great magician. Now he needed to get back as quickly as possible to the trading shop where his father had told him to wait. On the surface, he was still the same 12-year-old boy running to meet his father, but in his soul, a lot had changed. He wanted to soar in the air like a bird, and for the endless space around him to become subject to his spell. But instead, the boy ran with all his might into a passerby, whom he had not managed to notice due to being completely immersed in his fantasies. In response, the stranger threw the boy aside, realizing that this little guy had made too big a mistake. Arthur immediately apologized for being so clumsy, but he didn't expect this passerby to behave so rudely. The boys were local street thugs and members of a city gang who secretly served an aristocratic family. Grabbing the boy by the collar, the leader warned that Arthur was now obliged to pay him compensation. He believed that the youth had been spying on them all day and had been sent here right now by another gang to distract them. It remained to be seen where the rest of the gang were and what they were really up to with the little rascal. At that moment, he was distracted by a female voice, which asked what had happened here and who this boy was. Something about the boy immediately struck her as strange, although she did not yet know everything that had happened to him that morning. The young aristocrat walked straight towards him from afar, but none of the guys even thought of attacking. Charlotte was the daughter of a powerful aristocrat who was feared by local gangs who secretly carried out his dirty work. The guy kept insisting that the kid wanted to kill someone and he was just trying to teach him a valuable lesson. But as soon as the boy began to resist, he was immediately hit hard because these guys never spared the spies they sent. If Arthur doesn't pay them compensation, his parents will pay for him, and they must first be found here. Suddenly, this scoundrel ordered him to bring here the mother, who was supposed to be hiding somewhere nearby and waiting for her boy. At some point, the guys even regretted touching him, although pity was never characteristic of these thugs. The boy continued to look at them and understood that he should have taken a roundabout route and then he would have avoided this meeting. It was the right thought, because the very next second he received a heavy kick to the head. He did nothing wrong to them, and they had no reason to be so cruel to this child. Looking at this, Charlotte only loudly asked them to be more careful and not to break his face like last time. She quickly walked towards Arthur and demanded that the boys stop and put an end to all this. Bending over the boy, Charlotte asked how he was feeling and if he could answer a couple of her questions. In response, Arthur said with difficulty that he had done nothing bad to these guys, but had only accidentally crashed into one of them. Despite the pain from the beating, the boy was upset that he had been treated so cruelly. Charlotte realized that it was time to finish, and if they didn't have anything more interesting to do, they could go home. But he said that they were going to sell him to a village in the south, because he was just a peasant child, and no one would come for him. When he finished saying these terrible words, Arthur immediately remembered his father, who was probably already looking for him everywhere. Looking at him, Charlotte quietly said that a slave must have no flaws, otherwise he would not be fit for work. Well, it was time to make sure he was all right, and for that she needed the help of her goons again. If the guys want to test him right now, Charlotte won't mind and won't interfere. The gang leader ordered Arthur to take off all his clothes immediately, threatening to give him another good beating if he did not obey. Charlotte didn't ask them to undress Arthur at all and only wanted to look at his face. Were they seriously ready to do this? All this time, the aristocrat was going to make fun of him a little and let him go, after finding out why this boy looked so strange. What was even stranger was that he still hadn't lost his mind and behaved as if he was ready even for these beatings. Looking at the big guys, the boy continued to remain vigilant, although anyone else in his place would have started crying long ago. At that moment, a strange fly suddenly appeared next to him, which was much larger than the other insects. Only Arthur could sense that inside this fly, there was actually a person who had been watching him all this time. Through the prism of this insect's vision, he closely watched Arthur's every movement and was ready to help him at any moment. No one except him paid attention to the fly, and only the boy sharply turned his head in its direction. The sensations that Arthur experienced were very similar to the sensations he had experienced during his meditation in the Academy Garden today. When he found himself on the territory of the Magic Academy, he had already experienced something similar in the presence of another wizard. He was able to sense every particle of this world and could become any creature, moving into it and looking at the world with different eyes. When Mr. Magnus showed him the wind-making spell, the headmaster must have used something similar. One could say that he did not tame the element of wind, but rather became the wind himself and controlled himself. Now this knowledge was available to Arthur, who could do much more than any of his peers. Taking him by the collar, the guy ordered him to answer his questions when the elder asks the brat about something. He wasn't joking when he said he would give the boy another good beating. But at that moment, Arthur was already in 2 dimensions at once. Charlotte noticed this too, and for the first few seconds, she couldn't believe her eyes and told the guys to stop. But it was already too late, and the force of the wind threw all these scum in different directions and no longer posed a danger. A whirlwind swirled around this young magician, who for the first time in his life was able to use his magic in practice. Even Arthur himself could not say a word and only looked straight ahead, not understanding what was happening. The boys were indeed lifted as high into the air as Mr. Magnus had lifted his students not long ago. With the help of this magic, he managed to protect himself without touching anyone with a finger. It's hard to believe, but a commoner had a magical ability that was not available even to aristocrats. He continued to watch the bunch of half-baked athletes spinning through the air until they all fell to the ground. No one could stop the effects of this magic, and instead of hovering above the ground, each of them fell onto the stone pavement. All the bones of these scoundrels were broken, and as punishment for their actions, all that awaited them now was a wheelchair. Charlotte had never expected that a peasant child would be able to master real magic. She loudly asked him who he was and where he learned this elite art. It was known that even if a commoner's parents saved up money, their child would still never be given access to the academy. So how did Arthur gain skills that could only be taught at the most famous magic academy? But she never managed to find out everything, because people who heard their voices already appeared in the distance. She realized that she had to leave immediately, otherwise she would disgrace her father's name. To avoid being noticed, the girl used movement magic, and in a matter of seconds soared high into the air. From the outside, it looked even more impressive than controlling the wind element. And Arthur realized that Charlotte had also studied at a school of magic. Now he had to figure out what to do with the guys he had scattered all over the street like they were rag dolls. All those who had threatened him with violence just a few minutes ago were now lying on the ground and showing no signs of life. No one would believe it if Arthur told the truth, so the best way out was to escape. The boy ran with all his might towards the shop where his father had probably already searched for him and was very worried about him. Today, he finally realized that this world was so cruel that even adults could harm children. That same evening, when the sun was already setting, the owner's daughter returned to the estate of a noble aristocrat. Seeing her on the doorstep, Frederick couldn't understand why she had returned earlier than usual today. Charlotte replied that she had already learned everything there was to know and was no longer interested in attending these classes. No matter how brilliant she was, her father warned her that if she remained irresponsible, she would achieve nothing in life. One day she might be caught off guard, and without the necessary preparation, Charlotte will not be able to respond to her enemies. Suddenly the girl turned to her father with a request that Frederick had never heard from his daughter in his life. She spoke about magic so seriously, as if it were her main hobby, which he did not know about. Charlotte asked to introduce her to her friends who had been working at the Magic Academy for a long time, because Frederick had his connections everywhere. Much time has passed since then, and winter has descended on the village, drowning everything in white snow. That day, Vincent could not find his son anywhere. Although his wife claimed that he had gone logging, the man decided to go in that direction, because Arthur was never found where his boy usually went. In the spring of the year when Vincent first brought his son to the city, he almost lost the boy. When Arthur came running back, he said that he had simply gotten lost, although his father felt that he was leaving something out. It was difficult to make out what had actually happened to him, but the boy was covered in tears. Arthur kept everything that happened to him a secret, and has kept this secret to this day. He was actually in the logging area and continued his work despite the severe cold. Remembering that day, Arthur regretted that he was never able to use magic again. That time he summoned it unconsciously, as if instinct itself told him to use this magic. It is unknown what important step he missed, acting intuitively, because the boy had no knowledge of magic. But he was still able to enter into a state of mind, and only today did he learn this for the first time. Just like last time, he seemed to connect with the whole world and felt every cell of the tree in front of him. When he was in this state, he felt the surface, shape, and smells of all the objects that surrounded him. He could even sense all the branches of the trees at once, as if he had multiplied into many parts and become a completely different being. It was difficult to explain where this energy came from, but gripping the handle of the axe tighter, he prepared to use it. He had become much stronger with magic and could now quickly complete work that would normally take at least 2 days. The young man struck the tree with such force with the axe that this blow was enough to completely complete the entire work. The very next second he saw in front of him only the stump of a tree that he had cut down with one blow. This magic helped him now, and therefore in the future it can bring a lot of benefit to him and his family. It was at this moment that Vincent appeared nearby, who at first thought it was a thunderclap. Looking out from behind the tree, he realized that there was no thunder at all, and his child was standing in front of him. The boy already held the saw in his hands and wielded it as quickly as an experienced worker. It was the first time he had succeeded after hundreds of attempts at cutting down trees, just like that day he met Magnus. In fact, Vincent understood perfectly well what abilities his little son possessed, and knew what this threatened him with. The book that he accidentally brought from the city turned out to be a book of magic, from which the boy learned the basics of magic. He didn't need chance, because Arthur was looking for that vast knowledge with which he could practice his favorite business. For one chance, he was ready to wait as long as it took. Although the next 3 years of his life flew by like one day, Arthur was no longer surprised by the manifestations of his magical abilities, which he had secretly possessed since childhood. This time he was also at the logging site and doing his usual work for his father. He no longer needed any help, because he coped with his work faster than 10 woodcutters. Touching the tree, Arthur knew that the power hidden in it could not be seen with the eyes. You can only feel it inside, and only with your intention create miracles that are beyond the power of others. Swinging his axe wide, he struck the century-old tree trunk with a powerful blow for the 100th time. Knowing what would happen to it next, any witness would not have believed their eyes, because it was akin to a real miracle. The trees fell after Arthur's first blow, and he didn't even need to sharpen the blade of his axe. Today he had already been meditating for several hours, and it was time to return home. About 5 hours had passed since he had come into this forest, and during this time he seemed to have become one with nature. Thanks to its energy, the leaves that swayed in the wind seemed to merge with it into one whole. This is exactly what Mr. Magnus warned him about, saying that another world would open up to the boy. Yes, it was an apt description of the feeling that reigned within Arthur and accompanied him in his last years. Having chopped wood, he realized that tomorrow he would come to this place again and continue his practice of magic. As he passed the white horses, he realized that even these animals seemed to be at one with him and felt his presence. Once he got close to the house, he saw a carriage opposite that belonged to wealthy aristocrats. It seemed that guests had arrived at their house today, and he was curious to know who was inside. Arthur was very surprised to realize that his father had already returned home, although he was usually late at work at this time. And indeed, Vincent was sitting at the table next to his wife, and opposite them was that same distinguished guest. It turned out to be the butler of a very famous family, who greeted the young man and was glad to meet them. The boy immediately bowed to him, as was customary in such cases, realizing that they were meeting this gentleman for the first time. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the butler first wanted to look at him and understand whether he had made a mistake in his choice. Having taken a good look at Arthur, he asked if the boy could read, and he replied that he had learned to do so since childhood. Then he began to examine him from all sides, although the young man still could not understand what he was trying to achieve. Arthur had a great reputation, because he was the son of a woodcutter who could read and even write a little. Unexpectedly, he offered him to work on the estate of the gentleman on whose behalf he had arrived at this house. Very soon they were going to transport books from a large home library, and they would need help. This will last for 2 years, and during this time Arthur will have to sort books together with the butler. In fact, the library was the very place Arthur wanted to be more than anything else in the world. The only people who knew about it were Arthur's parents, so the idea of stealing the books could be thrown out right away. The books were so expensive that the boy would have put his parents in mortal danger if he had stolen even one book. That's why they looked so excited, because the man was offering a lot of money for the job, but the risk was very high. They would never have earned that amount of money in their entire lives. Although Vincent thought about more than just money. He wanted his son to become closer to an aristocratic family, with the help of which the boy could rise in this world and make connections. Besides, he knew about his son's main dream and wanted to do at least something to help him with it. But the butler only laughed at this, because a commoner cannot build a career as an aristocrat, even with the help of new connections. It was known that this peasant child could read, which is a great rarity for the children of commoners. The man advised him not to lie to his son, and not to instill in him unrealistic dreams that he would never realize. Even when Arthur was little, his young father promised himself that he would do everything for his son. Teresa taught him to read only a few words, but immediately after that her son became so engrossed in reading that he soon read all the books. The boy had a beautiful appearance and expressive facial features, which made him stand out from the others. Vincent understood that if he had been raised by aristocrats, he too would have been able to go to school and become a member of one of the noble families. Instead, he lived the life of a simple lumberjack, although Vincent managed to teach him the skills that made him the best in this craft. The day Vincent saw his child's magic with his own eyes, he realized that Arthur had read something else in the books. This boy, raised by a simple woodcutter, could have become a real magician and built an extraordinary career. Passing by one of the city streets that day, Vincent fell on his knees before the butler, begging him to take his son. He said that Arthur had been able to read since childhood, and if he allowed him to read books from the library, he would be ready to send him to work in the city. Vincent then said that he did not need money, and he was giving his son away only because serving the aristocrats opened up new opportunities for the boy. And now he demanded that this scoundrel, who dared to behave so brazenly in his home, immediately get out of the house. Looking down at him, the butler knew the man was lying when he said he didn't need the money. However, Vincent no longer wanted to see this man in his house and took back his previous agreements. Putting on his hat, the man warned that he was making such an offer only once, and there would be no second one. Turning around, he suddenly realized that it was not only Vincent who made decisions in this house, because another person had intervened in their conversation. It was Arthur who asked the man to stop and listen to him. Yes, the young man decided to take on this job, but the butler reminded him that his head would fly off his shoulders, even for the slightest leak of secret information. Arthur gave his word that he would never reveal the secret, and if something went wrong, he was ready to answer for his misdeeds. Well, if the young man was seriously interested in this job, the butler promised to pick him up in exactly a week. It was worth remembering that Arthur would not leave the estate until all the work was done and every book was in its place. Vincent was ready to take all the blame on himself if Arthur would immediately renounce his words and not make a mistake. For the first time in his life, he realized that his boy had grown up and was now ready to make difficult decisions himself. Smiling broadly, Arthur thanked his father for this opportunity, and now he was obliged to repay his parents with the same kindness. Vincent couldn't hold back his tears at these words, because his son was thinking not only about himself, but also about the well-being of his parents. No matter what happened, the father promised to protect his son in any situation, even if problems arose in the new place. With tears in his eyes, he begged him to return safe and sound, and Vincent would make sure that no one would lay a finger on him. It seems that these parents managed to raise a good man, because he risks himself so that his family can one day live in prosperity. He was sad to say goodbye. Arthur understood that this was the only way he would gain access to information that was inaccessible to him. Soon guests came to Vincent's house again, and the young assistant butler handed him a contract to sign. The contract contained all the information that Arthur's parents needed to be familiar with. The young man himself was already being escorted to the carriage, because time was short and it was necessary to get to the estate as quickly as possible. These helpers were not doing this kind of work for the first time, and were accustomed to the tears of mothers and fathers. For a long time, Arthur could not say a word, although the young people behaved cheerfully and advised him not to worry. Someday he will see his parents again, and 2 years of contract work will fly by for him like one day. More than anything in the world, he wanted to touch again the loved ones he had left behind. But everything was decided. The carriage rushed him at full speed into a new life, because the young man had to spend the next 2 years in the city. In his mind's eye, he seemed to still be next to his parents, hearing their familiar voices. It is difficult to understand whether he really moved through space with the help of magic, or whether it was just a figment of his imagination. He had a great chance to change his life, but it was a double-edged sword, and he would learn all the consequences later. Among influential people, there were many scoundrels who were capable of ruining anyone's life. The question was whether he would be able to live safely for these 2 years, and return to his parents in his native land. On the way, the junior butler explained that the aristocrat's house stood in the center of the city, and its owner was a distinguished knight of the 4th rank. The boy will certainly not forget the local beauty that they just passed through, and will want to return here someday. The Great Avenue, as the place was called, was truly beautiful, and the village boys had never seen anything like it. The guy warned that this family was full of monsters, although his partner quickly shut him up, ordering him not to blab too much. They had to go down the path to the back exit, since commoners could only enter the estate through the back door. The family consisted of second-class aristocrats, and even then Arthur began to realize that all the rumors about them were true. He kept looking around as he passed animal statues that could only be seen in the wealthiest estates. Besides the statues, he immediately noticed the family coat of arms on the stone fence, which was the pride of the local owner. Soon they were approaching the entrance to the office, which also served as housing for all the butlers. This was the place where Arthur was to stop, and as he entered the door, he saw that same man standing before him. The butler asked him not to delay and to follow him, so that he could get to know everything here thoroughly. On the way, the young man promised to try very hard and not let down the butler, who was counting on his help. Once he arrived at his new workplace, he couldn't believe his eyes that there were so many books in this great library. The books from here would soon be moved to the new library, and Arthur had to sort them. Every week he will be given a list, according to which the young man will search for and collect books. The junior butler would tell him the rest of the rules, but now it was worth taking a pile of papers with a description of the shelves and the books on them. Yes, it was worth risking his life, and Arthur just wanted to know when he could start work. It turned out that the next day it was already possible to start performing duties, and soon that day came. Now Arthur looked different, and the junior butler immediately picked out a suitable uniform for him. It was forbidden to wander around the house in loose clothing, and it was necessary to follow the rules common to all servants. He immediately understood why only one person was organizing the books in this library, because the sorting had to be done consistently and accurately. For example, if he were to classify the history of fencing with someone else, each worker would have his own opinion. This would create arguments, and instead of choosing a shelf for a book, they would have to compare notes. But when one works alone, the books are arranged as the only library employee sees them. All knowledge was interconnected, and history served as the main basis for their connection. History can be called the backbone of knowledge or the red line on which all knowledge is strung. Careful study and the use of history to reinforce other areas greatly accelerate learning. To become a magician, Arthur now needs to read 800 history books in 2 years. But no one was supposed to see him reading these books, because it was strictly prohibited by the contract. One day, the butler noticed how well Arthur sorted books and realized that he was working overtime. Arthur immediately replied that he had been used to working a lot since childhood, and that this was not a problem. There was still much to do. So the butler asked Arthur to conserve his strength, because the responsibility remained with him. Then the man suddenly turned around, remembering one detail that urgently needed to be corrected. He walked so quickly towards the new worker that Arthur clenched his fists and tried not to show his excitement. He probably figured out Arthur and realized that in his free time he was reading the books that he was only told to sort. However, the young man had a plan in reserve, and he knew how to answer the butler's questions. But instead of asking questions, he brushed the dust off Arthur's uniform, warning him about the frequent visits of the head of the family. You need to take good care of your uniform and do something about that long hair that's ruining your look." It was a simple task, so the guy promised to fix it with a smile. However, Arthur had to be careful and have time to read the books he had come for in 2 years. Since childhood, he was accustomed to working hard, although he encountered difficulties in studying history and other literature. The young man enthusiastically read book after book, and anyone in his place would have long since gotten confused about the names of kings and countries. In order to use the information in time, he had to perfectly understand and know every event by heart. Wanting to read a few more pages, he realized that his eyes were already closing, and he had no strength left to read. He ended up collapsing on his desk and falling asleep with the book open, without finishing the page. Suddenly, the book from his table was taken by the very person from whom Arthur had hidden his main passion. The butler even thought it was funny that the guy was reading this boring literature during the lunar cycle. It is naive to believe that Arthur will achieve anything with his studies, but it is good that he did not touch the forbidden practical books. If the butler had noticed even one practical book on Arthur's person, he would have banned him from entering outside working hours. But fortunately, this did not happen. 3 months have passed since Arthur began working in the great library of the estate, and he has learned a lot. Today, the assistant brought Arthur's sorted books, which were ready to be picked up. But he realized that they had never returned the book he had taken last time, and its loss would mean only one thing for the young man. The junior butler replied that the aristocrats didn't care about the loss of books, and that only the workers were worried about it. To be honest, there were hardly any important works in the library, although the junior butler asked to keep this conversation between them. This still did not guarantee Arthur's safety, and it was worth keeping a closer eye on the movement of all the books. An aristocrat is calm only when the common people are loyal to him, but the highest nobility never cares about the problems of their subjects. Arthur didn't care whether the nobles cared or not, and it was better to live quietly for 2 years, having done his job. Alas, Arthur did not have to wait for a carefree life, because the next second a stranger burst into his room. Some strange guy was rushing towards Arthur at full speed, as if breaking away from pursuit. Arthur immediately recognized Aiden, the Lord's youngest son. But why did he hide in the library? It was also strange who Aiden was running from. Could someone really dare to scare the son of an influential lord? Without explaining anything, Aiden only asked not to give him away if a tall man came here and asked about something. The boy then crawled under the table, hoping to wait there until the pursuer left. A minute later, Arthur saw another stranger opposite him, but this big guy was no longer hiding from anyone. On the contrary, the big guy was the one who was chasing Aiden and wanted to know where this scoundrel was hiding. Arthur realized that the man was pursuing the Lord's youngest son, but first he wanted to know who he was to him. The stranger introduced himself as a fencing teacher, and the only one who had the legal right to beat Aiden. If Arthur didn't want to stand in line to receive bruises, he should have immediately told where his student was hiding. The young man immediately pointed to the only hiding place in the library, where Aiden was quietly hiding under a book table. Grabbing him by the collar, the fencing master intended to settle something, being left alone with him. He abruptly pulled Aiden out of hiding, and the boy immediately flew across the table, begging him to listen. The man did not want to hear anything, and did not even pay attention to these pleas. Dragging him along, he told Aiden to forget about his fencing lessons for a while and train his spirit. It was hard to understand what he meant by spirit training, but judging by Aiden's face, he definitely wouldn't like it. The fencing teacher had great authority, so Arthur had no choice anyway. It is worth noting that Arthur read 1 book in 20 days, but then mastered 82 books at once in 4 months. As expected, it was only difficult at the beginning, and the following books did not contain too much new information. While he was reading history books, he began to have doubts about whether it was right to study history. The more he became acquainted with the deeds of the magicians of the past, the more he became convinced that this was the right path. Arthur realized that many scientists could not fully understand the truth because they did not know how to enter into a state of spirit. It was this state of heightened sensitivity of mind that gave him the knowledge he was seeking. Perhaps in the future, Arthur will be able to obtain secret information that will make him a real wizard. But first, he had to talk to the same guy he had recently set up. Aiden has been through hell waiting for another meeting with Arthur, and now that day has come. Yes, he had been waiting for this moment very persistently, and Arthur understood that the conversation would be unpleasant. The guy really came here just to remember that mean act of the young library worker. It was easier for Aiden to pass the tests of his damn fencing teacher, because he remembered perfectly well the face of the man who threw him into hell. Yes, everything was much worse than Arthur thought, because the son of the owner of the estate was really very angry with him. Recently, he simply asked not to reveal the place where he was hiding, but the librarian spat on the young man's trust. If Arthur had wanted to do this from the start, He should have told Aiden right away that he would not fulfill his request. Looking at the young aristocrat, Arthur understood that this is what all powerful people usually do. But if Aiden was going to continue to use the logic that was convenient for him, then he should have simply explained what he ultimately wanted from Arthur. Hearing this question, the guy could not understand why the young man remained so unperturbed. He suddenly realized that the temporary butler was treating him with disdain, and that was why he remained so calm. It would have been worth explaining to him a little better who Aiden was, and for that he needed to go to one suitable place. 5 minutes later, they found themselves in the very place where they were to continue their conversation. Instead of books, Arthur saw a rack with real swords in front of him, which Aiden was approaching. He couldn't miss the chance his parents gave him and risk his life because of this stupidity. But the sword was already flying towards him after Aiden threw it up. Instead of a real iron sword, Arthur had a wooden one in his hands, and he couldn't understand what this guy was up to. It seems he is serious about fighting a duel, but using training swords instead of real combat swords. Arthur shouted that he had not acted like a coward at all, but had simply followed the orders of his fencing coach. However, by doing this, he gave Aiden to his master, after which he received punishments that no one would wish on anyone. And even if this guy's family doesn't respect their offspring, he himself won't tolerate such treatment from the boy. Given the difference in skill, Aiden was willing to let his opponent attack 3 times before he began his own. Even if this fight ends with a broken bone, Arthur will still have to go home. But since the opponent gave him 3 attempts to attack, it was worth taking advantage of this chance. He had no other choice, so Arthur rushed to attack his opponent. The first attempt was immediately repelled by a signature block, which Aiden executed perfectly. Fencing coach Lucas was indeed a great master, and was able to teach him a lot. Such power could only belong to the best student, and it is strange that he was underestimated in the family. Gathering his strength, Arthur struck him again, but it was again easily blocked. Aiden had already managed to understand that his opponent was not as simple as he seemed at first glance, and yet he announced with a smile that 2 attempts at attack had already been wasted, meaning that only 1 remained. At the end, he managed to throw out an offensive phrase, as if it was easy to guess from the youth's appearance that he had never held a sword in his hands. Aiden was unaware that his opponent had magic at his disposal that was more powerful than any sword. With the help of his inner vision, Arthur was able to immediately determine the points where he should strike. At the last second, when his opponent prepared to attack, Aiden realized that the blow would be very powerful. It would be hard to block, but he still hoped that his swordsmanship talent would come in handy. And indeed, he managed to parry the blow. But what happened a second later could hardly please Aiden. His wooden sword shattered into pieces after a powerful blow from an inexperienced opponent. Aiden had never seen such strength before, and it became clear that this young man was not just a simple librarian. Now they were both unarmed, for the wooden sword in Arthur's hands had also been shattered into pieces. The young man was surprised by such an ability, but his risk still paid off and he was able to deliver a strong blow. With the first blow, he sensed the essence of things, and with the second he calculated the speed of the enemy. That thunderous blow that Arthur had been practicing for over 3 years came in very handy and surprised even himself. Looking at his opponent, Aiden couldn't understand where this young man learned fencing and who was able to teach him such a rare technique. However, he immediately explained that this was not simple fencing at all, but a special thunder strike. Arthur's father works in the mountains, and the boy usually went with him to chop wood and help him with everything. His strength was not enough to cut down trees, so he had to learn this rare technique to be useful to his father. The lumberjacks call this technique thunder strike, but hearing about it, Aiden immediately realized that it sounded like wild nonsense. Unlike Arthur, he had been training in swordsmanship for 15 years, and it was not a skill that could be learned simply by chopping wood. Aiden's older brother was a master swordsman from childhood, even though he trained with wooden weapons. When he was 12 years old, he had already mastered the secret technique and defeated his younger brother. The father always thought that his eldest son had inherited this genius from his parents and promised to throw a grand banquet. The younger one just looked at all this from the outside and understood that he would forever remain the second in his family. Worse still, even now he could not catch up in skill with this young librarian, who simply chopped wood with his father. Aiden couldn't accept this for anything in the world and was determined to prove that he was capable of something. Looking at him, Arthur understood that inside this guy the feelings of an offended child who did not get his father's attention were raging. But what he saw the next second surprised even him, because his opponent had no intention of stopping. Instead of a wooden sword, he suddenly grabbed a real iron sword and began to slowly draw it from its sheath. Yes, he seriously decided to fight him with swords, and was ready to throw one of them to his opponent. A second later, the guy had a real sword in his hands. Was this madman really ready to do even that? Both of their wooden weapons were destroyed. so the winner will not be determined until the next round. If this brat could master such a blow, then Aiden should learn how to handle a sword properly and repeat this duel in a month. It was good that he decided not to do it right now, and Arthur had another month at his disposal. Fighting with real swords was too dangerous, and Arthur's hands even shook with fear at the thought. He begged his young master to think again before taking this step. After all, Arthur had never learned fencing from a real master, so he was not prepared for such a duel. However, if he was so talented that he learned it while chopping wood, then he would somehow come up with a way to prepare for the duel. Now Arthur's job was made even more difficult by the fact that he had made an enemy whose feelings he had accidentally hurt by his victory over him. Sitting in his office, he clearly understood what had happened. But there was no way to turn back time. He knew that the head of this family had 3 sons and 1 daughter, and all the children could inherit his rights. The eldest son was a professional 6th-class swordsman, and the daughter had a talent for music, preparing her for the role of the main pianist. The second son, named Sean, was called a genius by everyone, who was the main competitor in the struggle for leadership. Unlike his talented siblings, Aiden was unremarkable, and everyone knew he had no abilities. With his accidental victory, Arthur hurt the pride of this heir, who had been compared to someone else all his life. He thought he would stay alive just by doing this work in the library. But now things were completely different. If he dies in this duel, his parents will never survive the loss of their only son. After all, his main goal was to become a wizard, and this stupid duel was not part of his plans at all. Taking the thickest book in the library in his hands, he understood that magic would help him not only look beyond the edge of reality, but also survive right now. He had to do everything in his power, otherwise his trip to the city would end in tragedy. Meanwhile, Aiden never stopped training for a day, and began to practice much more than before. The fencing coach was delighted that his lazy student ran a whole 100 laps without stopping once. The guy broke his own record with this run, and it was strange why he suddenly started training so hard. However, Aiden claimed that it was an easy workout and the coach shouldn't be surprised at all. He was still standing on his own 2 feet and hoped that the teacher had a tougher training session. Looking at him, the coach understood that something had changed in the life of this young man, and he began to approach his studies differently. Lucas knew very well that Aiden had strived to be like his older brother since childhood. But why did he take up the matter now? Aiden had long since mastered his usual fighting pattern, but it seemed like something special had happened the other day. The coach was ready to give him intensive training, but warned that he would not be held responsible for the death of his student. The diagram that each fencer followed was both an imaginary body and a schematic representation of it. In other words, if the magician had a state of mind, then the fencer had what was called a scheme in place of it. Every person has an idea of the body, but the diagram was an accurate reflection of the physical capabilities for real combat. After finishing the fencing textbook, Arthur realized that the scheme was opposite to the state of mind. This had to be tested in practice, and the guy tried to feel himself inside, as in a state of mind. For the state of the spirit, the magician completely erased himself. And for the scheme, on the contrary, the swordsman tried to understand his real capabilities. Only by pulling back the curtain of his inner essence will he complete the first stage of the scheme. But investing energy in a process that was opposite to the state of the spirit was simply stupid for the magician, and it was necessary to look for something else. He would rather use his state of mind to learn the basics of fencing, since that would be necessary for the next duel. Having chosen a time for training, Arthur decided to start with cutting strikes in 8 directions. He always started with a low blow, raising the sword above his head and swinging it wide. It reminded him of the work he had been accustomed to since childhood, as a woodcutter, the basics of which his father had taught him. His future opponent did the same, not leaving the training hall until late at night. No matter how hard he hit the training log, it did not break, although his opponent had recently succeeded in doing so. The coach couldn't believe that even after his hands were bleeding, the guy continued training, yet he never learned to use the pattern described in the fencing textbook. Finally, Lucas realized it was time to stop this madness and put his hand out to meet the flying club. Looking at the student, he could hardly hold back his tears and asked him to finish the training. The club fell onto the training ground, and the boy barely restrained himself from falling after it. Immediately after the workout, Lucas applied ice to his back, fearing a strong fever. To his surprise, the young student only now realized that his hands were aching and shaking from unbearable pain. His physical condition was normal, but he behaved as if he was far from perfect. Suddenly, the coach admitted that he never wrote about Aiden's talent in his reports, although he always noticed it. Looking at Aiden's tenacity, he knew that this guy would become an excellent swordsman someday. It was the first time Aiden had heard such words from this formidable man, and asked him not to overestimate him. But he insisted that every genius knows about his genius and works hard to consolidate the result. However, he is always afraid of wasting efforts on results that cannot ultimately be achieved. The fiery will to achieve results where they are not strong has always been the mortal enemy of any genius. Now this could have been the best consolation for Aiden, but the guy was not yet ready to accept his defeat. Although having no talent for fencing to begin with, he must simply work hard and not stop. Then he would be able to defeat his opponent, who was a real genius, in the upcoming duel. This can be compared to the confrontation between Mozart and Salieri, where perseverance and self-improvement always strive to overcome talent. From that moment on, Aiden wanted to become the mortal enemy of all geniuses, because he himself initially had no talent. With the sword, he could prove that a person who strives for results at any cost can defeat even the most talented student. Arthur also managed to prepare well, because he spent a whole month learning cutting strikes in 8 directions. These strikes could simultaneously block the movement of an opponent who was delivering a counterattack. First, it was necessary to take a defensive position and take the enemy's first blow. After this, it was worth carefully monitoring the trajectory of the enemy, who used personal equipment in combat. All successfully blocked blows had to be immediately directed in the opposite direction. The young man learned all this in just a month, although many needed years to do this. But it was only thanks to the lesson in magic easily received from Mr. Magnus that Arthur was able to use it. Somehow he managed to combine the 2 techniques, and now he used the state of mind to enhance his swordsmanship. At the end of the training, his sword fell to the ground, and at that moment, Arthur realized something important for himself. The world of fencing was as endless as the world of magic, and he had previously underestimated this art. It was worth asking his parents for forgiveness in advance for agreeing to this duel, because after it, they might never see their son again. He stood at the crossroads of life and death, but was glad that at least in this way he saw this amazing world for real. That night, in the vast arena, there was no one but the 2 who were destined to cross blades. Aiden slowly walked out to the center of the sandy area, where hundreds of fighters were already fighting, and a lot of blood had been spilled. In front of him he saw an old rival who had dared to humiliate him a month ago, and now the time had come for revenge. During this time, the guy managed to train well and strengthen his weak skills. But this kid in front of him radiated such confidence that Aiden himself had to stubbornly resist it. Last time he was very good in combat, although he never studied fencing with a trainer. Now he was calm, as if he held a sword every day, although this was the first time he had entered into such a duel with a strong opponent. Back then, their meeting ended with broken wooden swords, but today things could have been different. Pushing off hard, Aiden was the first to attack, knowing he had to win. It became clear that his skill had grown over the month, and the fight would be much more difficult than their first duel. However, he still felt the path of the sword that he had acquired over the month and was going to fight with it. He acted according to plan, and his opponent's first attack missed. The second blow of the blade also passed within centimeters of his face, but did not touch Arthur. The kid used a technique that Aiden's older brother was very good at, but where did he learn it? This brat really isn't afraid to fight with iron swords and took a stance familiar to Aiden from childhood. In fact, Arthur carefully concealed the fear of death that still remained in his soul, and did not leave the young man for a minute. Future destruction was the source of his fear, although he understood that the future was only an illusion that did not yet exist. If you throw away these thoughts and don't imagine the next second, then the fear will disappear. Anyone can jump off a cliff if they forget for a second what's waiting for them below. However, this young man was not going to die blindly and fought the duel as if he had been preparing for it his whole life. It was as if he had absorbed all the emotions and stood on the edge of the abyss, but did not fall, standing firmly on his feet. But Aiden himself is not afraid of death, having become accustomed to seeing opponents with weapons since childhood. Today he had to prove that 15 years of training had not been in vain, and that he had acquired real mastery. And yet, one could not help but recognize the talent of the young fencer, because each of his positions was worthy of a master. As soon as their blades crossed, Aiden realized that his opponent had been carefully studying his movements and was ready for his attack. Even after using all his best abilities, he was no longer confident of victory. Anyone else in Aiden's place would have stopped the fight, realizing that they had reached the point of no return, where life could end. There are obstacles that cannot be overcome with simple attacks and require real skill. His sword strikes became heavier and heavier, and his speed almost reached its limit. It even seemed to Arthur that the speed of his opponent exceeded the speed at which he could feel the direction of his sword. We must give credit to this restless guy who gave a lot to master complex technology. It paid off, as his next blow was accurate and caused Arthur a deep wound. Most of all, the boy was afraid for his parents, who would certainly not survive his death on this journey. Besides, if he took another hit like that, he would definitely lose, and Aiden would hardly show mercy. It was clear that he was trying to take revenge for past defeats and intended to bring the duel to an end. Right now, it was worth remembering Arthur's special skills, because without magic, he was risking his life. Yet his opponent did not lower his sword, fighting as if this was the main battle of his life. The young man understood that at some point something went wrong and his fencing technique failed. It's hard to say what he missed, but now he needed to fight off his opponent's increasing attacks. Yes, this guy was definitely out of his mind, and nothing but rage could be found in his eyes. Aiden put the strength of his entire skeleton into each strike, using a technique that had only been taught in his family since ancient times. He was ready to crush Arthur with his physical strength and the training he received from the Great Master. It's strange why Aiden didn't raise his sword after Arthur was wounded in the chest. Did he decide to change tactics? After all, he could easily cut him down now, ending the duel and the short life of his young rival. But he still continued his sweeping attacks, revealing his techniques in advance. Most likely, this guy's understanding of fencing was worse, and Arthur slightly overestimated his opponent. Their blades crossed again, but this time Arthur decided to change his approach in the protracted duel. Changing his original plan was a good idea and could help him overcome the series of blows. The next attack showed that the plan had worked, and Aiden had nothing to cover his trump card with. Now he realized that his opponent was one of the best swordsmen he had ever met in his life. It is impossible to imagine where this young man got his strength from, because even after being seriously wounded, he did not stop attacking. Despite the basic moves taught to beginners, he used them like a pro. Each of his next moves was becoming more and more difficult for Aiden to block, and he knew that this way he would be able to counterattack. The enemy's stamina seemed to grow with each passing second, and he maintained his rhythm even in a series of quick attacks. At that moment, he seemed to remember his duel in childhood, when his father had forever put a cross on him, dedicating himself to his eldest son. Sean was amazing that day, and most importantly, he used the same technique as that strange librarian. Then the boy could not come to terms with the defeat, and only the young butler calmed him down away from his family. Sean knew he had won the race for leadership, and that there would be no obstacles in his way. Aiden still remembered the nasty smile his older brother had given him at the last moment. From then on, he vowed to crush into dust anyone who dared to mock him and his technology. He was supposed to be the best swordsman in the world, not lose to the first brat who had just picked up a sword. But after the next blow, he realized that he had underestimated Arthur, who was not going to give in. Even if Arthur surrendered right now, Aiden would not lower his weapon. The madman decided to fight to the end, and only his magic could help Arthur today. Over the past month, the technique he had learned had helped him see Aiden's true nature, and this could be used in a duel with him. It seemed that at that moment the boy surpassed himself, using the technique that was being born before Arthur's eyes. It is always very difficult to fight such an opponent, because you never know his next move. But then Arthur realized that the moment had come to read the enemy's movement and make a precise lunge. One well-aimed blow instantly decided the outcome of the duel, throwing the opponent's sword aside. The sword's tip plunged into the sand of the arena, and the disarmed opponent could only admit defeat. Even Arthur himself had a hard time believing it. But looking at the result, he understood that he had surpassed himself in this fight. Sweating profusely, Aiden realized that his efforts had been in vain, and that he had not proven his worth to himself. This was indeed the case, and the young man, who had his first duel with real swords, defeated a swordsman with 15 years of experience. Now he, a swordsman with a blade knocked out of his hands, stood empty-handed before an armed opponent. At the last moment, Arthur only chose the opportunity to apply the developments he had been practicing all month. In a second, he changed his grip, and Aiden would no longer be able to do anything, because it was impossible to keep up with Arthur. As their blades crossed, Aiden knew what Arthur's counterattack would do, since that was how his older brother had defeated him in their childhood duels. All that remained was to figure out who this young butler was, and where he had learned such a rare technique. Although Arthur did not expect to win, he only hoped that the duel would not end in anyone's death. The commoner had once again hurt the aristocrat's pride, and it remained to be seen what problems this meeting would lead to. Aiden admitted that he had lost the duel, and there was no longer any point in justifying the humiliating defeat. But what's worse is that he lost for the second time, since their first fight with wooden swords also ended in his defeat. This young man with a weapon still stood opposite and could decide the outcome of the duel and the fate of his opponent. Arthur had the right to end the duel as he saw fit, and Aiden would not have dared to say a word if he had decided to get rid of him. It was clear from Arthur's expression that he didn't want to kill anyone, and was happy that their long confrontation was over. If Arthur killed this guy now, his father would not leave alive the butler who dared to touch the Lord's son. However, Aiden stated that he fully accepted defeat, since at the beginning of the duel they put their lives on the line. Arthur considered the duel absurd from the very beginning, and blamed the one who appointed the place and time of the fight. It was Aiden who had to respect his opponent and fulfill his request. If he were worthy, he would never have put his butler in such a position. Was it really that hard for this idiot to understand? The guy had been threatening to kill him for the entire month, and anyone else in Arthur's place would have finished off the bastard long ago. Collapsing onto the sand of the arena, he shouted that he was already prepared for death, confident in his inevitable death in today's fight. Besides, after a duel, don't people say warm compliments and words of gratitude to each other for a good fight? The emotions that overwhelmed him after the duel made him ready to burst into tears, and he could barely hold back his tears in front of his opponent. There was a big difference between Arthur and Sean, because unlike his genius brother, Arthur did not mock his weakness. By the way, Aiden still hasn't even asked the name of the young butler with whom they fought to the death a minute ago. After a month of dating, the young people introduced themselves to each other, and Aiden no longer saw Arthur as his enemy. On the contrary, the guy extended his hand to help him get up and talk about everything. Instead of hostility, he offered Arthur friendship and even arranged joint fencing training. It was a great end to a test that Arthur had managed to survive. He did not forget his main work, sorting more than 7,000 of the library's 10,000 books. The head butler couldn't understand how Arthur managed it and where he found time for his main job. It must be admitted that Arthur tried hard, and half of his working term was successful. With fewer books to sort, Arthur's work speed increased, and he had time to study magic. He only has 200 books left to read to reach the 850 goal he set at the beginning of his work. He tried his hand at fencing and learned the essence that lies behind every person's fear. Thanks to this, he became much stronger, although just recently he was already prepared to die in that arena from Aiden's sword. Another important point was that he found a good friend, who was also the son of one of the most influential people in the city. Previously, this guy had no interest in the books in his father's great library, but after meeting Arthur, he began to spend more time in this place. Although more often than not he abandoned his new hobby without finishing a single page of these thick, smart books. But if even one book was damaged, Arthur risked losing his life, something his butler had warned him about many times. Aiden was sure that no book, even the most expensive one, could be more important than human life. It was nice to hear, although Arthur knew that the head butler would hardly be as kind to him as Aiden. It was now time for Aiden to get some basic fencing training. But the boy told the trainer that he would be staying in the great library for a while. It was clear from his appearance that the books would only be useful to him as a means of leaning against a pile of useless waste paper. This youngest son of the Lord was like a fire that could not be extinguished once it had started unless there was cold, clean water nearby. 10 minutes later, they were both sitting opposite each other at a heavy oak table, and Arthur warned them that learning would take time. It took patience to even read the books that Aiden was supposed to study. By this time, Arthur had already read 600 books on history and knew almost everything, right down to the names of the illegitimate offspring of kings. Every time his new friend talked about it, Aiden couldn't understand how anyone could have read so many books. It was simply impossible to read so quickly, and it seemed that Arthur himself would soon be sucked into one of the books that he was holding in his hands. Even though they were the same age, Arthur always seemed to him to be a more mature person than he was. Suddenly, Arthur started talking about how he had long been interested in the question of who would win in a battle between a magician and a professional swordsman. He searched for an answer to this question for a long time, and even now, when he closes his eyes, he sees in front of him a strange carnivorous tree that fed on birds of prey. Yes, this image was suitable for the confrontation between a mage and a swordsman, although all this nonsense never interested Aiden. But since they had taken up this book, Arthur wanted to personally read the author's opinion on this issue on its pages. At that moment, Aiden's older brother entered and declared from the doorway that the swordsman would win in such a fight. Arthur immediately greeted the young master with a low bow, although it was clear from the look on his younger brother's face that Aiden was not delighted with this meeting. They were currently reading books, and Aiden didn't want his older brother to interrupt their activity. Arthur hoped that Sean hadn't heard their entire conversation, because at the very beginning they had discussed things between themselves that he was better off not knowing about. Aiden hoped for the same thing, looking closely at his older brother and trying to understand it from his gaze. Sean's gaze was always the same, and he looked back at his brother without emotion, trying to understand why he was here. The guy was sure that Sean was taking the swordsman's side only because he was a swordsman himself. It was impossible to be so confident in his words, especially since the younger brother simply could not know all the fights that Sean had fought. However, Aiden did not waste his time at all, and also trained his fencing skills, especially in the last month. Suddenly, dropping this conversation, Sean turned towards Arthur, trying to understand what he thought about this. The young man didn't know what to answer, because if he took the side of the magicians, he could hurt the feelings of the young master. It is unclear what Sean was trying to achieve with this question, and why he turned his attention to Arthur. Because there were too many thoughts in his head, Arthur was now finding it even more difficult to understand this guy's intention. Arthur replied that if the swordsman and the magician were at the same level, it would be difficult for the swordsman to defeat the magician when he entered the state of mind. However, if the swordsman uses all his strength in battle before the mage casts his spell, he will have a chance. Coming closer to Arthur, Sean immediately objected that the wizard would lose in any case, no matter how the duel began. It was difficult to argue with this influential young man, who was always accustomed to relying on physical strength. It had always been like this since childhood, and Sean was not prepared to give in on any issue for anything in the world. Ever since they were kids, Sean had enjoyed trampling anyone he found unpleasant. Sean didn't even try to deny this, although it was still worth remembering the armor of the 5 gods, which Arthur probably knew about. It was about an artifact that destroyed the wizard's state of mind even before he cast a spell. This was anti-magic, which was considered the main weapon of a swordsman in a fight against a wizard of any level. Everyone knew that the state of mind was an innate ability of any magician, and it was impossible to fight him in such a state. It was akin to a fight with sharks in the depths of the sea, where this underwater predator easily understood your every movement by impulses. However, something could evaporate the water and deprive the sharks of their senses, and this is what Sean was talking about. Anti-magic was a tool that helped many swordsmen in battle against the most experienced magicians. Even when the wizards in spirit tried to attack the knight, the swordsmen easily blocked their natural skills with anti-magic. If the state of the spirit did not reach this armor, then magic was powerless against such a warrior. Also, due to the fluctuating qualities of normal magic, its effectiveness dropped sharply when encountering mana from the dragon's heart. It was this mana that was called anti-magic, and only 65% of the energy of such protection would be enough to block the strongest attacking magic. The only problem was that the creators of anti-magic were themselves magicians, and therefore knew perfectly well the weak points of all wizards. The question of why they did this was even strange, because the demand for anti-magic was huge, and brought them a lot of money. Wizards lined up to use them, so the creators didn't need to convince them to buy such an artifact. Mages had always seemed to Sean to be a pathetic class of people who sold the weakness of their people for profit. However, after listening to this long speech, Arthur suddenly declared that this was the main essence of all magicians. As Sean mentioned, anti-magic was created by wizards to make money from it. In addition, it could be used to restrict magical activity where it was prohibited. It was also successfully used as protective equipment in magic schools, which could protect students. Therefore, according to Sean, any swordsman was more powerful than a mage, although in fact this was far from the truth. Looking at his younger brother, Sean realized that for the first time in a long time, the boy had found the words that shattered Sean's statement like a crystal vase. However, he stated that ideas and reality always differ greatly, and a mage would never win against a real swordsman. It's funny that he had no evidence to back up his last words and was just talking nonsense. Although Arthur was smiling at the moment, he hoped not to make an enemy of Sean. However, the deed was done, and his new friend hugged his witty friend tightly, because for the first time he saw his brother's face so defeated. It was like a breath of fresh air for him, and he hoped to see it again someday. Another 6 months have passed since then, and winter has descended on the city, bringing cold and a lot of snow. The work was going on as usual, and the head butler was just signing a form to give it to the young assistant. He was glad that they had finished all the work before the inspections by the owner of the estate. Yes, this year they finished everything faster than the butler expected, although he still had unfinished business. He was even more pleased that the books, which had been neglected for 20 years, were perfectly sorted by their new employee. The junior butler advised him to renew the contract with the new librarian, but the man immediately told him to mind his own business. He understood that there was some sense in this, but he was still in no hurry and decided to wait until the work was finished. Meanwhile, Arthur, as usual, was turning the pages of the books he had already read. Closing a book was easy, but closing it after reading hundreds of pages was another matter entirely. We can consider that his long-standing dream has come true and he has done what he came here for. At that moment, Aiden burst in on him, having learned about his friend's imminent departure to his native land. Time flew by quickly and 2 years of work seemed like 2 days, after which Arthur had to leave this place. The young man was beaming with happiness, because in this library there was not a single book or piece of information about magic that he had not read. Aiden was happy with his friend's success, although he had a hard time believing that the young man could actually do it. It was amazing because he was the first to read such a huge number of books during this time. Suddenly, Arthur suggested going to Aiden's and playing cards, as they liked to do in their free time. Arthur had always kept their friendship a secret before. And now, for the first time, Aiden heard a proposal that would immediately reveal their friendship to everyone on the staff. Arthur regretted that he had not done this earlier, because he did not want the butler to interfere in his affairs and prevent him from fulfilling his main goal. They met more often in this library, but today Aiden's family was away and the house was his to use. After some time, they approached the building from which the family of the young aristocrat had recently left. This place slightly frightened the young man. Could he really walk through the main gate like an aristocrat? However, only the servants remained in the house, so Aiden asked him not to worry and follow him. It was so quiet in the corridors that Arthur felt a little uneasy from the silence in these wide palace corridors. In everyday life, Aiden didn't look like a child from a wealthy family, and it was strange that he spent his entire childhood within these walls. To Arthur's surprise, his friend was given the smallest room at the end of the corridor, which also served as a training ground. At the far end of this small room, he immediately saw a rack with training swords, which Aiden used to master fencing skills. This room was more like a small room where you go to change clothes after training. The Lord's youngest son lived in this room and no one seemed to care about his conditions. Once here, Arthur realized a lot, clearly seeing their deep similarities with Aiden. Now he had to think about how not to lose to Arthur at cards, and make an effort to do so. The guy realized again that he would give up this game and again end up looking like a fool, just like in the previous ones. Out of frustration, he scattered his cards, although at the beginning of the game he was confident of his victory. He was sure that his cunning friend was cheating, using his state of mind or magic replenishment tricks. But he assured that he uses magic only in rare cases, and not in an ordinary card game. However, observations are often more effective if you don't get hung up on the specifics. But look around. Yes, by following not the individual actions of the enemy, but him as a whole, you can predict his plans and defeat him. Although, if Aiden had awakened the swordsman's scheme now, he would have played better, and could have won at least the game. All this time, the guy had the feeling that he understood a lot, although the main thing was slipping away. But then his friend got carried away by another book and asked to borrow it for a while, if Aiden didn't mind. It seemed like this guy didn't care about the books, and even if Arthur had taken it without asking, he wouldn't have noticed. Looking at his watch, the young man realized that Aiden's parents would not return soon, which meant they had some time. But the next second he heard the piano from below. Was it possible that the court pianist was still in the house? There was only one person in this mansion who played the piano, and that was Aiden's older sister. Since childhood, she was fond of playing the instrument, soon mastering it to perfection and becoming a court pianist, deciding to dedicate her life to it. Ariel immediately heard the heavy door of her spacious room open, and turning around, saw a stranger. She immediately interrupted the sonata, realizing that the young man at the door had come here because of her loud playing. Arthur admitted that he really liked the girl's performance of the sonata, and he had already heard her performance at the last celebration. If you remember, just recently he was sorting the library on behalf of her father. Ariel had already heard about the talented child who sorted the books of the great library faster than anyone else, and was glad to meet him. Arthur remembered how his friend had spoken unflatteringly about his older sister, calling her the worst person in the estate. But now the girl didn't seem bad to him, especially since she herself offered to sit next to him and play something. He had never been in a position to sit next to an aristocrat and play her favorite instrument. The girl assured him that everything was fine, because she herself allowed him to come up and sit down at the instrument. She was very persistent, and Arthur could not refuse the offer of such a beautiful person. Besides, when else would he get the chance to sit at the grand piano with a famous aristocrat if he missed this opportunity today? Ariel immediately began teaching him how to play, placing her hand on the keys and playing a simple chord. The young man liked the beautiful sound from the very first notes, especially since the piano in the palace was perfectly tuned. Suddenly he asked her to allow him to play the familiar melody himself, as if he had been able to play the piano all his life. The girl was glad that he could play something, although Arthur thought that his playing would not be to the liking of the court pianist. It is curious that this young butler could play other melodies besides the chords she showed. Having remembered the notes, the young man gradually began to play the melody that sounded in his head. It was hard to believe, but he really played everything correctly, as if he had sat at such an instrument more than once. He pressed the keys so confidently that it was impossible to stop him, and he was completely captivated by the process. Despite the mistakes that Arthur still made, his melody sounded very beautiful. It was very similar to the melody that Ariel had studied with her teacher. At some point, she realized that he was completely imitating her performance, but how could he know Ariel's concert repertoire? This young man knew the entire repertoire of the court pianist, and with each passing minute, he remembered the notes of the melodies better and better. In fact, at that moment he seemed to merge with the instrument he was sitting at. His hands themselves performed beautiful chords, and Arthur only had to press the keys at the right time. It was impossible to understand how he did it. And if she didn't know what he did for a living on the estate, the girl would have taken him for a musician. Gradually, he played better and better, as if with every minute he was gaining the experience that people accumulate over the years. The hands of this mysterious pianist changed position before our eyes, and pressed the keys with increasing confidence. Even his body began to behave differently, and he became completely immersed in the music, immersing himself in its atmosphere. It was hard to call it a simple game, because his understanding of the essence of musical art was inaccessible even to Ariel. The young man looked very cute, and it was very strange that this child became a butler. Ariel said the playing was excellent, and she hadn't met a more talented musician in a long time. True, their conversation was interrupted by Aiden, who loudly demanded that his friend warn him in the future if he was going somewhere. Arthur immediately apologized for his absence, but he simply could not pass by his sister's excellent performance. Turning sharply to Ariel, Arthur suddenly realized that he had given away his acquaintance with her brother, and immediately wanted to justify himself. Even his entire face was covered in sweat as the guy went through the versions of how he met Aiden, although there was no need for that. Aiden didn't try to hide the fact that Arthur was his friend, and he found it strange why he was going through some stupid excuses in front of Ariel. It turned out that the young aristocrat didn't care about his sister's opinion, especially since she wouldn't betray him to their father. So there was no need to worry and just relax, because there was no one extra in this house. The girl also said that the friendship between her brother and the butler was absolutely normal. She was more interested in how he was able to learn the musical pieces from her repertoire, and even more so how he could play them himself. For a second it seemed that these two aristocrats were completely different, although they were united by a common disregard for each other. It was strange that Aiden said so many bad things about his sister, although this girl was a kind and beautiful lady. But he shouldn't have been so trusting, and Aiden knew that she was a real witch who wanted to swallow him whole. She laughed in response, calling her brother an ordinary, underdeveloped idiot who was lucky enough to meet such a friend. With a sly smile on his face, Aiden offered his sister to take the boy for herself if she liked him so much. The girl played along with him, because she was not against doing it, if only Aiden was ready to give Arthur his little sister. However, if he doesn't stop his nasty jokes right now, he could easily pay for it. If he thinks that it is okay to act like a jerk in the company of a stranger, then he is very much mistaken about this. Having finished with her brother, the girl explained that she and Sean would soon have to leave immediately after meeting with the father of the family. And a little later, Grandpa would arrive to see his old friend, which Aiden didn't know for sure. He completely forgot that he was going to take a certification test soon, and Sean would be the first to take the test. The certification license was a standard for swordsmen and mages that was recognized throughout the continent. Every year, about 1,000 people take this test, but only a lucky few pass the exam. After passing the test, each participant could increase their rank by gaining achievement points through associations and guilds. It's surprising that Sean is going to take this test at his age, when he could easily refuse it. Now the girl had to prepare everything for dinner, because the seafood had already arrived from the royal palace. Finally, she said once again that meeting Arthur had been very pleasant for her, and she hoped to meet again. The guy was very surprised to realize that today's meeting was not the last, and that someday they would be able to play the piano again. Although tomorrow he was going to leave this mansion forever, because his contract had expired. Now he no longer considered her the evil witch that Aiden had so confidently described in his stories. Then he suddenly asked if this girl had a significant other, or if she was single right now. At first, such a question caught Aiden off guard, because it was about his own sister. However, Arthur immediately asked to forget about this stupid question, although the wide smile on Aiden's face spoke for itself. He turned around abruptly and suddenly ran after his sister, but what was he planning? It's a shame that Arthur didn't come to his senses in time and didn't have time to watch his tongue when he asked this stupid question. Almost immediately he appeared on the balcony and loudly asked Ariel if she had a boyfriend now. It was too frank a question, and all the servants in the house could not believe that they were hearing it. By that time, Arthur had already managed to run up to him and covered his mouth with all his might, so that he wouldn't blurt out anything unnecessary. However, the question had already been asked, and the girl asked the maids not to pay attention to the children's games. There was one person next to them who heard what Aiden asked his sister at the request of his young friend. He immediately realized that the owner of the estate's son had guests today, although no meetings were planned. If Arthur had notified the head butler of his visit in advance, all the other staff would have been aware as well. Even from afar, the young man recognized the face of the butler who was next to Aiden. Turning quickly to his assistant, he ordered that the second young butler be found immediately and sent to his office. Since then, the young master did not stop his training and hoped to someday fulfill his dream. he wanted to become the best swordsman on the entire continent, and even refused to take 10-minute breaks at the request of his coach. A year has passed since that first training session, when the guy began to train much more diligently and since then has not lost his attitude. Lucas was sure that everything would change once his older brother entered the royal palace and stopped being a competitor. While training, he heard someone's loud voice, because one of the servants was calling him by name. For some reason, he ran straight to the training ground, saying that the lady was asking him to return to the mansion urgently. She said that the temporary butler Arthur was in danger and was currently on the verge of death. The head butler had already sent a report to the head of the family, and the lady had warned that Aiden was the one who was closest to him. Most likely, his father somehow found out about Aiden and Arthur's friendship, which meant that problems were inevitable. If he bursts into the palace right now and declares his friendship, then everything should end well. However, Lucas's reaction to these words was strange, as if he knew everything from the very beginning. Looking at his teacher, he understood that these words did not surprise him at all, and that he knew in advance what would happen. As expected, many people have already gathered in the palace, and today Arthur will have to answer a number of difficult questions. The head of the family was already here, and was interrogating the butler in the presence of his children. The guy had to kneel in front of him, because he violated the main prohibition that was written in the contract. For this, he had to be punished, and Gilbert immediately warned that the punishment would be severe. The maids whispered among themselves that the temporary butler had gone too far and was to blame for what had happened. He should have known about the line that must not be crossed and beyond which only death awaits him. Even at the beginning, the head butler warned him that any offense would be punished very severely. However, Ariel stated that they needed to talk about something before deciding on punishment, but he thought that there was nothing more to talk about, because everything was clearly written in the report he was holding in his hands. Many servants witnessed that Arthur, like a carefree child, treated his work and made friends with the son of the owner of the estate. Since he could read, he knew perfectly well the terms of the contract, which were written in black and white. However, the main question that interested the accused himself was what would happen to Aiden after all this. He spoke as if he didn't care about his own life, and the guy only cared about his friend's life. Even in such a dangerous situation, he was more worried about Aiden, and still dared to ask such questions. Once again, Gilbert was convinced that he was seeing before him a commoner who was as stupid as all the other peasants. But they couldn't understand what this young man really felt, and why he was asking such questions. Aiden was indeed Arthur's friend, although their friendship began with a blood feud. They spent a whole year together and, to the surprise of all the servants, Arthur declared that they would continue to be friends here. Looking at him, the owner of the estate understood that this boy was not at all afraid of the punishment that awaited him. In response to this idiotic question, he ordered the head butler to quickly deal with him and begin the punishment. However, the girl stood up for him again and asked him to listen to at least a few words. The junior butler's opinions were divided, with some supporting the chief's decision and others believing it was too cruel. To the guy's surprise, his partner suddenly declared that they were obliged to follow Gilbert's orders without question. After all, Mr. Gilbert had already encountered many times the problems that peasant children usually cause. Due to their inexperience, they can do a lot of things that can then lead to serious consequences. But there was a man in this house who would never allow this to happen, and he burst into the hall right then. Ariel was happy that her little brother was here just in time, because she was never able to convince her father. Arthur also understood that this was the last thread of hope that could save him from inevitable punishment. The guy loudly declared that without his permission, no one dares to judge his friend or interfere in his affairs. But what if this decision was made by the head of the family himself? Will he really go against his father's words? However, this young man did not commit any mortal sin and simply became Aiden's friend completely by accident. Aiden's privileges as the son of an aristocrat mean nothing if they cost him his friends. Friendship between a peasant and a nobleman implies an equal relationship, and Gilbert could not allow this. He believed that this peasant child did not see him as a comrade, but only wanted to sit on the neck of the stupid son of an aristocrat. But Arthur was different from everyone else, and would never have acted so meanly towards him. To somehow dispel Gilbert's doubts, his son had to prove whether the friendship between them was truly genuine. It was unexpected, because the guy had never had to prove his friendship with anyone to his father. Was it possible? If he refuses this and says that he has no proof of friendship, then their conversation will end forever. The guy has to figure out how to prove his feelings to the man so that he comes to his senses and lets Arthur go. If he were as talented as Arthur himself, he would easily defeat this position of his formidable father. But right now, he could not find the words. He had long been following his friend's example, and now was the very time when he should behave the same way as he did. I wonder what Arthur himself would do if he were in his place and making such a difficult decision. His gaze seemed to always calculate everything that was happening in advance, and with the same gaze he fought in the last duel. Aiden recalled that his friend advised him not to follow the enemy's individual actions, but to try to penetrate his mind. To win a difficult game, you need to use every cell of your soul and throw away all logic. The only way to understand his father's true intentions was to reach the state of mind that Arthur himself had enjoyed for many years. The black-haired man in front of him was a fourth-class knight, and had always been proud of his position in society. One could even say that it was not just a quarrel between a son and a father, but a real knightly duel with swords. Aiden learned this news about 30 minutes ago and immediately loudly told the coach about it. To his surprise, Lucas also considered friendship between a commoner and an aristocrat impossible, and supported the decision of the head of the family. He loudly reminded him that just recently he and Arthur had crossed blades in a fair fight. And after that, couldn't there be friendship between them? From his own experience, Luca knew that the most important thing for an aristocrat was to get rid of everything that undermined the reputation of his family. Did this guy ever think about the pressure his friend, who was no more important than a small fly, was under? After he thoughtlessly befriended him, there was no point in even trying to argue with his father to resolve the issue. The guy was no longer going to remain a coward, because it was Aiden who first asked Arthur to be his friend. It was clear from the look in the young man's eyes that he was determined, and Lucas had never seen him in such a mood. Deep down, he supported anyone who was willing to prove themselves as a man and handed them a sword that could be useful to them. Lucas was willing to let him leave training if he took the sword with him, but he had to be prepared for that. Yes, now Aiden understood without words why the teacher had given him his sword, and promised never to forget this brave act. Finally, Lucas reminded that abandoning his friends was like renouncing a part of himself. Standing in the palace hall, he shouted loudly to Gilbert that he had almost defeated him in this fight. It was a truly vile statement, since the only way to save his friend's life was if Aiden proved their true friendship. He wasn't going to follow his father's lead, because the fact that they had been walking side by side for the last 2 years was the main proof. Never in their lives had the servants seen such a serious squabble between the owner of the estate and his son. To Ariel's surprise, the man was willing to give up even his own son to prevent the family's downfall. If it was so necessary to protect his friend, the guy was ready to take even this step. He said that he would happily leave this place forever right now if there was no other way out. But Gilbert was not going to give in so easily, and demanded that this arrogant brat immediately raise his sword. Since the kid really considers the commoner his true friend, he should be willing to risk his life for him. Imagine his surprise when the guy really did begin to slowly raise his sword, as if he had foreseen his words in advance. But now that sword was raised against his father, although Aiden still claimed that he had no intention of using it at all. Gilbert was sure that his son had been at odds with other nobles all his life, because he was far from the level of even the worst of them. And now he keeps a man from a simple peasant family close to him, only in order to assert himself at his expense. On the contrary, Aiden was sure that his friend was much better than he was, and that he had the power to help Arthur find himself in high society. This fight had been brewing for a long time, and Aiden himself was to blame for it, having angered Gilbert. Arthur quietly wanted to intervene in this dispute, although his friend promised to take everything on himself. But he had already made his decision, and once again asked Aiden to lower his sword. He was not responsible for everything that happened, so the guy could take responsibility for himself and not anger the head of the family. When Aiden wanted to be his friend, Arthur assumed that one day he would have to choose between friendship and life. Even if he died right now, the young man would never regret his choice and the friendship between them. For the first time in his life, Aiden heard such words and tears welled up in his eyes. This is exactly what he wanted to tell his father, who only now saw the true feelings of friendship in the hearts of each of them. If Aiden were to be cast out of the family today, he was willing to sacrifice his position to maintain a strong friendship with Arthur. The elder sister understood that the emotions and feelings of these young people were immature, but still, she had never heard such sincere words. Even the junior butler, who had initially supported his master, understood this, but now his opinion had changed. Only one person in this house felt disgusted by Arthur's words, because he knew that his own plan had almost failed. It was at this moment that a guest appeared on the balcony, whose visit interrupted their protracted argument. It was Aiden and Ariel's grandfather, who didn't expect to see such a wild performance at his age. Looking at his father, Gilbert said that he had expected his arrival much later. But the old man had arrived at the most inopportune moment. He arrived early only because his friend had recently run away with the maid, so he himself was forced to postpone other matters. Today, Arthur saw for the first time this famous general, who was a third-class swordsman and was considered the strongest warrior on the continent. Howard was glad that today it was as noisy here as always, and he could remember the times of his youth. But in this situation, there was no need for unnecessary noise, because the image of their family had already sunk to the bottom. Ariel still believed that Arthur was the smartest and most talented child she knew. Besides, he had already fulfilled all the requirements of the contract and was supposed to leave their mansion today. The girl tried to convince Howard that the actions of this temporary butler did not tarnish their family's reputation in any way. The word was left to Howard's grandson, but it was clear that the man still didn't like Arthur. In his eldest son, Gilbert saw not only the main heir, but also a person who would always share his opinion. However, today was not the case, and he had to hear from Sean words that were not at all what he expected. Yes, he still didn't like Arthur, but he didn't care at all who his little brother was friends with now. He just wanted it all to end quickly and for them to go to the royal palace. That's why Howard liked to stay in this house, because there was no place more interesting than this. Listening to all this, the chief butler understood that his deputy, like no one else, should know the whole truth. However, looking at Ronald, he realized that the young man had no intention of entering into this argument. The young man was not one who was allowed to voice his opinion, because Ronald was just an employee of the estate. Well, in that case, the head butler himself was ready to express his opinion in the presence of the master. He believed that this young man had done all the work assigned to him and had done it perfectly. Moreover, he managed to finish it 6 months earlier than stipulated in the terms of the contract. The old man knew about his frequent presence with the young master, but he was not sure whether they were really friends. Sorting 10,000 books simply didn't leave Arthur time for other things, and his communication with Aiden was just extra work. This was great news, because the atmosphere immediately smoothed out, and Ariel saw a change in her father's mood. He was the only person who wanted to punish Arthur, but under pressure from his grandfather, he could back down. To her surprise, Howard suddenly declared that he could not approve of their friendship, even if it was real. The two could indeed be friends, but Aiden's position does not allow him to be friends with a commoner. If this continues, rumors will spread across the continent, and their political enemies will take it as weakness. Everyone in this family holds an important position in the kingdom, and the stupidity of the children should not undermine the reputation of the entire family. Even the maids took Arthur's side, believing that this young man was truly a worthy man. Grandfather was the last ray of hope for Ariel, and now she had to hear something that would put an end to the friendship of the young people. And yet, from childhood, Aiden could not stand it when other people made decisions about his fate instead of him. Looking at his grandson, Howard knew that this guy was determined, but it was unlikely that he would go against his word. He must know how great the risk is of losing face in front of all the other influential families and losing influence. As for Arthur, Howard was grateful to the young man for his work ethic and the dedication he showed to Aiden. He simply cannot allow them to be friends under the watchful eye of their enemies, who will surely turn this to their advantage. In fact, even Gilbert didn't expect to hear such words from his father, and even more so, Aiden himself could not believe that with these words, Howard had already made his decision, which could not be refuted. Without hesitation, Arthur immediately promised that Aiden would never see him again if he became a nuisance. This does not mean that he will no longer be able to consider him his friend, and that he will forever keep the memory of him in his soul. Clutching the hilt of his blade tightly, Aiden knew that he was acting like a coward now. He cried from resentment, because the guy once again couldn't do anything, even when it came to the most precious thing he had. The only time in his life he met a worthy person whom he could trust in everything. But their friendship ended so abruptly. Today was the day when the boy was ready to cast aside all doubts and rise up against this terrible injustice. The whole family had to watch as the youngest of the heirs suddenly went against the opinion of the head. Ariel knew what her brother was trying to achieve by this and begged him to stop immediately. But it was already too late, and Aiden plunged the tip of his blade into the floor, meaning there was no turning back. The guy stood right next to Arthur and acted on behalf of the legitimate heir of his family. He shouted loudly throughout the palace hall that he would not renounce his words as long as he was considered the successor to his family title. Gilbert could not contain his rage when he heard his son officially declare himself Arthur's sword. It was a desperate act, and it is difficult to imagine what was going on in the heart of the head of the estate. The history of the knightly oath, if you remember, goes back to the time of the formation of the kingdom. The first king many years ago was able to unite all the nations into one whole. But the new kingdom was opposed by a powerful neighboring country. It was during this confrontation that the knightly oath emerged, when a commoner could gain the status of a nobleman by becoming the sword of his master. For the noble successor to break the oath that Aiden had just taken was worse than turning into a stray dog. It was for this reason that after today's training, Lucas gave his sword to his student, knowing that it was the only way. Arthur also knew very well what Aiden had done now, and he couldn't believe his eyes. If he really said that he would become this commoner's sword, then Arthur was seriously deserving of respect. Still, his grandfather asked him if this young man was really that capable, or if Aiden just wanted to shine against the peasant's offspring. The question could only mean one thing, and Aiden immediately smiled his wide smile. He loudly declared that the sword does not judge, but only protects the master. And from that moment on, he has the right to act only in this way. Of course, it could have been said a little more quietly, but every servant knew what these words meant for the head of the family. Howard laughed heartily, knowing that these children had no other way of expressing what was boiling in their hearts. The guy was only good in words, but he seriously felt sorry for Arthur, who had just received such a weak swordsman. However, even if Aiden was not the best swordsman, he would never point a blade at a friend. Placing his hand on the young man's shoulder, he asked him to take care of Aiden and never betray him. Arthur could only thank Howard for his trust, and he promised that this would not happen. Immediately after that, he ordered the head butler to take a carriage and quickly deliver Aiden's parents to the palace. Now Ronald understood that his game was lost, since even Howard himself had decided to take on this matter. He could never understand what the nobles thought and what they really wanted from life, although Aiden didn't care at all and was only glad that everything worked out. He will never forget the faces of his family, whom he was finally able to put in their place. Unexpectedly, he admitted that he did not do it because Arthur was his real friend. The young man was indeed very different from the others, and could easily attract people to himself. With his help, Aiden was able to do what he wanted at least once in his life, because there might not have been another convenient opportunity. But if he seriously decides to protect his young master, he will have to work hard. At that moment, Ariel burst into their room, having recently learned of her brother's defeat in the duel. She couldn't believe that Aiden actually lost to a temporary butler, who had only recently picked up a sword. The main news was the knightly oath that her younger brother had taken today, which had caused a stir in the palace. Now the father wants to enroll them both in the fencing academy in order to somehow hide this shame from other families. The girl had already managed to tell about Arthur's talent, so that Gilbert would not change his mind about his decision. Once again, they wanted to send the boy to school without his consent, which Aiden could never stand. In response to this, the sister even beat him hard with her feet, because this young scoundrel had already managed to do a lot of things. But how can they send Arthur to fencing school when the boy has long shown talent in magic? The girl should have known that Arthur had recently discovered a state of mind, which meant he had real talent. If that's the case, today Aiden gave his knightly oath to the future magician, and this could only happen on the pages of a novel. Yes, with this, Aiden himself confirmed that a wizard can become stronger than a swordsman, but it would be better if his sister didn't say this. The young man actually managed to use synesthesia, which can only be felt in a state of mind. Arthur's state of mind had almost reached its limit, which meant that he was indeed very talented. Ariel heard that the school only taught mages from aristocratic families, and it was great that a commoner managed to gain such knowledge. Although if he remains as shy as he is, he will never be able to start a relationship with them. The girl was willing to personally talk to her grandfather about Arthur's career if Aiden would attend fencing school. Teacher Lucas already knows about this, so he decided to complete his contract tomorrow and give a farewell speech. This sword in his hands became the last lesson Lucas taught his student without a single word. And now he was leaving this place forever, leaving behind only memories. At that moment, Matthew entered their room and delighted Arthur with the great news that his parents had arrived. The head of the family said that if Arthur wanted to meet them, he could do so right now. It was the happiest moment in his life in the last 2 years that Arthur spent at the estate. Without even paying attention to the steep steps, the young man ran as fast as he could to meet his parents, who had come to visit him. Arthur immediately noticed that both junior butlers began to speak to him completely differently. Although he had not become a nobleman at all, now it didn't matter anymore, because the long-awaited meeting was already waiting for him behind the door of the reception hall. Quickly opening the door, he saw before him the faces of the closest people with whom he had been separated for 2 years. The young man's parents immediately got up from the sofa, seeing how much their beloved son had changed. Without saying a word, he rushed towards them, wanting to immediately hug them tightly. For the first time in 2 years, the whole family was together, and it is difficult to describe in words the happy faces of these people. Looking at his parents, it seemed to Arthur that they had lost a lot of weight and were probably very worried about him. In their conversation, the young man explained that he had recently received a good opportunity, and that his life would soon change. Teresa didn't understand what a good opportunity her son was talking about, and what made him change so much. Arthur had always been a smiling boy, but now he exuded incredible confidence. This even took his parents by surprise, as they were not used to seeing him like this. Only Vincent understood that a good opportunity for a commoner never comes free. Knowing his son, the man understood that he would never reveal his secret, even if dark clouds were gathering over his life. If someone treats him badly in secret, he should immediately confess to his father and not keep it to himself. Vincent had heard that many peasant children, having ended up in the homes of aristocrats, soon became their slaves. It was in vain that he made things so complicated, because Arthur really was able to achieve his position thanks to talent and intelligence. The personal presence of the head of the family was the best confirmation of this, because Gilbert himself was here. He said that his youngest son had become Arthur's sword today, and that was the wildest thing one could hear. The parents greeted the Lord with a bow, realizing that they had been honored by such a famous person's visit. Vincent could not believe that Arthur was able to get so close to the aristocratic family, and asked the gentleman again if it was true. He again received evidence in the form of a huge table in the palace living room, where he was personally invited by the owner of the house. Never before had Vincent and Teresa been guests of an aristocratic family, and for a long time the woman could not understand why so many forks were needed. The maids treated them as if they were real nobles, although Arthur's parents had only arrived from the village that day. The conversation began quite calmly, but each of them understood that they had ended up there by accident. Vincent's hands were shaking with excitement, because he still could not understand what that knightly oath meant. He apologized again for his excitement, but was grateful to Gilbert for his attitude towards his son. To be honest, Gilbert was a little uncomfortable with the whole thing with the knight's oath and Arthur's new position. But still, the knight's oath was indisputable, and refusing it would tarnish Aiden's honor. From now on, they were required to use respectful forms in their communication, and Gilbert asked the guests to make themselves at home. It had been a long time since Howard had heard the right thoughts from his son, and he hoped that Gilbert would continue to behave in the same way. Now, Ariel was happy about her grandfather's sudden visit, and winked discreetly at her younger brother. Aiden also showed her a sign in response that everything was going according to plan, and Gilbert was forced to agree. He learned that the young man was using his state of mind, and that it was not something that could be achieved through persistence alone. He knew that Arthur's goal was to become a magician, so he could help him with a magic license. The Academy of Magic was one of the 5 most prestigious schools in the kingdom, and this place would suit him perfectly. Gilbert did not advise refusing such an offer, because being a magician without the necessary education was simply stupid. But he left the most important thing for last, and it's good that his father reminded him of this. It was a surprise for Vincent to hear that his son would soon become a real wizard. Yes, if a young man graduates from a school of magic, he will most likely have to build his career in this field. Even though he was a commoner, Lord Gilbert would gladly agree to help him. Magic schools were considered the most elite, and no one was admitted to them except the children of aristocrats. Only by adopting Arthur could he be given the opportunity to enter this school and become a magician. Howard knew how hard it was for Vincent to hear those words, but it was the only way to make his plans come true. He had a young cousin who had no children yet, and if Arthur's name was added to the family register, the problem would be solved. Thus, this young man will become a real nobleman, which is what Vincent dreamed of all his life. True, the price of obtaining such a title was very high, and his father did not know what to do in this case. Turning sharply to Arthur, Vincent could already tell from his gaze what his son's decision was. The boy had made this decision in advance, and was now ready to voice it. Placing his hand on his father's hand, he was ready to tell him the words that Vincent probably did not expect to hear. He loudly declared that this would never happen, because a son of his father cannot become a member of another family. Ariel reminded him with a smile that his name would only appear on the document, but in reality, everything would remain as before. He could fulfill his dream and become a nobleman, because not everyone has such an opportunity. But if he has to change his father even in the document, it is better for Arthur to remain a peasant. Howard had to remind him that a commoner would never be accepted into the Academy of Magic, and that he would lose that opportunity. In that case, Arthur was ready to refuse to enter the academy and never become a real magician. Any other child in his place would have immediately agreed to this proposal, but Arthur was not like that at all. Howard even jumped out of his chair and did not expect that this young man would be so stubborn. This world is much more complex, so there are things that you can't give up for the sake of success, and if he can't do it now, then his dream wasn't strong enough all this time. Vincent also understood that there was meaning in these words, but he could not say a word, although he still maintained that a dream was not important if it meant losing parents. In his distant childhood, his mother was the only one who shared his interest in reading. Arthur's father did a lot to ensure that his son could work in the house of an aristocrat, and it would be painful if all his efforts were in vain. This was only possible because his parents loved him very much, and he simply could not abandon them now. To renounce one's roots is the same as to renounce oneself, to dry up and die as a person. So he thanked them again for the offer, but his parents were the only people close to him. Howard had long forgotten what the boy had tried to say, as if words about honor and dignity were a thing of the distant past. Now everyone around is just talking about it, but in reality they are ready to do anything for success. Suddenly, Vincent realized that his son would continue to insist on his own way, unless he intervened. In front of everyone, he confessed that Arthur was not his biological son, but had been abandoned in his stable as a baby. He said that he and his wife couldn't have children, and Teresa couldn't believe that he had the guts to do that. Yes, Arthur was indeed a child who had come to them by chance. Although to Vincent he always seemed like a true nobleman. Vincent was sure that he did not deserve such a son, and that Arthur simply had to become the adopted son of aristocrats. This was actually good news for Gilbert, because if it was true, his family's honor would not be tarnished. Everyone here guessed about it, because Arthur was not at all like his parents. But if you think about it, isn't this statement a rejection of one's own child? Finally, Arthur rushed to his father, realizing that he was making an irreparable mistake against his will. However, the boy had already grown up and should have found out about this sooner or later, having every right to do so. Imagine Vincent's surprise when his son admitted that he had known about this for a long time. There was only one reason why he didn't ask his father about this, because all this time the young man simply didn't want to upset his parents. If Vincent wanted Arthur to have 6 parents at once after this, it was a mistake. With tears in his eyes, the man begged to listen to him, because he simply did not want Arthur to give up on his dream. But no one was going to give up on the dream, and eventually such an opportunity would arise someday. If Vincent had thought for even a second about Arthur's feelings, he would have realized that the boy would then be abandoned by his parents twice. Only now did Vincent understand why his son did not want to accept these conditions, and he squeezed his trembling hands tightly. Hugging his son, he loudly declared that it was his fault and he would never abandon him to his fate. Vincent begged his son to forgive his foolish father, because the boy was all he had in life. Such a touching scene could touch the soul of anyone, even the most callous aristocrat. Howard was no exception, and understood that being a parent is really hard. Looking at this, even Gilbert could not restrain himself, because he too often suffered, trying to do everything possible for his children. Looking at his youngest son, he noticed that Aiden had not been holding back his tears for a long time. For the first time in many years, he saw tears in the eyes of this boy who had long been estranged from his father. However, there was another way to enter the Academy of Magic, if Howard agreed to make some concessions. Gilbert heard that Howard had helped the director of that academy in his youth, and the old man was still in his debt to him. Well, if everyone in this house was so stubborn, then Howard was ready to go to the academy himself. His son did not doubt this answer at all, and was glad that the old man did not remind him of his past sins. When Howard handed over the position of head of the family to his son, he did exactly the same thing as he does today. 3 days later, thanks to the mercy of the owner of the estate, Arthur's family was able to stay in their house. Father still continued to apologize to Arthur, although he had not been angry with his parents for a long time. For the first time, he and Aiden had free time and were no longer distracted by work or classes. Aiden was glad that everything ended well, and now there was a new purpose in their lives. Entering the Academy of Magic will change the life of not only Arthur, but also his friend. After a short time, the young man was already at the place from where he was to set off on his main journey. But now it was time to say goodbye to the estate and all its inhabitants, with whom he had spent 2 whole years. Turning to his friend, he realized that not all grown-up guys were able to contain their emotions at such moments. As usual, Aiden was in tears as he said goodbye to his new friend. Although he simply could not say goodbye in any other way, because having got into the carriage, the guy was leaving for a long time to fencing school. Arthur didn't yet know whether he would be admitted to the Academy of Magic on special rights, or whether this idea would be a failure. Placing his hand on Arthur's shoulder, Aiden was ready to say a few goodbye words to him. The guy was sure that in the future, Arthur would become the best magician on the entire continent, and he himself would be the strongest knight. Although it was difficult to understand how the strongest knight could so easily miss a blow from a fragile girl. Seriously, Arthur has nothing to worry about yet and can just relax with his family. It was difficult to find words of gratitude to those people who took him in and gave him a start in life. From the very beginning, Ariel realized that their temporary butler was a special child with a huge talent inside. He was that sensitive boy who did not give up his beliefs, even in a dangerous situation. Suddenly, the girl started talking about what would happen when Arthur graduated from the academy. But the very next second, she caught herself thinking that she had almost said too much. Placing her hand on his shoulder, she confirmed her brother's words that he would become a great wizard. As they got into the carriage, the young people once again said goodbye to each other loudly, and Aiden's sister behaved much more reservedly than her brother. Arthur hoped that their meeting would take place as soon as possible, and it was difficult for him to say goodbye to his friends. The carriage immediately carried him towards his home, taking him further and further away from Lord Gilbert's estate. Right now, both carriages were heading in the same direction, but their life paths were destined to diverge for a long time. Looking out the window, he tried to hear what Aiden had been shouting loudly at him in the last minutes. The guy just wanted Arthur to show everyone his true talent when he got to the Magic Academy. Yes, these words will be remembered for a long time by this young man, who had a lot to go through in the coming years. He wished the same for Aiden, who would soon have to compete with the strongest swordsman. The meeting of these two passionate young men will remain in history as the beginning of an incident that destroyed the structure of this world. But none of them knew about this yet, and life continued to go on as usual. Like free birds, they broke away from their native land and flew away in search of their calling. The Academy of Magic was the best place to understand the very essence of this life, although old Howard had already understood it long ago. The carriage had already delivered him to the gates of the Academy, where he was to meet with its director, Mr. Magnus. They were already drinking tea in the director's office, although today a very serious conversation was supposed to take place between them. For half an hour now, Mr. Magnus had been thinking about what his old friend had told him. Even though Howard had been his good friend for 50 years, the old man could not fulfill his request. It was worth remembering how Howard had suffered in his youth because of this director, and how much he owed him, so that now he could refuse like this. Special agreements for admission to the academy were created as a backup option, but they also had their limitations. This nasty old man made him wait so long, and then gave him the same answer. Howard reminded that this young man was different from all the others, and it was worth at least taking a look at him before turning him down. He didn't ask Magnus to accept some child from outside, because the young man was the best friend of his youngest grandson. When he first saw the boy, Howard even thought he was looking at Mr. Magnus himself in his youth. These words touched the old man to the quick. But why doesn't Arthur enter the academy himself if he is so talented? The huge problem was that the young man was not a nobleman and his parents were commoners. This was the reason why Howard personally was forced to plead for him on his own behalf. Only now did Magnus realize that the fair-haired child with blue eyes was Arthur, for whom his old friend had been interceding. Howard also managed to notice that the young man knew how to speak well and create a wonderful impression of himself. At first, he also thought that he was seeing in front of him a smart child who knew how to manipulate adults. But when he offered to adopt Arthur, he flatly refused the offer, wanting to remain his father's son. It was terribly funny, but the young man really did refuse to become a nobleman because of some stupid signature. However, after listening to this story, Magnus immediately realized that the young man understood the connection between cause and effect well. Too many people, misunderstanding the nature of things, foolishly go astray just before their goal. A new opportunity comes into everyone's life at least once, but people refuse it because of their beliefs. In the end, they lose everything, and that is exactly how Mr. Magnus once gave up opportunities for the sake of conviction. Although the old man believed that if a person does not make concessions, it means he had his own reasons for doing so. Now he looked exactly like the squeamish friend that Mr. Magnus himself had been to Howard many years ago. Looking at Howard, Magnus understood that he, the director of the academy, still had not forgiven himself for that act. Magnus sincerely believed that forgiving himself would be too arrogant, and he had long since become accustomed to living differently. The reason he taught children was because Magnus didn't want anyone like himself to appear when he was younger. If that child was so similar to him, then there was no guarantee that in the future Arthur would not lead everyone down the wrong path. However, Mr. Magnus was a true genius, born once in a century, and Arthur was hardly the same. He was always called the light of the wizarding family until Mr. Magnus himself went down a bad path. He eventually returned and became an old-fashioned academy director in the middle of nowhere. This conversation could not end in anything else, and Mr. Magnus abruptly stood up from his seat. Looking into the distance, he suddenly quietly said that there is no effect without a cause, because such is the law of the universe. It is curious that old Magnus knew this boy who returned 4 years later. The old man never believed in fate, but still this coincidence was really very funny. Arthur had a talent even as a child, which was always hindered by his low status. Turning quickly to Howard, he declared that he would accept Arthur into his magical academy. 3 months later, in the spring, Arthur was returning home in his carriage to see his parents. Once on the stairs, he began to run even faster, realizing that the meeting was about to take place. Entering the hall, he shouted loudly that he had promised to return and had fulfilled his promise. Teresa was happy that her beloved son returned home because she thought about him every day. True, he was in his mother's arms for too long and completely forgot that his father was next to him. Vincent also wanted to kiss his beloved son, although he had long since become unaccustomed to his father's tenderness. But still, he couldn't avoid that kiss on the forehead, because Vincent really worried about his son every day and was waiting for this meeting. Hugging him tightly, he quietly said that he was proud of his son's actions and considered him an example for everyone else. This time, the young man suggested to his parents that they move to a city closer to the academy. But Vincent did not like this idea right away. Now their family was fully supported by Mr. Gilbert, who constantly sent them financial assistance. Near the house, Arthur was already met by a butler, who was ready to escort him straight to the academy. As he was saying goodbye, the young man shouted loudly to his parents that they would soon meet again, and the school year would fly by in the blink of an eye. Thus began his first day as a student at the Magic Academy, and that long path of Arthur, which he was destined to go through alone. True, at the beginning of this journey it was a little awkward, because now the butler behaved with him in the same way as with his young master Aiden. Arthur was already tired of repeating that he was still a commoner, and that he shouldn't be treated so servilely. Upon arrival, the butler was again at the carriage door and helped the young man down. This was the famous Academy of Magic, the territory of which the boy had wandered into as a child. The cost of school expenses and materials was entirely the responsibility of Gilbert's family, and all Arthur had to do was study well. Until this moment, he had not had time to thank the butler, although it was just his job. Yet he promised never to forget the kindness this man had shown him. Suddenly, the butler declared that the peasant would always remain a peasant and would not become better than the nobleman. It was a little strange to hear from the man who a minute ago had behaved like a servant before his master. Not everyone is given the opportunity that Arthur was given. So many aristocrats will look at him with distrust. But he must be persistent, and only by overcoming all this will he be able to reach the end. If he was ready, then he should have gone right now, because he needed to be registered with the admissions office. The place where he was located was called the Cradle of Geniuses, and the boy always dreamed of studying here. Imagining this magic school, it seemed to him that he would immediately meet a squad of fighters at the entrance who would demand a pass from him. Instead, he saw a spacious area, exactly the same as he remembered it from childhood. Once inside, the butler carried out his assignment and, as a parting gift, wished him success in his admission. Now it remained to understand who would meet him at this school, and Arthur quickly looked around. At the stand, he immediately noticed that the Magic Academy used a 10-class system of education. In total, 420 students studied here, of whom 30 were graduates. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name and quickly turned towards the direction from which the male voice came. All this time, the director of this Academy of Magic himself was watching him, and this was Arthur's second meeting with Mr. Magnus. Arthur immediately thanked him for that incident from childhood, although they would still have time to talk about everything in detail. First of all, he had to pass an entrance test, in which a committee would assess his real capabilities. Magnus was glad that the young man had already learned to enter into a state of mind and would be able to prove his suitability to the commission. What was surprising was that he was able to discover his state of mind on his own, although no one had taught him this since childhood. Despite the fact that it was already late, the director was determined to teach him the basics of the art of magic himself. Walking slowly through the corridors of the academy, Arthur never ceased to be amazed by the students here. They read books and turned the pages without even touching them, and out of habit he constantly looked around. Soon they came to the room where the classes were held, and where the main classroom for all beginners was. Looking up, he realized that the space of the academy was not limited to walking on the floor, and many students were comfortably located right under the ceiling. They moved through the air so easily, as if it were a normal thing, because there was no point in wasting time walking on the floor. Even children's games looked completely different, and in order to move objects or throw dice, one could only use the power of one's magical abilities. Everyone around here was using magic, but the place they were going to was even more interesting. It was a little different from the class for beginner wizards, and the young man had yet to get used to it. There was a different atmosphere in this place, although everyone around was Arthur's age, who were talking animatedly about something. The conversations concerned complex magical objects that Arthur had long since been able to study on his own. But the very next second, a loud explosion was heard behind him, which was completely out of keeping with the local atmosphere. In the distance, they saw another student who apologized for her failed experiment right in the presence of the principal. The sound amplification experiment that this young sorceress was conducting went wrong, causing an explosion. She promised to try again, but this time to apply the advice that her experienced mentor quickly gave her. Then they walked straight down the corridor and, looking at the guys, Arthur realized that this explosion had not surprised anyone at all. True, there was still one person who would soon be greatly surprised by the one who stepped over the threshold of the Magic Academy today. The girl Arthur met at the age of 12 was also one of the best students at the magic school. This was the most exciting excursion in Arthur's life, because today he seemed to have entered another world. Suddenly he noticed a notice board next to him, which was hanging on one of the tall columns. All of the students listed had the same abilities as Arthur himself, but each of them could control them better. It seemed to him that, compared to the graduates of the academy, he would not be able to surprise anyone with his abilities. He still had to learn everything in the future, and someday he would be able to compete with these graduates at the same level. He wanted to take first place in this ranking, so that Arthur's name would rise to the top of the list. The girl he saw not far from him was the best witch in the middle class, and one of the best in the whole school. But looking closely at her, the young man immediately realized that they had met somewhere. That long red hair and green eyes clearly reminded him of someone from the past. On the day Arthur first entered the academy, he had the misfortune of encountering street thugs, and the girl who commanded them was very similar to the very student who stood in front of him. By the way, this was the day when Arthur was first able to use his ability and quickly solve the problem. Charlotte was furious when she realized that the commoner had somehow learned to do magic. And now, looking at her, he saw a thoughtful student of the Magic Academy, who did not at all behave like an evil devil. But her gaze still indicated that this student had a mind of her own and was closely monitoring what was happening every second. Charlotte's friend was trying to catch up with her the whole way and was unhappy that Emma had left again without saying anything. There was no doubt that it was that girl, and Arthur only hoped that she didn't notice him. Besides, Louise had already managed to pick up a new topic of conversation and distracted her friend. However, the main topic was the new young man of the academy, who had already managed to become famous. Charlotte realized that her friend had immediately fallen in love with this young man, who seemed to her to be perfection itself. Suddenly she said that this boy was not her type, and Louise could not believe that she did not like such a handsome man. She was sure that Charlotte was just hiding her true feelings, and was crazy about Arthur. Like all the girls, as the most popular girl in the middle class, she constantly rejected confessions from all the students. Meanwhile, Mr. Magnus continued to tell his ward what he needed to know first. While talking, they even forgot that they had already reached the third testing area of the Magic Academy. Once inside, Magnus realized that the exams were not over yet and they were in a hurry. It was a wonderful opportunity to observe what this child was doing right now in front of the committee. Looking into the center of the room, Arthur saw a small child standing in the very center of a circle with ancient symbols. Anyone who entered the state of spirit felt that the letters on the floor were changing, and it was thus easy to determine the strength of the student. All he had to do was answer the teacher's questions honestly, and not lie to those who could see right through him. The first question to that boy was whether he could really do magic. It turned out that the child was already able to lift things into the air and could even enter a state of mind. This is what he hastened to do, so that none of the commission members would have any doubts about him. A 6th-rank magician named Jacob asked him what number was the farthest. He answered without delay that he saw the number 6 with his inner vision, and surprised the entire commission with this answer. Magnus explained that the number 6 meant that the diameter of his state of mind was 6 meters. Moreover, red was the color that this child felt most strongly about. This meant that his state of mind was very strong for such a young boy. The commission members wrote down all this information in detail on forms that lay in front of them. Throughout the test, the teachers asked him different questions, and the boy answered them happily. Yes, the students this year were amazing, and it was difficult to identify the most talented among them. Although this boy made excellent use of his state of mind, his endurance was still a little lacking. Arthur was next in line, and Mr. Magnus gave him his final piece of advice to show what he was capable of. It was a rare case when a young man entered the Magic Academy after a special selection. Well, he may be a good mage, but this school will quickly put him in his place. Arthur immediately replied that he had not yet managed to learn anything, and could not, like the previous participant, demonstrate even simple abilities. Mr. Magnus knew in advance that the teachers would not be able to assess Arthur, and would consider his abilities too weak. However, the essence of magic was in releasing knowledge from the depths of one's mind, and this always takes time. Even when they asked him to simply enter into a state of mind, he began to make his attempts hesitantly. At some point, the jury decided that it was a mistake, and the young man should not have been there. Luckily, it wasn't a severe case of nepotism, and Arthur still managed to get into a good mood. The symbols on the floor actually began to change before his eyes, and he understood how the boy could see the number. In the mind of that boy, it looked exactly as it did now before Arthur's eyes, and he experienced this feeling for the first time in his life. Jacob asked him the same question, and asked him to name the very last number in the row. This time the situation repeated itself, and it took Arthur a little time to respond. The teacher said that this young man was simply very embarrassed, and therefore he was not able to immediately apply the state of mind. From afar, Magnus reminded him that he should simply answer the questions honestly, and not take on too much. Arthur honestly admitted that he saw the number, but it was so far away that it was difficult to see. Jacob advised him to start with the closest numbers accessible to his inner vision. The task was simplified a little, but Arthur was again forced to remain silent for a few minutes. He tried his best to see the very first number in this endless line, but it was not easy for him. Finally, he was able to spot that treasured number and quickly announced it in the admissions office hall. However, this number was not at all in the magic circle, in the center of which was the applicant. There were simply no other numbers in Arthur's mind, and he named only what he saw before his eyes. There were only a few cases when the number pi appeared before the inner eye of the applicant. Could this case be repeated? If this is so, then the state of mind of this young man already exceeded 30 meters, and the teacher asked which color he felt more strongly. In this state of mind, the entire space around Arthur was painted blue, which he told the teacher. Blue was a convergent type, meaning Arthur's state of mind was truly incredible. Now, Mr. Magnus understood why this young man was so determined and eager to get into the academy at his young age. His talent was not at all on par with Arthur's, which meant he was a true genius. For the first time in their time at the academy, some teachers had to fill in such incredible figures on the form. Then one of them asked another clarifying question and asked how many spheres were hovering around him. Looking at the sparkling circles, Arthur realized that there was no point in counting each of them. He felt all these spheres at once and realized that there were exactly 867 of them. There was nothing left to say against such an argument, and the teacher immediately understood who they were dealing with. There really were exactly as many spheres as the applicant named, although the main thing is that usually young people saw no less than 1,000. Arthur's last answer greatly alarmed the director of the academy, who understood that such a low value was too dangerous. Adjusting her glasses, Emma prepared to ask her question to clarify something else. She wanted to know how cold it was for the applicant in the entrance test hall. He immediately replied that he was very cold and could barely keep from shivering. This was the last question for him, and the senior teacher asked all applicants to wait for the decision in the corridor. Now, all that was left was to wait for the response from the admissions committee, which would determine a lot in Arthur's life. Together with the rest of the guys, he began to leave the large testing hall, leaving the commission alone. The meeting was held behind closed doors, and none of the students were allowed to enter. The first thing Emma immediately stated was that the state of mind of this young man exceeded 30 meters. Moreover, it was pure concentration without the use of any enhancing skills. Suddenly, their conversation was immediately interrupted by a young man who believed that the guy might have lied to them. If you think about it, a state of mind with a concentration of 90% and a diameter of 30 meters could not have been in this young man. Jacob forgot that students weren't allowed to lie to admissions officers, and the guy simply couldn't lie to Mr. Magnus himself. Besides, why would students lie if they came here to learn magic? The girl was sure that she saw before her not just an ordinary student, but an outstanding applicant who had a great future ahead of him. Suddenly, the director of the academy himself intervened in their conversation to find out where Arthur had been sent in the end. His former student explained that the 6th and 5th grades were the most suitable places for Arthur to study, but she still leaned towards the 5th. Yes, she insisted on enrolling this young man in the 5th grade, although Yakov was against it. He was just a 17-year-old boy who didn't even know magic, which meant he didn't belong in a class of that level. That may be so, but not all students, like this arrogant young man, immediately began to show a high level. Yakov immediately realized that his young competitor wanted to get this student, so she sent him to the 5th grade. Such a heated argument broke out between them that other members of the commission had to intervene to prevent everything from going up in smoke. However, Yakov was right about one thing: this young man, even though he was very talented, was still an applicant. She suggested the wise solution of delaying the distribution and just keeping an eye on him for a while. The professor suggested that Magnus send the boy to the 7th grade, since this high-level class was where the basics of the state of mind were studied. If this child is truly talented, he will be able to easily transfer to a higher class in the near future. As expected, the professor turned out to be the most experienced member of the committee, and the director decided to stop at the 7th grade. The initial levels of education at this academy ranged from 10th to 8th grades, where students were focused on developing their state of mind. The high-level classes, 7th through 4th, were designed to use magic for real purposes. And finally, the graduating classes, from the 3rd to the 1st, were distinguished by rigorous preparation for professional magicians. So, Arthur had to stay in the 7th grade for a while to show his true abilities. It didn't matter anymore, because on his chest he finally had the badge of a 7th grade student of the Magic Academy. Each student wore a badge on his chest, which made it easy to understand his level. This student was special, and each of the kids knew that he had incredible talent. Moreover, he was immediately enrolled in the middle class, although he had barely crossed the threshold of the academy. Arthur introduced himself to his new class with a smile, and hoped that they would get along well. Even the voice of this young man sounded somehow special, and he immediately became the object of adoration for all the girls. Finally, his dream came true, and he got into the Academy of Magic, where he can learn everything. This academy was located near the mountainous areas, and there were many dormitories for its students nearby. In addition, there was a 24-hour library where one could spend a lot of time. Students formed research groups with students from other classes based on similar interests. As expected, Arthur had a hard time in class because there were many subjects he didn't know. However, he promised himself that he would do everything possible to achieve his goal. He was determined to catch up with the oldest students at this academy and quickly learn the missing subjects. Today, classes at the academy were held from early morning, and the teacher was glad that all the students performed well. There was no time to rest after these classes because practical classes were supposed to begin after lunch. Now it was necessary to find out which office they would be in, because Arthur still did not know about this. Luckily, there was a girl his age in that class, and he asked her where the training camp was taking place. The girl did not expect that Arthur would ask her about something and turned sharply to him. She immediately realized that the new guy had not yet had time to get used to everything, and explained how to get to the training ground. Twice a week, all the middle classes train together, and today there will only be a briefing. Soon, Arthur found himself at the second joint training ground where the classes were held. Each of the students wanted high school student Charlotte to sit next to them. But the girl, as usual, walked past. She was already accustomed to such attention from the younger students and behaved arrogantly towards them. Her popularity was off the charts, although Charlotte herself thought she deserved more. Unfortunately, they will have joint classes twice a week, and Arthur will see this girl in front of him. Finally, their new teacher, Chloe, came out to the students and immediately introduced herself to all the kids. She saw many familiar faces in front of her, but today there was a newcomer in their class. Their newcomer was Arthur, and it became clear that he would not escape the excess attention. The worst part was that even Arthur now had to stand up and greet all the students loudly. It wasn't difficult to do at all, but until the last moment he didn't want Charlotte to recognize him. Her friend Louise peered with all her might into the face of this newcomer, whom she had liked from the first meeting. Standing up to his full height in front of the class, Arthur explained that he had started studying straight away in the 7th grade. This caused a strong reaction among the students, who understood that they were seeing a real genius in front of them. Now all that was left was to explain to them why he still couldn't actually demonstrate any of his abilities. But it didn't matter, because soon he would learn everything else along with everyone else. Charlotte didn't care about the newcomer, especially since he was attracting the attention of all her fans. According to one of the students, everyone was focused on this strange newcomer. They say that he showed amazing results in the entrance test, and was liked by the members of the committee. Now it was interesting to find out what kind of family he was from, although Charlotte suddenly began to have other problems. Unconsciously, the magic that seemed to be hidden somewhere deep inside her suddenly woke up. Memories of the past suddenly awakened, and she remembered the same child she had met on the street. This boy turned out to be so strong that he could use his magic even against her. He looked so confused, as if he was seeing his own magic being used for the first time in his life. Shedding tears, this commoner could not contain the inner instinct that burst forth from his soul. Remembering the brilliant wizard who entered the academy today, Charlotte realized that all her problems were just beginning. The lineage of this young sorceress produced many geniuses, and their distinctive feature was always their red eyes, which seemed to see right through. This view gave them the ability to accurately remember events from life without the slightest error. By the way, thanks to this, it was possible to use magic not only in close combat, but also to become an excellent archer. When a man first saw a second arrow hit a target straight through the first, he could not explain to himself how this was possible. There was no point in teaching this technique to ordinary people, and they could only watch from the sidelines. The youngest daughter, Charlotte, was recognized as the most talented in the entire family, because she inherited all the genius of her family. Since childhood, the girl was bored playing games with her servants, who always lost. Looking at them, she saw before her only talentless people, incapable of complex moves. When she got tired of all this, the young lady decided to go in search of something that could truly captivate her. Unfortunately, she crossed the line early, and on her orders, the most terrible things happened on the streets of the city. And although there were several devoted servants in her circle, even in these guys, she saw wretchedness. But one day, Charlotte's life turned upside down when she met Arthur. The day she came across this peasant boy in the alley was the first time she saw a wizard with the same powers. Now that boy had grown up, and she saw before her the most talented newcomer to the Magic Academy in recent times. It remained to be seen what words she would have to use to justify her past actions, which were forever imprinted in Arthur's memory. She accidentally spoke her thoughts out loud, and some of the girls began to suspect that she had already met this young man. She couldn't believe that a commoner could get into this academy, because until today, only nobles could learn magic. If Arthur succeeded in this, it means that some powerful patron appeared in his life, who arranged for him to pass the test. In fact, for Charlotte, the past was a dark, shameful secret that she hid from everyone all her life. She wanted to fall through the ground, because the girl knew perfectly well what their next meeting with Arthur would turn out to be. Charlotte didn't want anyone to know about her dark past, but this man was the very thread from the past that she wanted to cut. This little rascal had broken out of her memories of the past into reality, and now everyone could find out who she really was. That day, she had no idea what this beating of the little wizard would lead to, and she did not hide her intentions from him. 5 years had passed since then. But the shame that Arthur had experienced would not allow him to forget it. This girl was not who she claimed to be, and Arthur was the only one who knew it. She could already imagine how he would tell this story to his classmates, and everyone would find out about Charlotte's connection with street gangsters. In addition, he will definitely tell about the fact that she asked her subordinates to undress this boy right on the street. It's scary to imagine how all the other students at the academy will look at her after this, and what the director will say about it. There was no way such a misunderstanding could be allowed, and Charlotte knew that the next step was hers. At that moment, Arthur felt with every cell of his body the anger directed at him from somewhere outside. However, it was time for classes to begin, and Chloe asked if anyone was familiar with the state of mind. To put it simply, the state of mind was the conscious mental state of any wizard if he possessed such a skill. In practice, this skill may be ineffective if the magician does not understand its true meaning well. To show by her own example what this looks like, the teacher entered a state of mind, leaving the magical sphere visible. For the first time, the students were able to see with their own eyes the powerful state of mind in which this young sorceress was able to be. The diameter of the visible sphere of her state of mind reached 10 meters, and this was only the basic form. But as she had said before, in practice the sphere was hardly applicable, and they needed to see one example. To hit the target, she will use magic in this lesson, and the 7th grade students will be able to see everything for themselves. So, the diameter of her state of mind was about 10 meters, but the target was 20 meters away from her. Everyone watched with bated breath as Chloe built up her fireball, and Arthur was the one who was most interested in seeing it. At first, she had control over a small flame, around which an energy vortex was spinning. But the very next second, she aimed it at the target, wanting to hit the very center. Amazingly, this small ball turned into a huge flaming projectile that rushed to the other end of the hall. The target was not that far from Chloe, although not everyone was able to hit it. The main thing was that, having barely reached its target, the fireball dissolved into the air, as if it had never been there. With this example, she once again confirmed that magic is not capable of going beyond the sphere of the state of the spirit, and retains its form only within it. In order for magic to hit the target accurately, it is necessary to change the shape of the state of the spirit and increase its diameter. Only in this case could the fire shot reach its target and hit the target accurately. And indeed, on her second try, Chloe did a great job and burned the target with her fire shot. Many students had no idea before that it was possible to change the shape of the sphere of the state of the spirit on the fly. There was a small drawback to this method, and they should not forget about it. Changing the shape of the state of mind required enormous concentration, and every second counted. Therefore, magicians use it in 4 forms, which means there are 4 methods for forming the state of the spirit. You should start by studying the protective shape, which usually looks like a cube. It is she who is able to protect the wizard's state of mind from attack from the outside. The target shape that Chloe stood in the center of was designed for long-range combat. However, it was not very good against fast-moving targets, and the rotation speed had to be carefully monitored. Surprisingly, even without any serious expenditure of energy, Chloe was able to use a technique that was enviable. Lastly, the evasion form was such a complex magic that it was unlikely to be able to be performed by 7th grade students. The academy student at the back of the class immediately wanted to be the first to succeed and quickly move up a class. But this could only be a dream, because many talented magicians had already tried something similar. Imagine the surprise of the 7th graders when, before their eyes, Chloe showed something completely different. Even Arthur, who had seen a lot, was surprised by the teacher's abilities. After all, the state of this girl's spirit was not limited by her body and went beyond it. It's hard to believe, but the magic ball began to slowly float away in the other direction, leaving its owner in the same place. Until today, Arthur believed that the state of mind was simply a feeling of the magician, which could not be separated from the body, like thoughts. Looking more closely, he tried to understand what was at the center of her magic. While performing these complex techniques, she immediately warned that only an experienced wizard could control the form of evasion. Although the teacher did this trick as if it was just fun for her, behind the gentle appearance of this young teacher there were amazing skills, and there was much to learn from her. However, the big surprise for everyone was that today Chloe was ready to start practicing speed shooting. Moreover, in this hall there was a student who took first place in this discipline last time. It was Charlotte, but instead of joy today, she seemed to have no face. Instead of sitting quietly through class and quickly going home, she now has to perform in front of Arthur. She didn't want to be the center of attention right now, but she would have to show everyone the shape of the target. The main feature of the target shape was that it was too weak against fast-moving objects. But if she is supported by someone who is able to rotate the zone and control magic, it will give results. There was no longer any point in sitting on the sidelines, and Charlotte immediately set about completing the task. She had been using this magic better than others for a long time, and this kind of work came easily to her. It looked easy from the outside, but in reality she had to spend a lot of time studying. This gave excellent results because each of her fireballs always hit the target. As expected from Charlotte, she did an excellent job and hit every target on the court. The other students doubted that they could ever become wizards like her. The girl not only turned the zone of the state of the spirit, but also swept away all the targets on the way. In one fell swoop, she destroyed all the targets around her and did not miss a single shot. Charlotte's expression only indicated that she had complete freedom of action and was not constrained by unnecessary thoughts. She was elegant in every movement, and many guys from her class would like to win her heart. But if this sorceress was so talented, why did she need to get involved with bandits? Soon the speed shooting lesson was completed and the girl reached level 9. She walked calmly back to her seat, even though she knew all eyes were on her. But at the last second she glanced at the man who interested her more than anyone else. It was Arthur, who was supposed to become the young sorceress's main competitor. Many of the guys noticed that her last glance was dedicated to Arthur and could not understand what connected them. There was no doubt that she looked at the newcomer as if she had known this young man for a long time. She cursed inside, realizing that she had looked at him without thinking. But the deed was already done, and Arthur's worst suspicions were confirmed. These two remembered very well that first meeting, which was the beginning of their long acquaintance. If Arthur really does spread rumors about her past, Charlotte will be in big trouble. Although right now the best thing she could do was just calm down and act like an academy student should. At the very exit, Louise was already meeting her, not understanding why her friend was blushing from head to toe. After the show, the young wizards split up to practice as the teacher had instructed. Chloe walked to the center of the court and announced that today they would begin learning protective gear. The main thing was to feel how the consciousness in the head of each magician was compressed and condensed. It was necessary to focus on the inner state of the spirit and first create a structure within oneself. Only then could this illusory projection be turned into reality, because this was the main feature of magic. But everyone knew that knowing the method and putting it into practice were not the same thing. Arthur asked in advance if it was possible to use the visible zone in this lesson. However, Chloe warned that the seniors should do this first and only then the younger students. Although, if no one was using it, Arthur had a good opportunity to try it first. It was interesting to see how the new guy would cope with this task and whether he would be able to show what he was capable of. Charlotte nearly choked when Louise shouted loudly that there was a newcomer in sight. She couldn't believe that an ordinary 7th grader could perform such a move before the older students. And yet no one except Arthur dared to do this, which meant that he had a great chance. He was already standing in the very center of the huge training area where he hoped to perform this trick. If he manages to do this in full view of everyone, news of his success will certainly reach the director himself. If only they knew the hardships this young man had to go through, they would understand the reason for his desire to achieve his goal. His state of mind immediately reached such a huge diameter that it was impossible to take your eyes off it. Such a large size was beyond the reach of any student his age, as if an experienced master stood before them. Even at the entrance exams, they never told him what the size of his state of mind was, failing to determine it accurately. It could become so huge that there would not be enough numbers to express it in a meaningful way. Right now, the diameter of the visible zone reached 20 meters, and this was already impressive. Many 5th grade students believed that the maximum diameter did not exceed 13 meters. It was impossible not to believe your eyes, and Arthur really created such a diameter that was inaccessible to anyone. He was lucky that he was able to stop the diameter from increasing in time. Otherwise, it would have gone beyond the sight. But the moment everything was ready, he realized that the boundaries of magic were no longer raised. On the contrary, the boundaries seemed to be crumbling before his eyes, as if someone was preventing him from using magic. Although, if you look at Charlotte, the girl was looking forward, like everyone else, and had nothing to do with it. Most likely, the guy was simply scared by what he saw and was not prepared for his own abilities. However, something must have been the cause of these sudden changes. But what exactly, he did not understand. He must have just made a mistake, because the teacher showed everything so calmly, as if it was very simple. In fact, Concentrating one's state of mind when it was constantly changing was incredibly difficult. It was necessary to change the focus of attention very often, because the dynamics of magic reached its limits at this moment. But if the problem was simply that Arthur was making the state of mind too small, there was one way out. He just had to create a normal size and not exceed the allowed diameter. It was a great idea, although many noticed that the sphere became even larger. It was precisely because Arthur stopped being afraid and let go of his doubts that he was able to continue the process. With each passing second, he became more confident and had better control over his magic. The diameter of the visible zone increased with each second, and Charlotte realized who she was dealing with. It was hard to tell when this guy would stop, and if there was a limit to his capabilities. It is incredible, but the state of mind could be simply enormous and there were no limitations. Reaching his hand forward, Arthur decided to compress this energy field while it was under control. And indeed, almost immediately the field began to shrink and condense at one point. It was unlikely that any of them would have been able to repeat such a trick, and the guys could only watch. In the end, Arthur managed to create one of the forms of the state of mind in front of everyone on the very first day of school. The wizard himself felt as if he was inside a precious stone and surrounded by its facets. Even to the touch, this energy object resembled something similar, although it was only a projection of his magic. Chloe understood perfectly well how he managed to do it, and yet she was amazed at the student's abilities. It became clear why this applicant attracted attention even before entering the academy. However, for Charlotte, this scoundrel became the beginning of her humiliation, and now continued what he started. Seeing how well he was doing here, she was convinced that Arthur had a secret patron. It was time to change plans, and the secret had to get closer to Arthur, because there was simply no other way out. Looking at her student, Chloe saw in him an already accomplished magician, as if he had spent his whole life training. She explained that when the visible zone decreases, its density increases, and in such a state of mind one can withstand any external influence. It was a good job, and now he could get out of his mood. Everyone unanimously began to congratulate Arthur, because he was one of the few who succeeded. This guy is not used to being given so much attention, as if he were a real star. Of course, he was pleased by the recognition of his peers, but he still hurried off the stage. Although he showed great ability in creating a protective form, he still had a little secret. There was no doubt that someone was helping the young man from the outside, and it was worth watching his development more closely. Countless glances, expressing a variety of feelings, were directed only at him. The interest and admiration from the female students was understandable to anyone, because each of them wanted to be near him. This is where the envy and hatred of those guys who have now lost attention came from. And finally, among all of them, there was that one man whose eerie gaze made one shudder. It was the look in Charlotte's fiery eyes that from that day on would be directed at only one person. Every day at the academy, Arthur became stronger and better at comprehending the basics of magic. The very next day, another gaze was directed at Arthur, and it was the gaze of his teacher. Emma had already heard about the young student's past exploits during Chloe's lesson. Now she wanted to see for herself what else this wizard was capable of, besides creating a visible zone. It is no coincidence that all the kids loved attending this teacher's classes and never missed a single lesson. And even though Emma was that scary teacher from the entrance exam, it was still impossible not to love this young teacher. There was already a rumor going around among the kids that Emma had specifically suggested transferring Arthur to her class so that she could see him more often. In addition, Emma deliberately devoted her free time to the 7th grade, although it would have been more interesting to teach graduates. In order to take charge of Arthur's training herself, she was ready to spend most of her time on this class of wizards. It seems that now Arthur will have to get used not only to the general attention of the students, but also to the attention of the teachers. The guys immediately asked her to tell them something interesting, because this was their first activity together. For example, there was a rumor at the academy that she was secretly dating teacher Yakov, although it was better for her not to talk about it personally. After all, the power of her magic was so great that she could silence any of them. But right now, she activated the ability so that someone could explain this spell. Today they had to learn a freezing spell, and the magical cold was very similar to the frost outside the window. Immediately after activating this spell, the glass in the room instantly became covered with frost, as if there was a bitter frost in the hall. Many students regretted that they had brought warm clothes with them, because they still did not have enough magical energy to keep warm. Emma explained that there is no such thing as cold energy in the world, because temperatures can rise and fall infinitely. The state of zero energy was usually called absolute zero, when the exact value no longer had any meaning. If you take a little energy away from something at room temperature, you can easily create ice crystals. They had to learn to create temperatures so low that they would even be capable of killing a person. Surely the students were interested in how exactly the wizard absorbs energy. They should have known how a wizard uses his magic without equipment and special tools. Emma was ready to answer these and many other questions, not just with words, but with her example. The point was that the magician was able to control the world within the limits of his state of mind, which surrounded him on all sides. He was like a god who exhibited synesthesia, and could also touch light and see smells. The special senses of magicians gave them the ability to control reality and change it at will. But even with such powers within them, only a few managed to understand what they are capable of. To activate a spell, one must have abilities similar to those of a real deity, otherwise these spells will be useless. It is the wizards who use these abilities to activate their magic, and without knowledge, witchcraft will not bring results. Despite the fact that wizards have outstanding abilities, they must understand the structure of the world no worse than scientists. That's why Arthur couldn't use his magic, and it was breaking through from within without control. In the future, students will have to study various subjects at this academy, and the state of mind will be only a part of their studies. Emma warned that if they did not study hard, none of them would be able to become a worthy mage and bring benefit to the world. Now it was time to begin the basic lecture on chemistry, and each of the students was filled with a desire for knowledge. Only Arthur heard today for himself what he wanted to know for a very long time. Emma said that he really could become a real magician and fulfill his dream. It remained to be hoped that he had enough talent and strength to make it all happen. The time for exams was approaching, and many students spent all their time sitting in libraries or reading in the fresh air. Wherever they were, the main problem for any student was exams, so it was necessary to think about this in advance. For Arthur, the library was a familiar place, since he had worked in the Great Library for 2 years. This time, he also had to read every day, although he was having a hard time catching up with the aristocrats in his studies. Due to constant lack of sleep, he was very tired, and it was even harder than working in the Great Library. But he liked this place so much that he was ready to endure any future difficulties. I wonder if anyone has come up with a spell that would rid people of the need to sleep. If such a spell existed, he would easily agree to test it on himself and not sleep for days on end. But what happened to him the next second was more interesting than any book, because the guy literally lifted off the ground and found himself in zero gravity. He immediately realized that his own magic had nothing to do with it, and that someone else had dragged him along. Yes, this stranger in a black robe instantly moved him to another place, and the two of them flew somewhere into the distance. After just a few minutes, Arthur saw a forest in front of him. Did they really want to kill him? The landing was not as pleasant as the takeoff, and the guy almost broke his leg when he fell. Looking around, he realized that they were left alone with this stranger. There was no one else here except them, but who was this strange man in a hood? As soon as this mysterious stranger removed his hood, Arthur immediately realized who he was dealing with. There was no way to confuse this sorceress with long red hair, with whom he had a dark past. Charlotte seriously decided to carry out her plan and end up with Arthur far from the academy. He knew that he would run into this girl one day, but he didn't think it would happen like this. In front of him stood the same girl as 5 years ago, although Charlotte looked a little different now. Her suspicions were confirmed, and Arthur remembered her face perfectly well after that meeting on the street. After saying these words, she created a fireball in her hand, as if she was about to deliver a deadly, precise blow. It was hard to believe that she was capable of this, but her look could only say one thing. The fury in Charlotte's eyes clearly indicated that the girl was ready to get rid of him right now. The only difference was that on that fateful day, the boy had no idea about his most powerful abilities. Although even then, he could have immediately used defensive magic if he had known what power was hidden inside him. At first, she was going to just let him go, but then she saw tears in little Arthur's eyes. When he started to sob, she wanted to see him cry even harder. However, now, holding the fireball in her fist, she no longer saw the frightened boy in it. This guy had changed a lot since their first meeting and was not like his former self. It might even seem that he was not at all the same person she met 5 years ago. Of course, he remembered every second of that meeting, because it was impossible to forget such humiliation. Then she ordered Arthur's clothes to be taken off, wanting to personally see him completely naked. Charlotte immediately explained that everything was completely different, and that there was a misunderstanding between her and those guys. She was not the pervert that Arthur imagined her to be, and she didn't want to look at him like that at all. Imagine his surprise when she said that the bandits themselves wanted to undress him. Charlotte had not ordered them to do anything like that and wanted to see something completely different. But then she stopped abruptly, realizing that she might blabber too much again. And by the way, she had never been interested in guys at all. And this revelation of hers was the most unexpected for the young wizard. But if she brought him here just to talk about it, then it was a bad idea. Looking closely, he realized that Charlotte was simply afraid of the rumors that Arthur might spread. After all, she could just apologize to him and forget that terrible day from the past. He understood that she wanted to forget that day, because she was the best student at the academy and very popular. Therefore, it would be easier for her to apologize to the guy, rather than come up with stupid excuses and drag him into the forest. Now Charlotte needed to collect her thoughts, because she had the opportunity to resolve everything with words and close this topic forever. Perhaps Arthur was simply saying this to confuse his opponent and subjugate her. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on her face, and she declared that the commoner himself had asked for this conversation. For some reason, she called him a commoner again, and it didn't look like a sincere apology at all. She immediately corrected herself, saying that she needed security guarantees in case the guy wanted to reveal her secret. With these words, she will immediately admit her past mistake and will appear in an unfavorable light to herself. It was too impudent of her, because an apology would only get her forgiveness. These words immediately made the arrogant girl laugh, because the young man still hadn't figured out how the world really works. She believed that there was no point in wasting energy if you did not get real benefit from it in the form of opportunities or monetary gain. With his view of the world, Arthur will have a hard time surviving at the academy, even if it leaves him alone. Surely he still didn't know what was the most terrible thing in the Magic Academy. Right now he was about to learn that the people he had to fear more than anyone else were the high schoolers. If he offends any senior student, Arthur will not only make enemies among them, but all his classmates will turn their backs on him. This was a kind of unspoken educational charter that every student knew about. It became clear that Charlotte secretly dreamed of expelling Arthur in order to ensure her safety forever and get rid of the young man. However, she promised that she would simply observe him for a while, and then decide whether he deserved her trust. From now on, he should bring her coffee every morning, and that way she can understand whether he is ready to carry out this task consistently. Arthur was a special wizard, because it would probably be difficult for a common man to get here. It will be very sad if he is swept off this chessboard and expelled from the academy forever. If after this Charlotte began to trust him, then Arthur was ready to go even to this, to prove his devotion to her. Finally, she asked him to fulfill his promise, because his future at the academy depended only on Arthur himself. If he decides to tell the teachers their little secret, the girl will kill him with her own hands, and these were not simple threats. Having thrown these words at him, she instantly found herself in the air and left the confines of the forest. Left alone, Arthur decided that this was the least of all the troubles that awaited him. After all, it's better than being expelled from the academy forever and missing out on your dream. The next day, meeting Charlotte near the academy, he was ready to fulfill the request they had discussed in private. As usual, as soon as the young man appeared on her territory, all eyes were immediately focused on him. Today the newcomer was acting strange and seemed uneasy. But walking straight up to two high school girls, he suddenly held out a cup of hot coffee and offered it to one of them. This girl was Charlotte, to whom he wanted to offer a delicious hot coffee if she agreed to accept this little surprise. Louise couldn't believe that it was her friend who became the object of adoration of this handsome young man, and wanted to know what happened between them. Charlotte just silently fixed her hair, realizing that their agreement from yesterday was still in force. In fact, the guy's hands were shaking so badly that he would have been just a second away from being disgraced if the glass had fallen out of his hands. But Charlotte grabbed her coffee in time and, turning around, headed towards the building. Having experienced this scene, Arthur even blushed, because Charlotte forgot to at least thank him for this surprise. There was no doubt that with such a gesture the newcomer confessed his love to the high school girl, and that there was something between the two. Only her friend knew this secret, although she immediately said that she was simply raising the younger ones. She hoped that this humiliation would make Arthur come to his senses and understand who was the boss here. For a long time, Arthur tried to come to his senses, because he still needed strength to continue the school day. All of Charlotte's worries over the past 5 years seemed to evaporate in one day, after just one glass of coffee was presented to her. She felt great, knowing that she had managed to humiliate Arthur again. If the guy were to give in to his emotions now, he would be the only one who would end up at a loss. And since he needed to gain her trust in this way, he was ready to do it in the best possible way. This continued for 10 days after that meeting in the forest, and another day came when the students could see this sweet scene. After all, the academy's main romantic was once again carrying hot coffee in his hands for his girlfriend, who was waiting for him in the same place. The students heard that Arthur had confessed his love to her 10 times in a row, but never received an answer from her. The number of spectators grew every day, and Charlotte always liked it. And the romantic himself, as usual, was silent and only brought her coffee every day. Since so many people watch this show, they most likely have no idea about their real relationship. They think he just fell in love with Charlotte, although in reality, everything was different. Unexpectedly, Louise suggested that her friend reciprocate, because rumors had already spread throughout the academy. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the appearance of the legendary couple, and now only Charlotte could live up to the audience's expectations. Just today, another convenient opportunity presented itself, because a cup of coffee was already right in front of her. With a smile on his face, the young man offered her some delicious coffee, hoping that it had not yet cooled down. The crowd behind him began to loudly ask Charlotte to accept this surprise and not to refuse the guy this request. Besides, this time, he was much more confident, and one could count on him not spilling coffee on his girlfriend. Charlotte's expression changed dramatically, and she was no longer as smiling as she had been yesterday. She understood that this guy was making fun of her and was able to turn this humiliation to his advantage. All this time, by accepting coffee from Arthur's hands, but refusing to accept his friendship, Charlotte had put herself in an awkward position. True. She was able to understand this only now and immediately threw the glass of hot coffee aside. The girl shouted loudly that she was already tired of these stupid offerings and she no longer wanted to see Arthur's face every morning. Fresh coffee was poured on the steps of the academy, and it became clear that the young man had failed to make the best student fall in love with him. After all, he was a student, and instead of thinking about his studies, he was doing stupid things. Having thrown these words at him, she no longer intended to stay there, and ordered him never again to bring her coffee in the morning. She didn't care about the rumors that would start after this incident, because people always wanted to gossip about something. Instead of humiliation, everyone now felt sorry for this guy who had spent 10 whole days trying to please the arrogant girl. Although the main thing was that Arthur would no longer have to waste time on nonsense and prepare in advance for Charlotte's arrival at the academy. Charlotte's behavior could have left a deep wound on the young man's heart, but no one could guess what Arthur was really thinking. Now he was completely free and could fulfill the promise he had made to Charlotte. Already in the evening, while in the library, she calmed down a little and realized that she had made a mistake. Charlotte did this only to prevent newcomers from spreading strange rumors, but in the end she created them herself. It was good that she had finished everything before it got any worse, but that didn't matter now. The girl had a rare skill that allowed her to remember her state at specific moments. Thanks to this, she was able to accurately reproduce in her mind those moments when she saw Arthur in front of her. Over the past 10 days, the girl remembered the expression on the guy's face every morning when he brought her hot coffee. On the first day, his reaction seemed funny to her, but in all the following days, it remained the same. After 10 days, his gaze still had not changed and remained as if he was doing it for the first time. Even the pupils in his eyes did not move and were fixed on one point, as if the mood of this young man did not change at all. If you looked closely, you could see the contempt with which Arthur carried out this task. Thanks to her ability, she could examine from all sides that moment in time when the guy was still standing right in front of her. He could either control his emotions like a robot, or he had something completely different going on inside. Closing her eyes, she realized that at that moment he could be absolutely sincere, and this was the worst news for Charlotte. Although the day of exams was approaching, the students should have devoted more time to studying. Today, Charlotte was a little tired and asked her friend to continue the lesson alone. Louise immediately noticed that she was worried about the last incident with Arthur, when the girl refused to take coffee. Charlotte was so fed up with all this talk that she simply chose to leave. She never got a chance to be alone for a while because when she opened the door and looked ahead, she saw a familiar face. Michael was a little surprised that Charlotte finished early today and did not stay in the library until late. This guy had been waiting for her here for a long time and was ready to wait for her until midnight if necessary. It was unclear why he had waited for her for so long and was now taking up the girl's precious time. Suddenly, a cup of hot coffee appeared in front of her again, and it was the worst surprise Michael could have come up with. Just like Arthur, he decided to bring her the best nutmeg coffee that wasn't sold in the regular cafeteria. The greatest sorceress deserves all the treats in the world, and he decided to start winning her heart with a little surprise. Unlike that wretched boy, he was the future heir to a noble title and the most eligible bachelor. The guy seriously expected that he would be ideal as a boyfriend for Charlotte, although the girl did not agree with this. She didn't find these disgusting jokes funny at all, because for such a conversation, there should be another relationship. She knew that Michael's company tried to humiliate her at any convenient moment, and the girl had long been aware of all his tricks, although he stated that there had been a small misunderstanding, and she had nothing to blame him for. Michael's attitude towards this girl was always sincere, and besides, it was impossible to refuse such a noble offspring as he. This proud boy considered himself the most desirable guy for any girl, and since childhood was not used to receiving refusals. Charlotte immediately stated that he was too arrogant because he was famous throughout the academy, although she didn't care about it. In her eyes, he was just a loser who created a strange company and secretly interfered with the lives of other students. It was not fitting to talk about honor to a scoundrel like Michael, because he had never been someone to be held up as an example. Compared to him, she was the top student in her class, and Michael's abilities would never be able to come close to her level. Unable to bear these accusations, the boy recalled that his father's power was so great that no one from Charlotte's family had such influence. With his influence, Michael's family could bankrupt Charlotte's father in an instant and destroy his entire business. If she understood him correctly, then she should apologize to him right now before it's too late. These words only caused laughter from the girl, who had heard such nonsense many times in her life and did not take it seriously. Yes, he tried to look at her with the eyes of a real villain, although his eyes were like the pupils of a rotten fish. Finally, today Charlotte was able to understand that Michael was an absolute nonentity. He immediately realized that the course of action had to start from the other end, and that the main obstacle had to be eliminated first. The guy who brought her coffee in the morning would never be able to use magic again, and Michael would make sure of that. Things had gone too far, and, swinging wide, Charlotte did the same thing she had done this morning. She swiped the coffee glass aside again, and all of Michael's efforts went down the drain. This arrogant bitch is just proud of having a pretty face, even though she doesn't realize what she's going to have to face. And Michael wanted to be the one who would actually show her his hatred. However, it was no coincidence that Charlotte was the first to demonstrate in class the ability that many envied. This ability could not only attract the attention of the students, but also protect her in a moment of danger. There was such a moment of danger right now, and the girl was able to instantly use 4 forms. Then she laughed out loud, because Michael didn't have a single serious ability in response to this. If he is ready to take responsibility for his decisions, he can try to enter the duel right now. Yes, she really wasn't joking, quickly filling everything around with her destructive magic. If Michael decides to enter the zone, she will immediately set it on fire, and he will not have a single chance. In response, he intended to humiliate her at their next meeting, but he would act much more cunningly. There was no point in staying here, but as he ran down the stairs, he promised that the meeting would take place again soon. It had been a long time since Charlotte had been so worried, and she understood that Michael was capable of meanness. The only strange thing is why she so zealously stood up for Arthur, who was being threatened by this crazy student. Perhaps she did it simply because she was scared, although deep down she knew that she was not. Tomorrow and their meeting with Arthur had to end, because after today the guy would not come again. However, her mind was clear and she hoped that she had made the right choice. A couple of days later, an event occurred that forced her friend to urgently find Arthur at the academy. Louise apologized for Charlotte for the little commotion she had caused. Then she handed him the letter, and the guy realized that the girl suddenly decided to meet him again. The letter immediately seemed too strange to the guy, as if every particle of this paper was saturated with dark magic. It was a little strange to receive such a secret message from Charlotte, but why did she send the letter through a friend? If you think about it, she didn't have any other friends except Louise, so her decision was quite logical. As Arthur passed by the female students, he had already gotten used to hearing loud laughter over the guy who had hit on Charlotte. After that incident with the thrown-away coffee cup, he could no longer walk around the academy with his head held high. Well, it all ended rather quickly, although the students will not forget that scene for a long time. In the distance, he suddenly saw Louise again, as if the girl was specifically pursuing him. All this time, she did not leave Charlotte's side for a single step. But what happened between them after that day? He crept up on the poor girl so quietly that she only heard his steps at the last second. Louise even screamed loudly in fear, and it became clear that she was one of those timid girls. But the main thing was where Charlotte was now, and whether Arthur would be able to meet her. She brought the letter so close to his face that the guy even felt a little uneasy from her zeal. Arthur asked not to do this next time, because letters can be sent calmly and without unnecessary emotions. In fact, half an hour ago, a high school student approached the two friends and behaved strangely. In his hands, he also held a small bundle of paper, inside of which was a secret letter from his boss. Although the girl didn't want to take anything from this bastard's hands, he advised her not to play with fire and just take this piece of paper. After all, if she doesn't accept Michael's invitation to meet, it will definitely be the end for Arthur. The last argument was the most important one, and for this reason, Charlotte still had to take this letter. She remembered how this scoundrel had threatened to kill Arthur in response to her refusal to be near him. But the girl had long since become tired of these abominations, and she crumpled the damned letter in her hands. Moreover, she had no relation to Arthur and did not force him to bring coffee in the morning. Louise immediately picked up the letter and realized that Michael was threatening her friend with a meeting with a real dark magician. Charlotte had heard such threats before and did not believe that a real magician would get involved with this scoundrel. You could tell the teacher about everything right now, if of course it doesn't make the situation worse. It was a good idea, but it wasn't as simple as it might seem at first glance. If the board of professors starts to look into everything, Charlotte will have to explain what kind of relationship she had with Arthur. Then her past will be revealed, because they will be able to find out what she was really doing. During this trial, they will immediately find out that Arthur was a commoner, not an aristocrat. It was already difficult for him to get into the academy, and because of her, he could be expelled. The girl will never forget the day she treated the 12-year-old boy who was once Arthur cruelly. Turning to the teachers for help was tantamount to the same act as that vile betrayal from the past. One could say that by doing this, she would again be causing pain to the person who was not guilty of anything. There was no way she could allow this to happen, so she decided to take the full brunt of Michael's attacks on herself. She decided to go to this meeting alone, and if she didn't return by 7 o'clock, Louise should ask for help. Having said these words, the girl quickly walked in the other direction, because she had her own reasons for doing so. Even if there were 10 bastards like Michael in that place, they would be too weak against her. Although the letter stated that anyone who told the professors about this risked paying with their lives. After reading the letter to the end, Arthur realized that Charlotte had gone to meet those high school students to save him. It wasn't funny, because she still hadn't returned, and he anxiously wondered if something had happened to her. The girl asked to wait until 7 o'clock, which meant they still had a whole hour to spare. Arthur knew the reason why Charlotte didn't want to tell the teachers about it. Yes, she went to this meeting alone only to keep Arthur's secret about his origin, which means he wouldn't be himself if he didn't drop everything right then and run after her. The 14th training ground was located somewhere away from the mountain, and it was necessary to get there in time. But just like last time, a wizard appeared behind him again, who was able to hover above the ground. Only today, Louise picked him up on the way, and she could deliver the guy much faster. Moreover, it was much safer for two to go there, and with the help of magic they would be able to quickly reach their goal. Yes, it wouldn't hurt Arthur to also master such magic, which was very useful in such cases. Although Louise's ability to move was different in that she turned any object she moved into a stream of pure energy. Thanks to this, they instantly developed a speed comparable to the speed of light. The students who saw this bright flash in the sky could not understand what it was. Arthur had never experienced such sensations either, as if he had become a photon that instantly moved through space. A few seconds later, he already saw in front of him the place in the forest where he had met Charlotte. There was a risk of getting stuck in the tree when teleporting, so it would be better to go down right now. They needed to find a suitable place where they could safely land and then walk a little. During the flight, Arthur could not understand how it was possible to land on the ground at such a speed. And now it was time to find out about it. He didn't even have time to prepare for this flight, and he hoped he wouldn't throw up right in front of Louise. In the end, he was unable to avoid it, and was left for a while near the same tree where they had landed. However, there was no one at the 14th training ground, even though they had arrived 10 minutes early. This was unexpected news, and Arthur became increasingly aware that there was something wrong with this matter. Charlotte was probably in even more danger than they first thought. Her friend asked her to wait until 7 o'clock, but Louise understood that there was no point in waiting any longer. Nothing bad would have happened if Arthur had taken a step forward, so he asked his friend to go without him. The girl had to find out that Arthur was the reason why Charlotte went there alone. There was no time to explain everything now because the longer they waited, the higher the risk for Charlotte. To quickly determine Charlotte's location, Arthur resorted to a familiar technique. He still had excellent control over his ability and was able to quickly enter the state of mind. Having collected his thoughts, he tried to find at least one clue and penetrate into every cell of this forest. The clue was found immediately because the traces inside his consciousness led in one direction. The tracks were left by two travelers not long ago and suddenly ended halfway. Looking up, he realized that these magicians could have taken off from the ground right in this place where he was now. Somewhere high in the mountains, thick black smoke was already rising into the sky. But what happened in that place? He was not mistaken, because the man in front of Charlotte was already preparing to use his magic. It turned out that he had already released one fireball, which almost hit the girl right in the head. To his surprise, she didn't even flinch and remained in the same place where the shot was fired. If it weren't for those 4 mages hovering over her, she would have easily dealt with this idiot. Now she was confronted by 5 rather strong magicians who could attack her as a whole crowd. Out of nowhere, a few more people appeared and Charlotte realized she was in ambush. Their leader, as expected, was Michael, who asked the boys to be kind to their guest. The girl noticed that there were too many children gathered there, who had nothing at all to do. There was no need to set fire to the whole house to catch a couple of rats, and it's just a shame Michael doesn't know about it. Michael himself had long warned that the girl was too self-confident, and had gotten herself into this situation. She was not able to defeat a whole crowd of magicians, especially since this time Michael had a different plan. But Charlotte didn't give a damn about all his idiotic plans and just wanted to know where Arthur was. In response, the guys just laughed loudly. because this newbie was probably hanging out somewhere in the library. He probably fell in love with his books so much that he licked every page of his history textbook. Although it should have been shown differently, because no one licks books in this way. Unless the guy meant licking something else. Charlotte disappointed Michael too much, and if she had been smarter, this simply would not have happened. He was ready to pay her back properly, but by revealing their main secret, they only made things worse for themselves. After all, if Arthur wasn't here, it would be much easier for her to get rid of those scoundrels who thought too much of themselves. And if she just needed to get rid of this bunch of nobodies, she could do it without any extra effort. The guys on either side of Michael continued to laugh at her, but the young man knew she wasn't joking. He had heard of her outstanding abilities, but he hoped that the rumors about this were exaggerated. The next second, one of his friends, who was standing behind Charlotte, felt her power on his own skin. His hands instantly caught fire, and within seconds could have turned into pieces of charred meat. This madwoman used a destructive ability that could easily kill a person. This could only mean the beginning of the battle that Michael had been trying to avoid until the last moment. All he needed was an apology from this girl. But now he had to organize an attack with the whole crowd. They immediately tried to surround Charlotte from all sides to prevent her from having the opportunity to resist. But each of the guys regretted that he was in this place, realizing who he was dealing with. This student's fireballs were so powerful that it was difficult to survive the impact. Her shots hit the target right on target, and it was no coincidence that she was the first in this art in the entire academy. In addition to accurate shots, she could easily create an energy field around herself that did not allow any opponent to get close to her. Now no one would let them leave here so easily, because Charlotte was determined to destroy everyone. She wanted to wipe out every scoundrel who dared to show up at this meeting against her. The girl no longer looked like herself and gave free rein to her secret desires, which had been in her heart since childhood. Charlotte's passion for destruction had always been there, and it was something she had tried to forget all her life. If these fools had asked for a duel themselves, they should now take full responsibility for their decision. It was too late to grab his head, and it was worth thinking earlier about what today's meeting in the forest threatened Michael with. By taking his friends with him, he only complicated his situation and attracted all the fury of this crazy girl. However, Michael himself also knew how to perform several techniques and knew that any technique would have a weak point. If he can find this weak spot in his opponent's magic, then he will have a chance to resist her. Against the defense Charlotte was using, vertical attacks from spinning energy projectiles could work well. It was exactly this kind of projectile that was sent down to the place where Charlotte was still standing, distracted by the duel with the other magicians. In the first moments, the sorceress seemed not to notice the danger that was approaching her. Even when the blades were about to touch her head, she still remained in the same place. Michael decided that this would be the end of the matter, and that he would solve this problem in 1 second. But the next moment he realized that Charlotte had deliberately stayed in place, waiting for the right moment. She had no intention of becoming an easy target for this bastard, who was used to getting results too easily. This kid had to experience for himself how an experienced magician works, using his honed technique. The fiery blow that the girl had been accumulating all this time was now supposed to go in the opposite direction. The bright beam of energy immediately hit the target, and Michael had no chance to dodge. It is hard to imagine what Michael felt at that moment when that terrible fiery shot hit him. Although it was his own fault that he hadn't listened to Charlotte right away and canceled this meeting a couple of days ago. This crazy bitch seriously wanted to get rid of every guy who came to the meeting with Michael. As Charlotte slowly approached the spot where the boy had fallen, she realized why he had bad grades. He was too used to wasting time on stupid things, forgetting that he needed to train his attacks. More than anything in the world, this rich man's son hated it when people looked down on him and told him how to live. But his attacks today were useless, and it is unlikely that he will be able to change anything with another such attack. Charlotte was ready to finish him off and forever bury Michael's hopes of winning the fight. At that moment, she felt that strange aura appeared around her that was not there just a few seconds ago. Unfortunately, all of Charlotte's successful attacks were just a distraction for Michael and his guys. After all, by that moment they had already managed to surround their victim from all sides and used common magic. Yes, the guy had been patient for a long time, waiting for the right moment, and now he was ready to checkmate Charlotte. If a girl stays in this magical field for a long time, she can easily go crazy from the stress. It was nothing other than anti-magic, which Aiden's older brother had told Arthur about long ago in their first conversation. Now this most powerful attack was directed at the one who could only attack with his magic. The girl immediately felt that her hands were bound by invisible chains, and the whirlwind seemed to tear her body from the ground. This was the main effect of anti-magic, which could easily trap any wizard. She could expect anything, but not such a vile deception from Michael, who violated the strict regulations of the Magic Academy. He already had a sharp knife ready in his hand, and it was in Charlotte's interests to answer each of his questions correctly. Right now, he would really like to ruin that cute face, and only the rumors that would spread throughout the academy stopped the scoundrel. She still seemed to be confused about her situation, but Michael was soon ready to correct that. Michael wanted to entrust this job to his guys, who were never shy about meeting beautiful girls. Although, if we return to the first plan and slightly correct Charlotte's face, then the younger students will stop bothering her. The madman actually brought the blade of his knife right to the face of the girl, who was tied hand and foot. This was what Michael was trying to achieve, because the girl was finally shaking with fear at the sight of him. He was willing to give her a chance if she started begging him for mercy right now. Closing her eyes at the moment when the blade was millimeters from her pupil, the girl realized that her strength was leaving her. She must have felt much the same as Arthur did that day when Charlotte humiliated him. Now the girl herself found herself in the same situation, and this could be considered a fair punishment for the sins of the past. Suddenly, at the most dangerous moment of her life, she heard a familiar voice not far from her. It was Arthur, who had already prepared a large club in his hands, hoping that it would help him stop the trouble. It was hard to believe that this guy was seriously determined to fight a crowd of mages, armed with only a stick. Charlotte, too, could not believe that the man she had humiliated for the second time had personally come here to save her. He looked so confident that this club was capable of withstanding the destructive force that these seniors could create together. What was funnier was that the guy came here alone, and knowing about the danger, could have called someone for help. If he was so bored with life, Michael was ready to help him go straight to the next world. The girl realized that this was a reckless act, and that she should not risk her life. Only now did the guy realize that the best middle-class student couldn't handle these magicians, which meant his position was not to be envied. However, he had already defeated a serious opponent in a real duel, so he could handle it this time too. Although his brave jump only made these guys smile, and not at all panicky in fear of their opponent. In fact, none of these guys knew what this young man was really capable of. Some of the older students already realized that the jokes were over, although Michael remained just as confident. He believed that he could handle this upstart on his own, and the crowd of guys only added to his confidence. There was another reason why Michael didn't even move when he saw this magician in front of him. His talent would not be able to help him at the moment when anti-magic was directed against Arthur. This made Charlotte easy prey for even the weakest wizard, and now the same was directed against Arthur. Everything that Charlotte had felt a few minutes ago, her protector now had to experience as well. The stick would have been useless in this fight anyway, but the effect of the anti-magic was much more serious. As expected from this romantic, he disappointed all the guys, and looked even funnier with this stick in his hands. Charlotte loudly ordered him to come out of his funk, for the most insidious means had been used against him. Being in a state of mind, he only strengthened the effect of anti-magic and helped Michael to achieve his goal. If he continues to use his abilities, he may become permanently unable to use magic and go insane. And there really was a feeling that all of Arthur's previous skills were moving away, and his consciousness seemed to be splitting into pieces. He remembered that lesson Chloe had given him, where the girl had talked about concentration and the utmost focus of her attention. The protective form allowed him to maintain concentration even on a chaotic battlefield, and this is exactly what could help Arthur now. The guy knew that the defense was capable of withstanding any physical impact and even withstanding an attack on the psyche. After all, anti-magic and state of mind were just waves, not physical objects. If he can increase the density of his defenses enough that their components can penetrate inside, he can change the course of the fight. Without wasting any time, the boy touched the ground and tried to do what Chloe had taught them in her classes. Luckily, it worked, and he immediately felt his magic respond to the change in tactics that the teacher had warned him about. Everyone else immediately realized that a new force was trying to resist their anti-magic, and this newcomer was not so simple. The girl couldn't believe that Arthur had managed to find a way to resist anti-magic on the first try, something only a few were capable of. It was impossible to tolerate the use of this remedy by several experienced magicians at once, but this is exactly what their opponent was trying to achieve. Moreover, he was doing it very well, since the strengthening of anti-magic by the enemies did not lead to anything. Their energy seemed to feed the energy dome that was gradually forming around Arthur. The guy himself was in the center of it, and tried to maintain concentration until the last moment. The attack that his energy dome reflected was instantly directed back in the direction it came from. Although Michael asked his guys to control themselves, he himself was gradually losing faith in his own strength. The same could not be said about Arthur, who became more determined with every passing second. Having repelled this blow, he even decided to take a countermove, hoping to confuse them. His energy was so powerful that even Michael's most powerful attack could not reduce his strength. With every step he took, he got closer, and some of the guys started to seriously panic. They knew that if he managed to repel this attack, he would be able to free his girlfriend, and they would have to face two mages at once. But it was worth thinking about this in advance, because the waves from Arthur's side were so strong that two guys were immediately knocked out of the fight. It was hard to believe that he managed to knock down several opponents at once, and blood instantly gushed from their noses. Arthur still couldn't use the state of mind, but the new skill he had recently obtained was even stronger than it. The next second, he did what those guys feared, and freed Charlotte from the invisible chains. Now the girl was completely free and could join this battle. The guys she was supposed to fight were already lying on the grass and were unable to continue the fight. Just think, he actually managed to create such a cold and strong state of mind that he didn't even feel resistance. He was able to merge with the surrounding world so much that he felt every movement of the tiny worm underground. At the start of the fight, there were 6 of them. But now Michael realized that their balance of power had changed. None of the guys who came with him today could have helped him anymore. Yes, this brat probably specializes in anti-magic, and that is why he got into the school on recommendation. But Michael wouldn't be himself if he didn't try to prove that he was capable of more. The remaining forces that he had managed to accumulate were directed at Arthur, and this made him nervous. The opponent's hands suddenly appeared to have powerful energy vortices that were ready to rush forward. He never got to fire these projectiles, because his first victim's fist hit him square in the jaw. From such a blow, Michael himself began to spin in a spiral, flying several meters to the side. Not everyone could withstand such a powerful blow, and it was unlikely that Michael could handle it. Her next blow landed right in Michael's face, and one could only sympathize with this guy's teeth. Realizing that she would not stop until the very end, even Arthur had to calm her down, interrupting this beating. Michael himself was to blame for what happened. But if she continued at this rate, a real victim could not be avoided. I had to forcefully drag her away from the guy, who definitely wouldn't be able to use any of his abilities. Today was the very day when 2 mages, who were connected by a dark past, were able to unite into one team. If the girl herself had foreseen the situation, she would find herself in with Arthur. She would certainly have refused to come to the forest today. The high school girl was still lying on him and had not had time to recover from the fall. Arthur loudly asked her to wake up and hoped that she had not hit her head too hard during the fall. The next second he realized that Charlotte was fine, so why was she still lying on his stomach? The girl instantly got to her feet, as if she had simply been resting all this time after a difficult fight. Looking down at him, the girl couldn't stop wondering how such a weakling dared to come here, alone. And yet she extended her hand to him, because Arthur had behaved like a real man, saving her from those idiots. They had a lot to talk about, and after everything that had happened, Charlotte should have forgotten about the past. She understood that the other wizards would try to find out the exact reasons for what happened, and would probably dig up her entire past. At that moment, Michael opened his eyes with difficulty, and heard Charlotte's last words. Right now, she suggested just running away from here, and thinking about all the consequences a little later. But before she could take a single step, a bright magical light appeared right above them, illuminating the entire field. It was clear that a teacher had arrived at this place. It only remained to understand who exactly would appear here. Unfortunately, 2 teachers were at the scene of the incident at once, because Yakov and Emma arrived just in time. Louise arrived with them and told the teachers about her friend's disappearance. While Louise was toying with her friend like a little child, Yakov had already used one of his most powerful abilities. The spell of the fiery sun was very difficult to use, and only the most experienced magician was capable of it. Thanks to this magic, he was able to illuminate the entire forest clearing, because by that time it was already dark and nothing could be seen. Turning sharply to the senior student, he intended to ask her a few questions. It's hard to understand how a model student of the Magic Academy could end up in such a situation. Although Emma understood that anyone could find themselves in such a situation, and there was no point in throwing a tantrum, it was Arthur who was the man who could calmly tell about everything that he had seen with his own eyes. But before he could even begin, Michael immediately jumped to his feet and wanted to do it instead of him. The guy admitted that it was Michael who challenged him to a duel out of personal animosity, and apologized for this little awkwardness. However, Emma knew that this was not a competition at all, but a letter with real threats of violence. The boys were able to use anti-magic, even though the school regulations strictly prohibited the use of this tool. This was the only way they could resist the strong student who had always been famous for her abilities. If you look closely, it was Michael and his friends who suffered the most, while Charlotte didn't have a single scratch. Besides, she was the one who broke the rules first by attacking him outside the library a few days ago. Charlotte immediately stated that he began to threaten her that evening, and said that he would kidnap Arthur if she did not fulfill his request. In the end, they never kidnapped anyone, but Charlotte was the one who attacked them first. The young man immediately rushed here instead of calling the teachers and solving the problem with their help. This scoundrel believed that he was innocent, and that the main culprits should be sought among these two magicians. Charlotte knew he had turned the truth upside down, but in her position she could not say anything unnecessary. And then the bastard Michael suggested that the girl tell the whole truth, because only in this way could she keep her place within the walls of the Magic Academy. He was going to blow this situation out of proportion and call black white, even if he had to bribe some teachers to do it. The local nobility would quickly spread the gossip that they read in the tabloids, because Michael had his own man in each of these publications. Emma couldn't listen to this nonsense calmly, knowing who the real culprit was. He and his friends used anti-magic and broke the Academy's rules by using it in an attack. They knew perfectly well that Arthur and Charlotte's minds would be damaged, and the young people could even lose their lives. The girl was sure that this was sufficient grounds for excluding Michael and all his accomplices. But if Emma seriously expected to exclude the son of an influential aristocrat, she should abandon this idea as soon as possible. Yakov stood up for Emma, reminding her that this young teacher was a lifeline for the entire academy. If Michael can't come up with a suitable excuse, then the Magic Academy will be much better off without him. The boy then decided to leave the matter for another time and find out if the pathetic teachers could expel him from the academy. The whole world revolved around money, and anyone was ready to bow their head before a mountain of banknotes. Now Emma had to see for herself how this world really works. Although she believed that this brat would do well to learn a few things himself before throwing such threats her way. If she had nothing to hold her back, this young woman could have crushed him to dust with almost no energy. It was known how strong Emma really was, especially when the girl was in a state of rage. She wanted to show once and for all what happens to those who attempt on the lives of her best students. A wall of ice with sharp, cold spikes could have been the best proof for Michael that he had made a big mistake. The ice needles were pointed in his direction, and in this position the guy couldn't even move. However, not a single needle touched his clothes, because Emma knew how to control the smallest details. That's why she was called a genius of ice magic, and such art could not be taught for any amount of money. Just recently this arrogant young man claimed that he had checkmated Charlotte, but now he himself experienced the same thing. Emma knew very well that the guy had managed to harm many students, and some students had long complained about all his friends. Previously, the academy turned a blind eye to this, since Michael's father provided it with serious financial support. But now it is time to change the rules. The Academy of Magic was not a place where students were taught for money, because its main goal was to teach something that could not be bought. It was about the dream of every student to become a great magician and use their abilities for the benefit of people. Michael himself also dreamed of becoming a real magician, and without graduating from this academy, he could say goodbye to his dream. There was a feeling that she looked not into his eyes, but straight into his soul, finding there his most secret desires. He was ready to do anything to move to the 5th grade as soon as possible and become one of the best magicians. All this time he was learning to be a good wizard, and wasn't that why he had come this long way? From childhood, Michael showed his abilities and attracted his friends, who were obsessed with a common dream. Years later, they continued their journey within the walls of this academy, which gave them a lot of new knowledge. Does he now want to destroy the precious memories of this place with his own hands? Emma remained just as calm, but Michael himself seemed to have rediscovered the truth. Bowing before her, he could barely hold back his tears, realizing that he had made a terrible mistake. It was a great pity that the boy at some point turned off the path and became the one that all the teachers despised. Yes, this night opened the eyes not only of Michael, but also of Arthur, who also happened to be here. The most valuable thing for any person is his dream, but in pursuit of it one should not lose one's humanity. Soon, Michael and his friends repented of their actions and got back on the right path. The inevitable punishment for Arthur and Charlotte still followed, because the boy did not immediately report the incident to the teachers. Instead, he went alone to save a more skilled high school girl and put his own life in danger. Now it was time for the girl to tell the whole truth, because it was impossible to hide forever. Even though she didn't know exactly who knew the truth about her past, it didn't matter now. Then she suddenly changed her mind and cheerfully announced that Arthur had just recently become her boyfriend. It was a desperate move on her part, and with these words, she achieved the desired effect. Even the teachers at the academy knew that it was almost impossible to win the favor of this girl, and yet the newcomer Arthur succeeded. She immediately told a fictitious story about how she was captured by Michael's friends, and all she could do was hope for a miracle. It was difficult to wait for help while deep in the mountains, because who would be able to be here at the most opportune moment? And yet, the knight on a white horse that every girl dreams of appeared before her right now. At first, she could not understand who was that brave prince who dared to fight these scoundrels. That brave guy was Prince Arthur, who was able to throw aside several opponents with one blow. The fight ended immediately, and now this fairy tale knight stood right in front of the freed Charlotte. Arthur declared that he would not allow these scoundrels to hold a beautiful girl captive and came here to stop this lawlessness. A second later, Charlotte was in his arms after Prince Arthur deftly freed her from captivity. Of course, no girl could resist this, and now Charlotte's heart belonged to only one person. Never in their lives had the students heard a more romantic story than this one, and they envied the main character of this tale. But the main thing was that it was her friend who told everyone this story, hoping that the girls would easily believe it. Louise claimed to have seen it all with her own eyes. But at that very moment, Charlotte appeared behind her and kindly asked her to stop. However, the words with which she did this could be heard even a mile away from the academy, and it would have been better not to say them. Louise actually managed to spread these rumors throughout the academy, and every student was aware of everything that was going on. She appeared in the forest only with the teachers, and simply could not see what happened with her own eyes. Louise learned everything firsthand, because Charlotte herself told her friend that she and Arthur were a couple. In the end, everything worked out, and now those annoying guys from the neighboring classes won't bother her. Jacob would be the last person to believe this stupid fiction. He knew Charlotte well, and did not believe that the newcomer Arthur would be able to win her over so easily. However, the girl had simply never met such a handsome man as Arthur, and only he was able to find the right approach to her. After that, she hit him on the leg, hoping that he would play along with her and confirm every word. And so it happened, and Arthur cheerfully confirmed that he and Charlotte had indeed been dating. It would have been better to pretend to be in love than to reveal the common past that united them. By the way, today there was supposed to be a general lesson where they and Arthur could meet. Her friends seemed to know all the plans of the young couple in advance, although Charlotte asked her to think about her studies. Even if she and her boyfriend go to the library, they will still have to read a ton of books there. Arthur just needed to lead a quiet school life, and besides, he was doing well in his new role. This pleased Charlotte, for if there had been any fool in his place, he would certainly have spoiled her whole plan. Whenever he saw a girl in the hallways of the academy, he would wave at her sweetly, so that everyone could see their relationship. But Louise was so involved in this story that she ran to meet the guy before Charlotte. Although Charlotte had no desire to kiss anyone, her friend's behavior still left much to be desired. With his behavior, Arthur seemed to draw an invisible line between them and did not allow Charlotte to do anything more. In private, they could speak freely, but within the walls of the academy, they had to keep up appearances and behave with restraint. Arthur liked this proposal, and he agreed with a smile that it was right. Now he had to go to his group and part with his beloved for a while. Charlotte was also late for class, and turned sharply and walked in the other direction. Looking at them, Louise realized that they were not playing their role well, because lovers do not behave like that. Although how could Arthur know about the real behavior of lovers, since he never had a girlfriend? It's stupid that they wanted to show this relationship, and they could have found an easier way. He didn't want to waste time on showy dates with Charlotte instead of studying. Maybe this would cause his performance at the academy to drop, and that would be the worst news for Arthur. The gossip that was spreading throughout the academy was already seriously irritating him, although he didn't show it. Arthur remembered that his name was still not at the top of the list of the best students, and the goal was still far away. Today, all the students were once again discussing Arthur's relationship with the high school girl who had noticed the guy for the first time since the morning. Each of them secretly dreamed that she belonged only to him, and regretted that such a girl went to a newcomer. The students also felt sorry to lose hope, because each of them dreamed of someday catching the eye of this talented magician. Almost all the girls considered him the most handsome student in the academy, and only one of them thought about someone else. From the very beginning, this story seemed strange to her, and besides, she knew one terrible truth. There was another student who didn't believe in this relationship, and asked everyone for a minute of attention. If you look at this newcomer's midterm scores, a lot will immediately become clear to them. Arthur became the last student among all the students in his class immediately after the beginning of this strange relationship. He received only 30 points in all subjects, although at the beginning of his education, he could have been a straight A student. In addition, rumors quickly spread that this guy didn't even know how to use magic, although he was already in the 7th grade. Isn't it obvious that he was accepted here on special terms, and does not deserve a place within the walls of the academy? He probably got here thanks to someone's patronage, and the rumors about his genius were false. It was hard to accept that Arthur had really only gotten here thanks to connections, and that Charlotte was probably involved in this story. Each of these guys devoted themselves entirely to the study of magic, and they could not put up with such meanness. It would be unforgivable to turn a blind eye to such injustice, and they should all file a collective complaint to the director. After hearing these words, the same girl who had remained silent suddenly understood a lot. Besides, the guy who was the subject of these rumors just appeared at the classroom door. Before Arthur arrived, it was noisy here, and it was strange why everyone suddenly became silent. He walked slowly to his seat, hoping it was just a coincidence. Even the student who had been sitting next to him for a long time suddenly decided to move to another seat, closer to the board. If all this was not an accident, then the guy simply wanted to distance himself from Arthur and not sit at the same desk with him. In fact, he understood what the main reason for the mood of these students was, because they spoke so loudly on purpose, so that he could hear everything. Right now, he was already in a class where students were practicing strengthening their spirit. As always, Arthur was great at activating this ability, but now everyone treated him differently. Many could not understand why he was still training here, because he should have been expelled from the academy. That huge expanse of magic that had previously impressed all the students now irritated them with its bloated, useless diameter. Until now, none of them had been able to repeat anything like this. But the students no longer admired this newcomer. Only teacher Chloe was still delighted with his talent and hoped that his success remained at the same level. Today the guy was forced to tell the truth because his results were much worse. When he tried to separate his spirit from his body, his consciousness seemed to follow him. However, this was explained by the fact that such a phenomenon was quite normal, because Arthur was a convergent type who follows his nature. In that case, there was no point in worrying and everything went exactly as it should. Suddenly, Chloe suggested that he demonstrate this visually and set an example for the other students. Right now, each of them stood with their backs to him and no longer wanted to support their recent idol. If the boy was in a bad mood today, he could postpone creating the form, although he was the only 7th grader with such strength. The teacher remembered that Arthur wanted to use the visible zone on the first day of school. Unexpectedly, he agreed to do it in front of everyone, and decided that his efforts would be appreciated today. Each of the young wizards understood that only this student was capable of creating all 4 forms at such an age, although many believed that Arthur had proven himself only in this and was not capable of anything else. As expected, Chloe asked him to show the whole class how to create 4 shapes at once, starting with the simplest one. The students were already beginning to laugh that Arthur would try again to make the state of the circle with the largest diameter, which many had become tired of. At first, I just had to collect my thoughts and not be distracted by extraneous nonsense. Defense form was the ability Arthur decided to create first, knowing it would be easy. She became much stronger after meeting the dark mages in the forest, as if he was able to take over the dark power from them. Many noticed that his form had 44 facets at once, although other students had difficulty creating even 10. Gradually, Arthur began to get used to the new attitude of his students towards him, and it no longer distracted him from his work. One after another, magical forms appeared on the huge platform, and the teacher was glad that everything worked out for him. The young man knew the basics of magic perfectly well, and changed forms faster than any 6th grader. The last form was the evasion form, but by that point, Arthur had already spent a lot of energy. For the sake of the teacher's instructions, he had to show everything he was capable of and not lose face. Even 5th graders were unable to create 4 shapes in a row, and saw a real genius in front of them. The form of evasion was no worse for him than all the other forms, and the envy on their faces was quite understandable. Arthur needed to move to the center of his state of mind at a key moment before it shrank and disappeared. But, as during practice, his consciousness seemed to follow him, and he could not learn to control it. He still had some strength left, so the young man decided to try again and hoped that everything would work out. The laughter from the audience still prevented him from collecting his thoughts, and Arthur himself, in the place of these students, would have definitely supported the wizard. Instead of support, he heard only offensive remarks directed at him, as if each of them wanted to see him fail. The dodging form was worse for him than the others, although he could still continue to use his magic. The friends were slightly surprised that Arthur never had problems with creating forms, and did not understand what happened this time. He doubted himself too much, and perhaps this was due to the general attention that was growing every day. It would hardly be enough to throw the guy off balance. So what had been going on with him in recent days? Arthur himself asked himself another question, trying to understand why all people love to enjoy other people's failures. Suddenly, in this crowd of wizards, there was a guy who advised him not to think too much and stop doubting himself. You just have to act if you want to achieve something more, because that's why he entered the Academy of Magicians. These words came at the right time, and Arthur realized that he was spending too much time on his doubts. He came to this place only to become a magician, and the envy of the students will not be able to stop him. Immediately after that, he started doing much better, and the students saw what this 7th grader was capable of. He had to come to terms with the fact that he had control not only over magic, but also over his mind, even in such difficult moments. On the first day, Mr. Magnus said that a person who cannot control his own mind cannot become a real wizard. All that was left was to wait until the creation of the form was completed, and he hoped that it would not separate to the side, like last time. It was obvious that Arthur was having a hard time with his task, but he tried his best to complete it. Luckily, he succeeded, because it was with the help of this form of defense that he was able to resist Michael's guys in the forest. Emma looked closely at the report of the previous incident, which listed the names of the students involved in the use of anti-magic. Even though they didn't use anti-magic properly, it would be impossible for an ordinary student to defeat 6 experienced mages. It turns out that Arthur had more mental strength than those students put together. This was that very innate talent about which there is always so much controversy, and there is still no exact definition of where it comes from. However, this is not important at all when it comes to saving lives, and the main thing was that everything ended well that evening. Even after that horrible incident, he managed to use the evasion form again in Chloe's lessons. And it had only been a month since the boy had mastered the skill. This is exactly what Emma wanted to talk to her about today, because in her classes the guy also demonstrates the same skills. Over a cup of tea, Chloe suggested something unusual as a motivation for all the students at the academy. Now they were thinking about the same thing, and Emma, with a smile on her face, realized that she was not mistaken. Just a few days later, during a chemistry class, the 7th grade was destined to learn about this innovation. Emma, without even finishing today's topic, suddenly said that today's 7th grade lesson was over. She ended class a little early to make an important announcement that she had arranged with Chloe. Emma asked Arthur to stand up, although he didn't understand why he was being noticed again. It turned out that they decided to transfer the young man to the 5th grade ahead of time, and from tomorrow, he will join the 5th graders. It was impossible to imagine that anyone other than Arthur would be able to skip 2 grades at once, as if he were 2 heads above the rest. That was the end of her short announcement, and Emma hoped that each of the boys would study hard. One of the 7th graders responded by stating that she objected to such a decision, since this happened very rarely at the Magic Academy. How could a student who couldn't even cast a spell be promoted to the 5th grade early? Only now did Emma realize that there was something she didn't know about Arthur, and asked if he really hadn't used spells. He had nothing to say to this, although if he were in that student's place he would not have done so. He was so close to moving up to the 5th grade, and only the envy of his students prevented it from happening. When they all suddenly turned to look at him, the guy admitted that he really didn't know how to use the spell. However, in the 6th grade, magic was not assessed, so there were no obstacles to the transfer. Some students were not prepared to accept this at all, and were determined to stand firm until the end. It seemed to them that strange things were happening behind their backs, and that injustice had long reigned in the academy. This was real discrimination, because the state of mind was far from the most necessary magic. It was worth wondering what this guy was so good at and why he stood out from the other students. If we compare their academic performance, many of them could easily have had higher grades than this young man. He couldn't even study the theory properly and prepare for the exam, so why should he skip 2 grades? Behind all these screams there was something that Emma didn't even know about, and she promised to take it into account. The final decision would be announced after the official meeting of teachers, and many envious people understood that this was a victory. For a long time after this terrible scene, Emma sat silently in her office, pondering every word. The students were as angry as if Arthur had crossed each of them, although the young man was not like that at all. At that moment, the same girl who had been silently listening to the accusations against Arthur for a long time appeared next to the teacher. She didn't want to keep silent about it any longer, and came here so that Emma could find out the whole truth. It all started about a week ago, and at first the students simply ignored Arthur. Then the hatred from the students began to grow, and they began to spread dirty rumors about him. They interfered with his studies, and did everything to ensure that Arthur's academic performance quickly declined. Catherine saw it all with her own eyes, and knew everyone who started gossiping and inciting others. The girl even cried, unable to bear this injustice, and Emma understood what the main reason for the students' discontent was. Each of them already had a bad opinion of their classmate, but this was only influenced by the rumors that Arthur's envious people spread. She thanked the student for having the courage to tell her teacher everything herself. When the clock struck midnight, Arthur knew it was time to finish preparing for his lessons. He spent too much time in the library today, because his academic performance was really much worse than that of other students. There were only 2 people left in the entire hall, and besides Arthur, there was only 1 employee of this very library here. Arthur understood that recently, instead of general attention, he received complete indifference from students. He was pleased that at least someone could give him a smile, because he had long missed normal communication. All that remained was to find out why someone needed to declare a real war on Arthur and incite the students. The butler warned that many would look down on him at this academy, but he should keep moving forward. This was the only way he could achieve his goal. And for this, the guy was obliged to endure everything. The people who believed in him would never forgive Arthur for his weakness. Vincent had thought all his life only about the well-being of his only son, and Arthur had no right to let him down. As he walked past the graduating class building, he knew the road to the top would be long. But looking at the top of this hill, he already knew that one day he would become a real wizard, no matter who stood in his way. Doing in practice what you had planned in theory was always much more difficult, but this was the only way to achieve success. Arthur had done a lot of work today, and immediately after his shower, he wanted to close his eyes and lie down for at least a little while. Suddenly he heard a knock on the door and turned around sharply, trying to understand who had come to see him. Usually at such a time, everyone was already asleep, and during his entire training, no one had ever visited him at such a late hour. Arthur thought the worst, imagining how a crowd of his envious people, led by the most important of them, was already standing outside the door. When he was already approaching the door and reaching for the door handle, the guy suddenly heard a quiet female voice. It turned out that the teacher Emma was standing behind the door, who apologized for her night visit to his room. She wanted to talk a little earlier, but Arthur didn't show up at the hostel for a long time, so she had to come to him in the middle of the night. Passing by the desk, she immediately noticed that this young man had been preparing for classes from early morning until late evening. The boy had not received a proper education when he was younger, and was now struggling to keep up with the other students. During class, Arthur always looked intently at Emma, although in reality he was very shy. Gradually they started talking, and Arthur said that he enjoyed studying at this wonderful academy. However, Emma recently found out that his classmates were bullying him, and that made things much worse. He could be honest with his teacher, although she insisted that Emma had nothing to worry about. He was really fine, although it was a bit of a shame that he never managed to make friends at the academy. But Arthur could do nothing about their bad attitude towards him, although he tried many times to change it. He was a little offended by this attitude towards him, but he did not at all want to force them to maintain a fictitious friendship with him. As before, Arthur remained true to himself and decided not to get hung up on other people's opinions, which are always changing. Somewhere in this world there was someone who could help him, and Arthur believed in it, as many believe in fate. For a long time the girl listened to him attentively, and understood that this young man's thoughts had long since become mature. She replied with a smile that she understood what the student was talking about and would take his words into account at the faculty meeting. And soon, standing in front of the teachers, she loudly announced that she had decided to transfer Arthur to senior classes early. Many teachers reacted much like the envious students in the classroom, but the decision had already been made. There were loud voices in the conference room, but everyone understood that this was a normal thing for the younger classes. They should have agreed to transfer this talented magician, especially if the other students were interfering with his studies. Besides, it was in the interests of the academy itself, because that way they would have more young graduates. However, Jacob had objections, and this came as a bit of a surprise to Emma. The meeting was chaired by the director of the academy, Magnus, and he wanted to hear the objections raised by the young teacher. He could not understand why Yakov wanted to prevent Arthur from being transferred 2 grades, and whether there would be anyone who agreed with him. Jacob started by saying that Arthur was indeed a talented student, but the problem was that he still couldn't use magic. The negative reaction of the others was understandable, but Emma reminded him that he would still have time to improve on this subject. She had noticed before that this young mentor always went against her decisions. Suddenly, Yakov told her straight to her face that Emma had long been treating the young man with obvious partiality. The other students might have been weaker than him, but they were head and shoulders above him in every other subject. It was too serious an accusation, and Emma would not tolerate it if Jacob wanted to turn Arthur's talent into dust. There was another altercation between the two, although the other teachers had long since gotten used to it. The characters of these young teachers left much to be desired, and every meeting always ended the same way. It is better not to repeat what words these two called each other, but it is clear that there was not a single compliment in them. Old man Magnus realized that he was the only one in the room who could stop this circus. He politely asked them to stop, because in this dispute, both sides were right in their own way. Each teacher's words made sense, so in this squabble it was impossible to determine who would ultimately be right. Yakov immediately took the director's words as support for his opinion, although, if you think about it, this was not at all the case. After all, if the academy didn't have teachers like Emma, they wouldn't be able to find the most talented wizards. So, with a smile on his face, Magnus suggested another plan that might please both parties. The next morning, the students walked to the building as usual, but none of them knew what awaited them. At first glance, it was a completely ordinary school day, although many had already noticed a new announcement in the distance. There was already a huge poster hanging on the wall with an announcement that was worth reading before starting classes. It turned out that Magnus had proposed holding an open exam for all students wishing to transfer to the 5th grade. All those who previously disagreed with his quick translation could try their hand. At that moment, the man for whom all this was arranged appeared behind them. Arthur slowly made his way through the crowd of students to the stand where he intended to read the terms of the transfer in more detail. The exam would not be easy for him, because Arthur still could not show decent results in spells. Looking up, he realized that one of the main criteria for the transfer would be teleportation, which would have to be shown to the commission. It seemed that Arthur would remain a 7th grader, and many knew that his problems with using spells would hinder the transfer. Listening to all this talk in the crowd, Charlotte understood that many of them were only benefiting from this. It was not for nothing that they said that 7th grade students were immature students. So what was happening did not surprise Louise. The girl was not going to tolerate this so easily, and, turning sharply, headed in the other direction. She would have given him a good beating now, because he never said a word to Charlotte about it. The friend could not leave her alone, and clutching her robe tightly, went after Charlotte. Although if she interfered in this matter, she would only risk hurting Arthur's pride even more, which he certainly wouldn't want. However, it was impossible to simply watch this from the outside, because she owed him a lot. Teleportation was a great chance for Arthur to prove himself as a course leader. If the problem had only been the complexity of the spell, Charlotte herself would have been able to help him somehow. However, this guy simply would not accept her help, and the exams before the transfer were just around the corner. If Arthur fails to complete this task himself, then another similar chance will appear only in a year. So today Charlotte prepared well and decided to take matters into her own hands. She moved through the air so quickly that it was difficult to follow her movement towards the dormitory. In Arthur's room, which was on the very edge, the light was on, and that was to her advantage. Although if she had to wake this scoundrel up, she would certainly have done it. Because of him, she now had to hide and move as quickly as Charlotte could. The girl hoped that he would beg her for mercy and accept all the conditions that she had prepared for him. Instantly appearing on the windowsill of his room, the girl greatly frightened Arthur with her appearance, who was still preparing for classes. She quickly covered his mouth with her hand so that he would not attract unnecessary attention with his loud scream. If he was hoping to hide the fact that all the students were putting spokes in his wheels, then he was wasting his time playing the silent game. Charlotte should have thought in advance about how to catch the young man alone and not run into a witness. After all, instead of Arthur reading a book, as she had imagined, the girl suddenly saw the teacher Emma in front of her. Emma couldn't understand what this student was doing here at such a late hour, and why she didn't come in through the door. If Charlotte was sneaking into the boys' dorm every night like that, it could end badly for her at the disciplinary committee. Charlotte had to search for words to justify herself for a long time, because this situation could not be understood otherwise. In fact, Emma always found it strange that they both behaved so quietly and rarely met in public. Charlotte had the same question for the teacher, who for some reason ended up in the boys' room so late. But she didn't have time to finish the question, because Arthur was already rushing to distract her attention with delicious tea. But Charlotte didn't come here to drink tea, because the students have been humiliating Arthur for a long time, and he has been silent all this time. Still, Emma suggested that they sit down first and talk calmly about the upcoming exam. When Arthur saw the announcement at the academy today, he didn't immediately understand why this unscheduled transfer exam was scheduled. It looked as if the three of them had actually gotten together to just drink some fresh tea. Charlotte spoke first, reminding him that Arthur had never studied magic, but that the subject was already on the exam list. This was the decision of the director, Mr. Magnus, and Emma was also a little worried about Arthur. The teleportation spell uses the properties of light, but Arthur was never able to show a good result in any of the lessons. Light has absolute speed, and no matter in the world can exceed the speed of photons. Teleportation magic essentially turns the body into photons of light, so an object can instantly move to another point in the world. The spell could be used if Arthur managed to develop even 1/100th of the speed of light. It became clear to Arthur why teleportation was prohibited on the academy grounds. It remained to find out how to conduct such a dangerous exam, if even the director forbade the use of teleportation outside of school. All this time, no one even listened to Charlotte, and yet she had valuable information that was worth knowing. She said that a special place without any obstacles will be prepared for the exam. The girl pointed her finger upward and, raising his head, Arthur tried to understand what she meant. If his guess was correct, there was only one place where such magic could be used safely. It was located somewhere high in the mountains, because only there could a safe training ground be located. The students had to compete in how fast they could move from one mountain peak to another, and Arthur was eager to begin the exam. Although it wouldn't be so funny if, while jumping on the mountains, one of the 7th graders jumped down. If no one finishes during the exam, the winner will be the one who covers the greatest distance between the mountains. Excited students may lose their heads and start attacking each other due to the thirst for winning. In this case, Arthur would become the main target of many students who were already angry at this newcomer. If all the other guys are targeting Arthur, it will probably be much more difficult for him to pass this dangerous exam. The difficulty of the exam, as well as its danger, no longer worried Arthur, and he just wanted to try his hand. The final word still remained with Arthur, because if he changed his mind, he could refuse the exam. Emma would have liked to see him in the 5th grade even on the day of the entrance exam, when she saw his level with her own eyes. But her wish only created more problems for the student, so she wanted to personally teach him teleportation. It's not often that a teacher makes such a suggestion, and when Charlotte heard it, she began to suspect something was wrong. Emma felt that she was to blame for her student because of the increased attention from other students. However, if she does so, she will only make things worse by personally taking control of his training. Charlotte was ready to take on this, knowing that the difficulty of the exam would not exceed the 1st level. It was strange that she was no longer angry with the young man, as she had been at the very beginning, and there was sense in her proposal. But if Charlotte herself wanted to take the final exam early, she would not have time to prepare. Upon hearing about the graduating class, a light immediately sparkled in the young man's eyes, because this had been his main dream since the day he entered. Each student always envies the student who was recommended by professional wizards. The level of graduates is considered completely differently, and those students who decide to take this exam are always the subject of entire newspaper articles. From the very beginning, Charlotte was eager to get on these lists before all her classmates. At her age, it was too early to think about such things, and Arthur was seriously worried about Charlotte's safety. Moreover, if she spends time on his training, the complexity of the final exams may be beyond her strength. Looking at her, he realized that this girl's desire was even stronger than his own. At such an important moment for herself, she came to Arthur to help him. But why did she do it? Emma still insisted that the teacher's help would be more useful to Arthur now than the help of his classmate. Arthur understood that he himself could choose the girl who would teach him the art of spellcasting. Throughout his life, he had usually never had a choice, but now, between the two most powerful wizards, he could choose either one. As his girlfriend, Charlotte decided that her candidacy would be better for Arthur. Unexpectedly, he replied with a smile that he appreciated their concern, but would try to do everything himself. Yes, with this answer, he turned down 2 girls at once, and this was clearly too much even for such a talented guy. Charlotte had become so immersed in the role of Arthur's girlfriend that she had completely forgotten that it was just a role, and that she could not dictate the terms. Although Arthur simply did not want to be a burden to her, because difficult trials awaited her ahead. He believed that this could be learned on his own, and there was no reason to seek help. This young man was so self-confident that he was even willing to learn teleportation without anyone's help. Entering the 5th grade was the next step for him to become a wizard, although it was hard to listen to this nonsense. He asked to believe him and promised that none of the teachers would regret placing their hopes on the new student. Well, if that was what Arthur himself wanted, Emma wasn't against giving him a chance to show his powers. It was time for her to leave. But if Arthur had any problems, he could come at any time. Finally, she warned that if Charlotte tried to enter the boys' dormitory through the window again, she would be in trouble. It's a good thing she didn't threaten to call a disciplinary committee, otherwise the girl would have definitely gotten into trouble. Suddenly, she realized that she was sitting on the same wide bed next to Arthur in his room, and there was no one else except the 2 of them. Immediately, jumping up from her seat, the girl announced that it was time for her to go home and prepare for her exams. And yet she came here to find out why Arthur hadn't told her everything. Why did he avoid Charlotte all this time and not tell her about the bullying the boy endures every day? If his pride prevented him from doing so, Charlotte could understand it. And yet it was foolish. She would never have considered him an outcast, even if Arthur himself had told her about the loneliness he felt at the academy. In many ways, she was right, and the young man simply did not want to distance himself from her and become an even bigger outcast. She even had to restrain herself, because he had just confirmed the version that her friend had told her about. To be honest, when Arthur first came to the academy and saw Charlotte's name at the top of the list, he began to envy her. He wanted to catch up with her right away and write his name on this big table. On the first day, Arthur vowed to himself to try his best to someday top this list. He could not even imagine that everything would turn out this way and that the relationship between them would become friendly. As Charlotte listened to all this, she knew deep down that he had almost achieved his goal. That first day when she met him on the street, she wanted to get to know this talented child better. The coincidence was strange. Could such coincidences happen that led 2 people to the same point? However, this was not the answer she wanted to hear, and she again attacked Arthur with reproaches. He acted as if he was trying to get behind her, and instead of telling the truth, he cowardly hid behind the mask of a simpleton. If he was serious about surpassing her in magic, and that was his goal, he would have to try hard. Besides, he should stop calling her high school girl, since he had known Charlotte's name for a long time. Only by fighting on equal terms could he prove to himself that he was the best. But if he doesn't catch up with her, Arthur will have to call her a high school girl for the rest of his days. It was hard to understand what the girl was hinting at, but her feelings for the guy became completely different. Finally, he asked to stay for one more minute and hear a few words. Looking into her eyes, he promised that very soon he would definitely catch up with her and teach her a valuable lesson. She responded with the same smile, saying that his result depended only on his diligence. Then the girl instantly appeared in the air, and Arthur realized that it was no coincidence that Charlotte had been at the top of the list for a long time. It was difficult to even notice the quick movements that this sorceress performed so easily. It was a pity that he had to refuse her help, but Arthur was sure that many were watching his every step. He really didn't want to put the girl in danger and was ready to take the full brunt of it. There was only 1 month left until the day of the exam for early transfer, and this month was supposed to lead him to his main goal. Now it was necessary to prepare well for the exams, because for this you will have to study a lot, read a lot of books. Many of the students turned to tutors for help, because this was the only way to learn all the material. The most difficult thing was teleportation, because Arthur wasn't the only one who was afraid to take this dangerous exam. And yet he did not forget about theory, having collected a whole mountain of books from the library and was determined to read it all. He had already said that he would learn everything on his own, and decided to start with the theory of the transformation of matter into a photon. These scientific works were actually written by wizards, although there was much in common between scientists and magicians. The environment that the wizard encounters is constantly changing, taking on a new form. As the position changes, you always need to adjust the amount of light and know the exact calculations. They were so complex that I had to relearn all these formulas and understand what was most important in them. Even the teacher Emma said that teleportation is quite easy to learn, and you just have to put in the effort. Many children knew this subject well, although their parents hired the most expensive tutors. Arthur had to fill this gap and gain the knowledge that he lacked in childhood. He could have become the best if he had studied magic since childhood, but the young man only got such a chance now. Of course, among all the students there were always the best, and one of these students was just at training. His tutor was delighted with the results of his student, who surpassed all the others. Teleportation came so easily to him, as if it were his main ability. This young gentleman was in the 7th grade, just like Arthur, but he was the best at teleportation. At first, he was a little nervous, but once he took the first step, everything fell into place. It was impossible to hone this skill in just 1 month, but his current level was quite sufficient. Very soon, he will be able to skip 2 grades at once and find himself in the 5th among his equals. By the way, the surveillance of Arthur did not stop for a single day, and the young man decided to study on his own. Yes, it slightly hurt the pride of the young man who was currently teaching a lesson with a tutor. While Arthur couldn't afford it, he had to put in 10 times more effort. By evening, he had done everything he could to try to master the basics of teleportation. It couldn't be said that he was completely confident in himself, but there was no time for doubt. While the 7th grade training ground was empty, practice could begin in peace. Arthur hoped that the spell would activate at the time he expected. First of all, it was necessary to create a theory of photoionization in one's consciousness, while being in a state of mind. A person who is between omniscience and omnipotence is capable of many things, and even more so of moving in space. This is exactly the kind of person Arthur wanted to become, erasing all his doubts from his mind. One could say that to achieve this, one had to erase oneself and gain an absolute understanding of the truth. Suddenly he realized that from the very first try this method worked, and he felt different. It felt like every cell in his body had turned into a light substance, which meant that this was what is called photonization. Even on the first day of his meeting with Mr. Magnus, he realized that it was impossible to comprehend from afar what was hidden from the eyes. The wizard, using supernatural potential, can see the outside world and feel every object. In other words, you can control reality only by fully experiencing all the space around you and becoming one with it. Meanwhile, the exam was approaching, and there were 9 days left until the teleportation test. The students began to notice the changes that were happening to Arthur, because the guy was merciless to himself. He wanted to pass the test so badly that he trained without any protection. His whole face was covered in abrasions, and Arthur came every day with a new plaster on his face. They were not wrong, because he really did risk his life to learn this. Having fallen to the ground once again and hurt his knee, he was only afraid of missing the exam because of this injury. But at the same time, he managed to attend theory classes, hoping to improve his academic performance. The error in his calculations was quite insignificant, although another method of teleportation should have been found. All these days, leading up to the exam, he did not stop and continued to search for a method. Every time he fell to the ground after a failed attempt, the injuries became even more serious. This was the only way his body could remember all the failed attempts for the sake of one precise teleportation. The exam was already very close, and there would be no chance for mistakes during it. The worst thing was that, having corrected one mistake, another one would follow suit. There was simply nowhere else to make changes, so his efforts had to be crowned with success. His entire body was covered in bruises, but he hoped that he had not wasted his time here, and would be able to stand firm. He slapped his cheeks to bring himself to his senses and tried to gather himself before the final approach. No matter what, Arthur had to do it, and if not today, it would never happen. He pushed off the ground with his foot, hoping that this time the teleportation would be successful. As usual, he saw a bright flash of energy in front of him, around which a vortex of his magical field began to spin. At that moment something changed, and Arthur no longer felt the ground so firmly under his feet. Could it really have happened? For a short time, he was able to hang in the air and wave his arms randomly in different directions. After that, the guy fell to the ground again. But those few seconds were enough. With a smile on his face, he realized that he had succeeded in performing real teleportation. There was no time to lie around and rejoice at my small success. It was time to tie all the work together. Yes, he had to endure the pain a little longer, in order to one day show the commission everything he was capable of. His main competitor got this skill much faster, because he had the best teleportation tutor working with him. Today his young master felt great, and it was clear that he was fully prepared for the exam. 700 meters seemed like nothing to him, and he was ready to cover this distance in an instant. However, first he had some more things to do at the Magic Academy, and Steven wasn't going to enter the game without an ace up his sleeve. For many students, it was a normal day, and students came to class early to prepare. So did Catherine, who slowly approached the classroom doors. The day was about to start off completely differently for her, because someone unexpectedly called her name. It was Steven who greeted the young sorceress with a smile. It was strange that he was still not on the training ground, although the guy believed that the losers were unworthy of training next to him. But the main thing is what this girl was doing here, because her grades were as bad as she was. The last words deeply hurt Catherine, although she didn't show it, turning sharply to the side. Her hands were shaking, because this offspring of an influential father did nothing for no reason, and he probably had business with her. The guy decided to humiliate Catherine right before the exam, although the girl knew that this bastard was just a teacher's rat. It seems she blurted out too much, and with these words revealed Steven's secret, which she had accidentally learned recently. That was exactly why he was waiting for her here, because the guy had long suspected that Catherine had reported him to the academy teachers. He used to be kind to her because they were classmates, but when Steven gets to high school, his kindness to her can be forgotten. It's scary to imagine what will happen when the guy puts his threat into practice and starts treating Catherine differently. Even though this girl was 4 years older than Steven, she seemed to him to be an ordinary timid child. Now, he was looking forward to her appearance at the teleportation exam, hoping to see her fail in person. In many ways, he was right, and the girl was afraid of too many things. But was it worth saying such offensive words to her face? Meanwhile, he went to class, and the first thing he did was ask loudly if the boys had prepared their plan. It was too late to retreat, and according to the plan, 2 of them were supposed to stop Arthur at the start, and the others were supposed to guard Steven. At the first stage, the distance of one jump was about 10 meters, and it was necessary to hold the brat after his first step. As soon as he transferred to high school, the guy promised to find them a good tutor. Steven's father was a technical consultant for the Magicians Association, and could easily arrange for them to advance to high school. Their well-thought-out plan did not tolerate any changes, and only needed to be executed precisely. The impudent man believed that a genius should not let his guard down. But which of the 2 was the real genius? This was yet to be found out on the very day when the exam for 7th graders took place. Many of these kids were unable to take this difficult test, and quickly move on to 5th grade. Instead of being happy for other students, some were envious and angry at those who were more fortunate. In addition to the 7th graders and their teachers, there were also senior students at the exam, who were amused to see the young people. The chief judge of this competition was Mr. Magnus, and no one would dare to challenge his right to this place. So, it was time to move from preparation to the exam itself, and somewhere high above the mountain a bright flash flared up. Turning to the participants, Teacher Chloe loudly asked them to get ready and wait for her command. The exam for 21 subjects was scheduled to begin in 10 minutes, and all the participants lined up at the starting line. There was a real cliff below the students, and it became clear why the exam was considered the most dangerous. There was no bridge between the 2 sheer cliffs here, because every wizard had to be able to overcome this distance himself. For this, it was necessary to have the teleportation skill, and this was the best place to gain experience. Louise even took binoculars with her to observe the actions of each participant and not lose sight of Arthur. Charlotte knew that those who were destined to fail this exam would not be able to avoid it. Of course, Stephen considered himself the best among them all, but his plan immediately went down the drain. After all, Arthur's main competitor was not there, and the guys didn't know what to do in this case. All this time, the young man was still on the training ground, having fallen asleep right on the ground the previous night. Only a small ant that crawled onto his face was able to wake up the exam participant in time. Jumping up suddenly in fright, he realized that any minute now, the main event for which he had been preparing all month would begin. At that moment, Charlotte snatched the binoculars from her friend's hands and made sure that they had lost Arthur. The guy really was nowhere to be found, and if he didn't show up for the exam, it means he was never able to learn teleportation. It would have been worse if, during independent training, he had fallen from a height and broken himself. According to the exam rules, Chloe could not delay the start due to the absence of one participant. At the signal, they all had to run towards the abyss, and the student who would overcome this distance using teleportation would become the winner. The test was mortally dangerous for each of them, because the one who does not activate teleportation will fall into the abyss. If any of them were afraid of the exam, they should have said so now, because there were no protections installed downstairs. Each of them knew that in the process of studying magic, one could die, and this exam was that very case. Yakov reminded that they were taking an exam for early transfer, so only the strongest would be able to get into the 5th grade. Right now, anyone who is unsure of their abilities and afraid of heights should step aside. To avoid accidents, it was better to scare the students immediately than to watch the death of one student later. And only those who are completely confident in their abilities will not give in to fear and will remain at the starting line. Stephen was the first of these students who would not have given up taking an exam for anything in the world. I wonder how true were the rumors that 7th grader took it upon himself to study teleportation. But more on that later. And now they had to line up in one row because there were only a few seconds left before the start of the exam. Raising her hand up and getting ready to give the signal to start, Chloe still hoped to see the head student there. At this time, Arthur was trying his best to make it to the start of the competition, and his figure appeared at the end of the forest path. It would be a shame to miss the event for which he sacrificed so much, and which would determine his future. Luckily, he arrived at the starting line just as the teacher was about to lower her hand. Trying to catch his breath, he loudly apologized for keeping everyone waiting. He hoped that he would still be able to take part in this exam despite his lateness. Through the binoculars, Charlotte saw the man who was the most important participant for her among all the students. She was glad to see Arthur, although she didn't understand where the hell he had been all this time. The young man's entire body was wounded, and it became clear that he had been practicing without protection since the very first day of training. Mr. Magnus believed that each student should take care of himself during his preparation. It was impossible to disobey the director, and Chloe raised her hand again, asking everyone to get ready. Arthur could refuse the exam at any time if he felt unwell, but that wasn't why he ran here through the entire forest, so it was strange to hear such words from Chloe. Still, the rest of the students had managed to get a good rest before the exam, which certainly couldn't be said about Arthur. To all the advantages they now had one more, for this student was already sweating profusely from fatigue. However, now it was necessary to forget about everything and focus only on your goal. Chloe announced to everyone that the 7th grade early transfer exam was starting right now, and their fate depended on it. She already held the watch in her hands, and after pressing the button, its hands were supposed to start spinning. It was a very exciting moment for each of the students, because the guys did a lot for this. Those who did not have time to prepare well were doomed to failure, which meant they would remain in the 7th grade. Stephen hoped that the boys would not let him down and would follow their plan. His main competitor was still Arthur, who was determined. Only a second separated the students from the start of the competition, and finally, the exam was launched. The students immediately rushed towards the goal, hoping to overtake their competitors already at the first stage. As expected, Arthur was the last one, but was still able to continue the competition. The two students running behind did this on purpose, as per Stephen's plan. The wristwatch was still in Chloe's hands, and only the time spent could determine the winners of the exam. Only 1 second had passed since it began, but that was enough for a fierce competition to break out on the court. All the students had undergone serious training, but for the first time they found themselves right in front of the abyss. I wonder what they will feel when there is only an abyss under their feet, and will they be able to overcome their wild fear? The teachers were only to find out about this a little later, since less than 2 seconds had passed since the exam began. Stephen knew that he couldn't take first place in the teleportation exam just by being fast on his feet. The one who correctly determines the time for the jump and launches his main ability at that moment will be able to finish. It will still not be possible to reduce the gap, even if you make several jumps on a flat surface in front of the abyss. Everyone knew how dangerous this exam was, but fear was gradually beginning to show on the students' faces. The closer the abyss was to the student, the more fear took hold of his soul and confused his thoughts. The very first of them was to see before the other participants that abyss at the bottom of which there was only death. It was worth casting aside all doubts and remembering what they were taught at the Magic Academy in order to pass the exam. Many of them activated teleportation even before they reached the edge of the cliff. Just 3 seconds after the start of the exam, several bright flashes appeared on the site. The first one to give up at the crucial moment was Steven's partner, who was running behind everyone. He shouted loudly that he could no longer continue the competition, and Steven became convinced that his team consisted of nothing but weaklings. The guy himself understood that not everyone is capable of overcoming their fear, but this was the only way to win the battle for first place. Yet fear appeared in the eyes of this guy, although he had kept it inside until the last moment. However, he managed to overcome his doubts and activate teleportation after the other participants. 3.5 seconds into the test, Arthur was still behind his main competitors. The two boys had been chasing him since the start line, and were still executing a plan that was supposed to help their young master. It seemed to them that this young man would definitely back up and stop before reaching the edge of the cliff. I had to believe that this guy really did jump straight down and activate teleportation there. Unlike the others, there was no shadow of doubt in his eyes, because Arthur had overcome too much for this. It was necessary to catch up with them as quickly as possible, and gathering all his strength, Arthur pushed off right in front of the abyss. 1/100th of a second after that, Chloe realized that he had managed to perform the jump within the rules of the exam. Instead of flying up with the other wizards, Arthur flew straight down to his death. All that was left was to hope that Arthur would be able to activate his ability before he found himself at the bottom of that cliff. You could lose consciousness from fear, but under no circumstances could you lose concentration. Fortunately, the state of mind did not have time to dissipate and Arthur was able to activate teleportation, like all the other participants. The students rushed towards one point at once, hoping not only to survive, but also to win the competition. Only the best 7th graders who were aiming for early admission to senior classes could participate in this exam. The one who managed to get ahead at the very beginning of the competition ended up among the finalists. Steven couldn't believe that his boys hadn't managed to restrain Arthur before he had time to jump. He was able to overtake everyone at once, which means he chose the most opportune moment to jump off the cliff. Finally, the spectators waited for the most interesting stage of the competition, and everyone was rooting for their own participant. It was hard to believe that the newcomer would be among the first and would not give in even to such an experienced magician as Steven. Charlotte had indeed told her friend that it seemed like Arthur was using magic for the first time, but this time the guy had outdone himself. He was a little late, but he had a chance to show everyone that early start of magic lessons and experienced tutors did not mean anything. If he continues to act in the same spirit, he will definitely become the first, and Steven will only be left to watch him go. Steven had been trying his best, and now, without the help of his team, he was heading straight for his main competitor. Arthur's speed was truly astounding, and if it weren't for this newcomer, Steven would have been the best among all the participants. Ahead of them was still that strange fellow who had fallen asleep right on the training ground that night. At the same time, Catherine was slowly moving deeper into the forest along a familiar path. Since childhood, this girl had a talent for magic, but recently her grades have sharply deteriorated. Her class teacher wanted to ask her about this, to whom she confessed that other students were distracting her from her studies. As a result, the girl was delayed in the 7th grade for 6 whole years, and every year of her life was repeated the same way. It was hard to imagine what was going through her head, but right now she wanted more than anything in the world to stop Steven. Right now, he was still competing for the lead in the race, and was tied for first place with his former rival. All those who were behind them had already lost hope of winning, and only wanted to take at least 3rd place. Arthur would have given a lot to be in the lead in this competition as soon as possible, but it was worth waiting a little longer. Some participants lost strength right in flight, realizing that the exam turned out to be even more difficult than they thought. With tears in their eyes, those students who flew down without magic begged to be saved. All the members of the commission looked in their direction with smiles, as if they knew that they were not in any danger. As expected, those students who could not overcome their fear were the first to fail the exam. If only they knew that all this time they were spinning in one place not far from the ground, they certainly would not have behaved like cowards. Security measures were prepared, and the teacher's opening speech was merely a test of strength. The students thought that this was too mean an action on the part of the teachers, but in this case they could not act otherwise. They did not tell the disciples that even when they fell into the abyss, the life of each of them was reliably protected. As a result, almost all of them failed the exam, and only the strongest could claim the right to a quick transfer. Arthur felt his strength leaving him at that moment when victory was so close. Many of the middle group who were staying close to Arthur also couldn't resist and gave in. Stephen would never have become such a person, and he was ready to sacrifice even his life for the sake of his victory. The distance between Stephen and Arthur grew with each passing second, and Stephen gained an increasingly confident lead. If this continues, Arthur will never be able to transfer to high school and will have to lose 2 years of his life. At the beginning of the exam, it seemed as if Arthur would drop dead before it even started. But now he didn't look tired at all. On the contrary, he had so much energy that he could have taken 10 such exams with full dedication. He may have been able to hide his fatigue to throw off his competitor's vigilance, but in this case, he did it superbly. Looking at him from afar, Chloe was convinced that this young man was the most capable student of them all. Arthur constantly used his powers of coercion and repeated the same sequence of actions. Emma always liked this approach, because she always taught the children that consistency is important in any business. Mr. Magnus was also glad to see what was happening and did not regret that he personally vouched for this young man. Yes, he was deliberately increasing his level of coercion, and Louise couldn't figure out who taught him this. Normal wizards learn to consciously use their unconscious realm, but Arthur was different. The guy was able to directly control his subconscious, and this was not something that could be learned in class. Stephen didn't have nearly the same skills, and his guys were almost out of strength. He ordered his boys to begin the main plan, which they had already thought through thoroughly. His partner understood that carrying out this plan in front of everyone would immediately expose their conspiracy. The guy was determined to squeeze out the last of his mental strength and hoped that it would be enough for at least one time. His only target was Arthur, because apart from the newcomer, no one else competed with Stephen. A few seconds later, Arthur realized that someone next to him had broken the order and sent wave-like impulses in all directions. It seems that an attack was being prepared against him, and it is unlikely that this time it will be a lone wolf. Stephen had seemed like a scoundrel to him before, but now he could see that he was ready to step over people for the sake of success. This move was the most vile of all. Although it might work well against Arthur, somehow he managed to wreak havoc on the energy balance that had kept Arthur ahead in the competition. Turning around, he saw the student who was the main attacker on this team. He shouted loudly that his life was at stake, and that in fact he did not want any harm, did not wish Arthur any harm. He was ready to fall with him, just to drag his friend's main competitor down with him. Arthur realized that the madman was going to crash straight into him at full speed. And indeed, gathering all his strength, he rushed towards it as quickly as if it were the last flight in his life. This desperate student was as afraid of death as everyone else, but he took this step for the sake of the whole team. He hoped that he could activate the flight skill at the last moment, although the risk of not being able to do so was huge. He managed to break the pattern that Arthur had worked so hard to create in the sky, sending Arthur into the very abyss. Arthur realized that this was a huge problem for him, and that the disruption of the order of actions had left him overcome with fatigue. If he doesn't concentrate right now, all his efforts will be in vain, and instead of victory, he will face a cliff. However, he would not be himself if he could not find solutions, even in such situations. It became clear that Stephen's plan had failed, and they had not taken into account the enormous talent of their competitor. All the students in the 5th grade found the movements of the guy who was trying to confuse Arthur very strange. Only one of them realized that the guy did it on purpose and was trying to crash into his opponent. Classmates did not believe it at first, because only a madman could decide to do such a thing. And yet Eugene insisted on his own, having foreseen such a mean move on the part of the guys. He was able to easily explain to them on his fingers that when one person blocks the way, another one attacks at that moment. It was this tactic that Stephen's team used, which simultaneously blocked both advantages of teleportation. As usual, the smartest guy in their class outdid everyone else, although his classmates were not happy about it. But it was worth listening to his words, because Eugene always knew how to notice the most important things. It's strange that the teachers didn't notice this, as if they weren't in control of the situation from the beginning. Stephen was confident that this would enable him to take first place and take his trophy. Soon, everyone will start to envy him when they find out that he was the best, not only in the class, but also among all his peers. He always considered himself a real genius, and now he was able to prove this strange hypothesis to himself. However, just behind him flew the wizard who really wanted to prove the opposite. Arthur needed to get ahead of him quickly, but if he broke the order of actions, he risked losing control of his magic. Instead, he should have increased his speed and overtaken his opponent by at least half a second. The students noticed how quickly Arthur was able to catch up with his rival, and was soon to become the first. His body was not in perfect condition. One girl understood that he would be able to surpass himself today. The next second, something happened that not only Charlotte, but also all the other spectators did not expect. When the goal was already very close to Steven, a new obstacle appeared on his path. At first he couldn't understand why his movements had suddenly slowed down, as if magic had stopped obeying him. It became clear that his magic was in perfect order, and another object appeared in the sky. If this object had touched him even by a millimeter, the guy would have lost control and flown down to the ground. The teachers realized with horror that a mechanism had been activated in the sky that prevented the students from crossing the border. The difficulty level of this exam immediately increased to 10th, although the students were only 7th graders. It turns out that they now have to pass the level 10 exam if they still want to win. Jacob could no longer watch this from the sidelines and quickly went to the control room. He already understood that strangers had managed to get into the control room, and they had thought out this plan in advance. The exam needed to be stopped urgently, and Emma asked the director to reschedule it for the next day. Old Magnus remained unperturbed, but he knew that many families would be unhappy with the cancellation of the exam. However, the life of each student was much more important, so he ordered the exam to be stopped immediately. At that moment, the objects that were rushing at the speed of light began to slow down. Was the exam stopped by someone? It seems that all of Arthur's efforts were in vain, and he will never be able to win first place. Teacher Yakov, who had almost reached the control room, also noticed the yellow signal to stop the exam. This was bad news for Jacob, because now a whole pile of protest letters from parents would fall on his desk. Most likely, one of his colleagues got drunk that night and locked himself in this bunker, accidentally pressing the lever. This time he wanted to have a serious talk with that idiot who even forced Mr. Magnus to stop the exam. However, he realized that the door was locked, and this seriously resembled a conspiracy. It didn't seem like it was a simple coincidence, so Jacob prepared to quickly open that door. With the help of the attacking magic ball, he was determined to end this madness, even if he had to break down the door. Then he suddenly realized that there were people inside that he didn't know, and through the material, he noticed two silhouettes. Yakov was ready to blow up these bastards along with the door if they didn't open it right now. Surprisingly, a female voice responded, and the girl herself would only be glad to stay inside and die. The student, who remained in the 7th grade for many years in a row, believed that no one would notice her absence anyway. There was no doubt that Catherine was hiding behind that door and had increased the difficulty level of this exam. And indeed, Catherine was shaking with fear, pressing her back against the door on the other side. The guy immediately tried to bring her to her senses, banging on the door with all his might and demanding that she open it. For her, it was all over, and after this incident, Catherine would be expelled from the academy. She only did it because she didn't want Steven to be transferred, because then her life would turn into hell. Yes, Steven could have actually won the competition if he had overcome an obstacle that was within his power. However, by making the exam 3 more steps more difficult, she deprived him of the opportunity to win and transfer to the 5th grade. Now it became clear to Yakov why the girl had been so withdrawn all this time, and he told her to do as she wished. If she didn't want to open that door, she could stay locked in as long as she wanted. The exam was stopped by Mr. Magnus anyway, meaning she had accomplished her goal. The last 2 participants in the exam were already at the final stage before she pulled the lever. Steven knew he was just 1 step away from the victory that had been snatched from his grasp. He wouldn't have another chance to get rid of Arthur, so it was worth winning right now. Although Arthur could have taken the prize place if Steven's friend had not stopped him, the two were still in the air and their personal competition was not over yet. Suddenly, both participants activated magic again, as if they wanted to continue the fight outside the exam. It's weird that these guys thought the teachers would count this victory even after the test was over. Looking closer, Emma realized that the students were heading straight into the labyrinth, as if they had agreed to do so in advance. It would be better if they didn't do this, because violating the will of the director of the academy threatens each of them with expulsion. Looking at these stupid brats, Mr. Magnus couldn't wait to see them in the headmaster's office. Before, it seemed to him that this smart guy was different from everyone else. But now he could see for himself that he was different. Arthur acted as thoughtlessly as the other students, blinded by their greed and thirst for victory. As he watched them go, Mr. Magnus realized that he would not be able to find the right path in this dragon's labyrinth. Charlotte understood the same thing, because the 10th difficulty level was intended only for professionals. Unless you were a professional wizard, an encounter with a dragon could only end in one way. However, there was no way to convince the young man who was rushing at full speed straight into the labyrinth. He had never encountered anything like this in his life, but still, Arthur did not want to miss his chance. When he was already nearby, the young man immediately noticed that many objects around him simply did not lend themselves to inner vision. The speed of this trap was too high and he didn't have time to calculate the changes. At this rate, he risked wasting all his mental strength, although his opponent should have thought about the same thing. After all, Stephen was already approaching the labyrinth after Arthur and wanted to snatch this victory from his opponent's hands. He understood that with his victory, he would be able to impress not only the students, but also all the teachers, and they would recognize him. If they thought he was at the top of the charts only because of his father's influence, they were very much mistaken. Today he has the opportunity to prove it in practice, forever eclipsing the rest of his competitors. Without any regret, he sent a stream of his last destructive forces at Arthur, hoping that he would remain in second place today. At this time, Catherine was still in the closed room and was determined to go to the end. While everyone else was reaching their peaks, she had to stay in the same place for many years. Stephen was one of those bastards who always put a spoke in her wheel and humiliated her in front of everyone. After listening to all this, Yakov tried to calm the student, realizing that she had driven herself into a corner. The girl was already in tears, because in recent years all she had done was endure ridicule. If you remember, the young teacher graduated from the academy the same year that Catherine entered. It's strange. Why did he start this conversation? And what was he hinting at with these words? She remembered the way she looked at this graduate and how she wanted to quickly become just as grown up. However, Catherine had never heard of a genius named Jacob, just like everyone else. It is not surprising because such a genius simply does not exist, and teacher Yakov was never one. He was always last in his class, and was stuck in the middle of his studies for 5 whole years. It was hard to believe, but Yakov actually went through the same path as this unfortunate student. It was hard for him to accept this. But one day he met the director of the academy late in the evening. Seeing the boy torturing himself, Mr. Magnus suddenly asked him what a wizard should never do. Without waiting, he immediately answered this question himself, saying that a magician should never compare himself with others. The wizard was the man who erased himself every time in order to perform complex elements at a high level. The guy just needs to focus on himself, because if he runs forward, looking around, he will definitely lose his way. The same could be advised to Stephen, who has long forgotten about the main thing. He was only interested in his own victory, although the path before him was already blocked. And indeed, right in front of him he saw a multitude of dark bars, which were the main obstacle. He seemed to have missed the point that level 10 wasn't that easy and wasn't worth flying there. Worse still, he found himself at a point in the labyrinth from which no one had ever managed to escape. With horror, Stephen realized that this was how his life would end, and began to loudly call for help. Everyone understood that the best advice for getting out of this impasse was to never get into this impasse. But it was too late, and now the guy will have to answer with his life for his actions. There was only one end awaiting him if another student had not appeared at the last second. Someone's hand suddenly grabbed him by the collar, and someone dragged Stephen upstairs. It was Arthur who couldn't let the student stay here and die. After such an act, one could have awarded this hero first place, although the young man did not do this for the sake of victory. Instead of leaving him in a dead end, Arthur saved his greatest rival, and did as the great ones do. Many did not understand how he managed to perform such complex movements while in the dragon's labyrinth. The exam was still at level 10, but Arthur acted as if the level had remained the same. To find the exit, it was first necessary to scan the pattern according to which the edges of the labyrinth changed. This needed to be done as quickly as possible before they encountered the main obstacle. However, the trap continued to follow him, and vertical teleportation would not help. All the students began shouting advice at once, although Eugene understood that the boy could not hear them. The climb up turned out to be useless, because the trap did not lag behind the guys, but only got closer with every second. At that moment, Arthur realized that he had only one chance to survive, and it was worth returning. He tried to confuse the algorithm of this labyrinth, which was accustomed to pursuing its goal step by step. This is exactly what Eugene expected from him, hoping that the guy would do the right thing. It's strange, because only a month of practice had passed, and this guy behaved like a professional magician. Now there was no point in hiding one's feelings, because every student wanted to loudly support their idol. The boys who a week ago didn't want to sit at the same desk with him were now loudly supporting him. Each of them tried to shout out their advice, but a wizard like Arthur didn't need advice. Only now did Charlotte realize that passing the exam was not the main reason for Arthur's persistence. Moving up to the next grade was just a stepping stone to becoming a great wizard. This guy was just one of those magicians who wanted to learn all the intricacies of this art. Jacob knew that the competition was just a way to get to the finish line faster. It was possible to move slowly, because it was not necessary to hurry in order to reach the goal. And if this girl finally pulled herself together and showed courage, Teacher Jacob was ready to help her. Unexpectedly, Mr. Magnus changed his mind, deciding to continue with the exam. He was ready to take full responsibility even if something happened to those two students. Howard was not wrong when he first admitted to old Magnus that this guy looked a lot like him in his youth. He was as desperate as Mr. Magnus, and despite the danger of the trap, he kept going. Arthur could not predict the next move, because the movement pattern remained chaotic. First, he needed to feel the entire structure of the dragon's labyrinth in order to understand the laws by which it changes. In reality, it was much more complicated than it sounded, as the design consisted of thousands of parts. Only by simultaneously penetrating the structure of all these parts could one understand the logic of their movement. Arthur had done this before, but it seemed to be much more difficult this time. If he were alone in this place and didn't have to think about Steven, the task would be much easier. Any wrong move by this guy could have ended the life of his classmate. Yet over time, he began to understand how the structure of the labyrinth changed in response to his movements. It was incredible. But it seemed that it was not the labyrinth that was trying to lock Arthur in, but the young man himself who was gradually beginning to control the labyrinth. Steven had never seen anything like it in his life, and he knew that without Arthur, his life would be over. It is true, the boy would have been doomed to die if this great wizard had not been by his side. Even Emma, who had always been famous for her wit, could not understand how the young man managed to do this. There was a feeling that the danger had only increased the abilities of this young magician, and that he would soon reach his ultimate limit. Magnus sensed neither pleasure nor profit in this boy, so what was he trying to achieve? Probably, he simply had no limits, and infinity was his main essence. Chloe could only watch this shocking sight from afar, hoping that at this difficult moment, the guy would not be distracted by extraneous thoughts. The density of his state of mind has already approached 99%, and he calculates every step, being in a deep trance. It was impossible not to acknowledge his outstanding talent, but this time he was in real danger. At some point, the obstacle that made this labyrinth stand out from all other exams began to show itself. The distance between the obstacles has become even smaller, which means that Arthur's skill will be required beyond all limits. Using teleportation, he wouldn't be able to cover the last 10 meters to the final point, and there was only one way left. If he could break the teleportation down to 1/10, he would have a chance to release a lot of useful energy. It was important to remember the order and change the vector of your movement every split second. It was impossible for an ordinary person to imagine how to change his mind so quickly and achieve such speeds. However, Arthur was thinking about something completely different, because the space in front of him was becoming too narrow. To the surprise of everyone who saw it, he had no intention of stopping at all, but only increased his speed. Eventually, he managed to fly into one of the cells of this labyrinth, although from the outside it seemed smaller than a human fingernail. Yes, he was able to shatter space itself and bring to life that phantom reality that he created within himself. Just now, Eugene saw that this student had divided the circle into parts and created an infinite straight line right in its center. The students turned sharply in his direction, unable to understand what this smart guy was talking about, but it seemed that Eugene was not making anything up. Arthur's insight gave him a level that could be called omnipotence without end or edge. It was the young man's insight that gave him the opportunity to do what only a few people could do. He no longer tried to evade the pursuit of the labyrinth, but acted as his inner vision dictated to him. One could say that he had merged into one whole with this substance, and now, by destroying him, she would have destroyed herself. That is why he managed to stay alive even in the center of the labyrinth, where the greatest danger lurked. Now it was necessary to understand what to do with the owner of this labyrinth, who was forced to personally appear to meet this magician. Everything that happened before seemed like child's play, because now Arthur has to meet the most dangerous creature inside the labyrinth. The Black Dragon's consciousness could not be captured, which meant that Arthur had no method of fighting it. This was too much, and Emma immediately headed in the direction where this tragedy was unfolding. No matter how talented Arthur is, the 7th grader has no idea how to conduct tactics against the Black Dragon. If Steven had come to his senses in time and abandoned his stupid plans, this simply would not have happened. Opening his eyes, he realized that his life was hanging by a thread, just as he himself was hanging by Arthur's hand. Still holding him by the collar, the young man tried to figure out which direction to start moving in. Steven's stupid screams only distracted him, because now he was required to concentrate all his senses to the maximum. Instantly finding herself in the forest, teacher Emma saw Yakov in front of her, who still had not appeared on the playground. The young man could not understand what made Emma personally come to this place, and why she left the exam place. There was no time for long explanations now, and it was necessary to immediately stop this damned device. Arthur and Steven are in the Black Dragon Labyrinth, and on the 10th level of the exam they are already opposite the master of the labyrinth. These were the most terrible words that could be heard, and Yakov instantly rushed to the control room. At that moment, Chloe was also there, and she had the same question for Yakov as her friend. This should have been thought about earlier, because the giant dragon's mouth was already preparing to swallow both students and end their exam early. It was impossible to look at this, and Louise turned away sharply so as not to witness this terrible scene. Each of the students understood that the jokes had long since ended, and the test had long since gone beyond the scope of a school exam. For the first time in his life, Mr. Magnus could do nothing, and could only watch this wild nightmare from the sidelines. The clock hands had almost finished their movement, which meant that the exam time was coming to an end. A second later, the hand completed its final rotation and announced the completion of the test with a loud sound. It is impossible to imagine what Arthur felt when he saw the gaping, toothy mouth of the black dragon in front of him. Stephen, who was in the same place, saw the same thing, and both of these students were facing the same fate. Charlotte couldn't believe that she was seeing the last seconds of the life of a man whose opinion had long since changed for the better. This young man no longer seemed to her to be her main competitor, but rather someone she looked up to. At such moments it is very difficult not to give in to panic. But Arthur had long ago learned this main lesson for himself. Drops of sweat slowly fell down to the ground, and time seemed to stand still for the young wizard. There were only moments left before death. But it was worth relaxing, because he was still alive, wasn't he? A second would have been enough to think and, avoiding useless movements, make the only correct decision. When there was only 1/10 of a second left before the collision with the black dragon, something seemed to flash in his mind. This was the idea that could get him out of here, and that idiot Stephen at the same time. In 1,000th of a second, Arthur realized that 9 teleportations would be enough, and, with the correct calculation of the trajectory, he would find himself at the exit of the Black Labyrinth. And yet he was wrong, because it was impossible to escape with Stephen by the route he had found. It was necessary to find another way out, and it's a pity that the guy didn't have even 1,000th of a second left for this search. Less than a moment later, the black dragon's mouth slammed shut, and there was no one left to come up with new ideas for saving themselves. None of the students could understand how this was possible, and why the masters were unable to prevent this monstrous end. Magnus remained standing with his hand outstretched in his place, but, unlike those students, he was completely safe. However, today this old magician was about to learn that someone had appeared on Earth who surpassed even his abilities. In less than 1/10,000th of a second, Arthur was able to calculate a new vector and find a way out of the labyrinth. Together with Stephen, he instantly flew out of that black, tangled abyss where they had been under the power of the dragon. It is impossible for the simple mind to understand how he managed to do this, but no one has ever tried to approach his level. The students had no choice but to rush towards the hero, who, in their eyes, Arthur would forever remain. The guy had already managed to descend to the ground, and hoped that at such a speed the fall would not be too hard for Stephen. Although, even if they had to be carried out of there on a stretcher, it would be better than ending up in the dragon's mouth. From day one, Chloe knew this boy was special, but now she saw something she couldn't imagine. Turning sharply in the opposite direction, she wanted to leave here immediately and think carefully about everything that had happened. Arthur was still trying to come to his senses and come to terms with the fact that he had managed to do it. No matter how much Arthur tried to remember that day later, he forever forgot those moments that determined the outcome of the exam. Even the brain could not move neurons as quickly as the wizard's magical power solved the most complex problems. That is why he could not remember what helped him at that moment when death was too close. The boy began to cry loudly from these overwhelming feelings, realizing that a moment ago he could have died. Not only did he save his own life, but he was able to take another fool with him. The students rushed to him with congratulations, and no one had any doubts about who had won the competition. By this time, Chloe had already brought the rest of the young teachers here to see this. Looking at them from afar, Emma realized that she had missed the main moment in the development of this great young wizard. The two crossed the finish line at the same time, so only the director could decide the winner. Mr. Magnus's face was blank, and the result of the exam was the last thing on his mind. It was stupid to ask about this, because among all the students, there was no one who could compare with this 7th grader. It was about Arthur, to whom Mr. Magnus would be grateful for the rest of his life for today's action. On the first day, when Jacob took Arthur's entrance exams, he had no idea which wizard's patron Magnus had become. At that time, he doubted the abilities of the young man, because Arthur could not properly use the spell then. But now, there is a man next to them, who will replace Mr. Magnus and illuminate the future of their academy. One could only envy Arthur, because having created such a miracle at a young age, it is difficult to imagine what success awaits him. Magnus never believed in fate and always tried to understand the nature of things and their natural development. It had been a long time since his heart had beat faster and he had been as young as Arthur. Today he admired everyone who took part in the exam, but only one person could be considered the winner of the competition. That man was Arthur, and the students had no doubt whose name Mr. Magnus would announce at the end of his speech. Just recently, they had protested against Arthur being transferred straight to the 5th grade, but now they understood that his level was higher than that of the graduates. They finished with Steven together, but it was Arthur who grabbed him by the collar, and that was the only reason the guy didn't end up in the dragon's mouth. It was hard to believe, but Steven's skills were not enough for such a complex 10th level labyrinth. But today he saw how a true genius copes with extremely complex tasks that only such a wizard can handle. All that was left for him to do was bow his head before a man who was dozens of levels superior to any student. He was already addressing Arthur as a high school student and as the wizard the boy would look up to. The rest of the boys did the same, ready to accept any punishment for having interfered with his studies all this time. It was done in time, and Arthur, with all his might, was ready to say a few words to them. He just wished good luck to every student at the academy and hoped that someday they would be able to achieve their goals. It was impossible to hear anything better in response, because the young man was not at all offended by them, but on the contrary, wished them success. At such an important moment, it would have been better for Charlotte to be with Arthur, because her friends still believed that they were a couple. The girl replied with a smile that there was no time now, and it was better to leave this hero alone. She understood that now she had to ask forgiveness from the person whose fate she could have broken with her own hands. Louise couldn't understand why she was behaving this way, and still hadn't hugged her boyfriend tightly, and yet she would not be able to leave here so easily. And Arthur himself loudly addressed this arrogant girl. He had already kept his promise, and now Charlotte would not be able to find a stupid excuse and deny this fact. Just recently he said that he would catch up with her and they would both be seniors at the Magic Academy. Now that moment has arrived, which means all his other promises will soon be fulfilled too. So Arthur moved on to the 5th grade, and anyone who heard this story would probably not believe it. However, instead of joy, teacher Chloe tried to understand why the Black Dragon still lived in the labyrinth near the academy. After this incident, a lot has changed at the academy, and security measures have now been strengthened. However, the main heroes of the competition still had to answer to the disciplinary committee. This time, Yakov personally collected all the necessary information about the previous incident. Catherine meekly admitted all her misdeeds and, with her head bowed, awaited punishment. Many were against punishing the girl because she was only following someone else's order. The other students, like Steven, realized their mistake and began to confess their faults one after the other. They even revealed a plan to interfere with Arthur's exam, which prevented the young man from breaking away from them in the first seconds of the competition. Looking at Steven, Arthur understood that he was trying to keep his promise and take responsibility. According to the rules of the academy, the final word remained with its director, and Mr. Magnus was ready to make his decision. But at that moment he was suddenly interrupted by the very man who became the hero of all the events. He believed that he should be punished along with everyone else, because after the exam was suspended, he continued walking towards the labyrinth. Everything turned out the way the director wanted it to, and Yakov could not imagine that he would see this with his own eyes. The students were unable to see the truth, because they were all blinded by rivalry and jealous of the best students. With a smile on his face, Yakov realized that only such cruel obstacles could bring the students to their senses and direct them in the right direction. Young people always allowed us to learn something new, because without their dangerous antics, life would be too boring. And yet many decisions had already been made, for Mr. Magnus had already raised his gavel and was ready to end the meeting. Many students did not like the decisions made, but each of them understood their fairness. Some even couldn't bear it and started to shed tears right in the conference room, realizing what they had to go through together. Steven was deeply guilty before this girl, because it was he who incited Catherine to many terrible deeds. For the first time since the Academy's founding, a decision was made that all students were punished. Emma thought it was even better this way, because none of the boys would think that his punishment was harsher. She still couldn't understand what made Arthur go into the Black Dragon Labyrinth, even after he saw the stop signal. Although now the young man would definitely not be able to answer this question, because he needed a good night's sleep after the nightmare he had experienced. In his sleep, he still continued to see those flashes of memories that were still stored in his mind. It was as if he was still stuck in that time loop where the exam had not yet ended, and he was flying into the labyrinth at the speed of light. At that moment, he was able to focus and split his physical body into millions of photons. Yes, it was as if he had completely merged with the light itself, and thanks to this he was able to instantly overcome the distance. It would be more correct to say that he erased himself and did what other students were unable to do. In those seconds, it was as if he was torn into pieces, scattered all over the world, and he could see what was happening through the eyes of all creatures on Earth. To say that at that moment he became this world itself would also be close to the truth. He felt the same as on that first day when he was able to learn about his abilities in the Academy Garden. This was the kind of lightness that Arthur felt at that moment when he was rushing at full speed straight into the center of the Black Labyrinth. Now he had control over space itself, so his speed was not limited by anything. Infinity was the main secret of any genius wizard who performed miracles within the framework of already known magic. Simple teleportation of objects was now as easy for this young man as creating a state of mind for any first grader. The exam was not just a way to skip 2 grades and get into senior classes, but also a turning point in his life. Suddenly Arthur opened his eyes, and the first sound that reached him was the sound of a melody on the piano. He quickly put on his uniform and, straightening his tie, prepared to go to the academy. Taking the notebook, Arthur remembered that Charlotte had lent it to him so that he could quickly memorize some magic formulas. Today he had to remember to return it to its owner, and besides, he wanted to repay her for her past help. Suddenly he saw in the notebook those notes that made Arthur stop for a moment. Could it be that his eyes were deceiving him? Meanwhile, life at the academy continued as usual. But now each of the students understood that their possibilities were limitless. By his example, Arthur was able to breathe new life into every student who now wanted to be like him. It is interesting that today he did not come empty-handed and wanted to thank the girls for their help. The very next second, a basket of apples appeared in Charlotte's hands, which the girl had not expected at all. Surprisingly, instead of gratitude, she suddenly turned around and ran to the other end of the hall. Yes, it was a strange reaction to Arthur's little surprise, and Louise could not explain her friend's actions. She immediately ran after her and along the way asked her to wait a little and calm down. Now each of the 7th graders called Arthur a senior because yesterday he had gone straight into the 5th grade of high school as an external student. They even reserved a seat for him in advance so that none of the other students would dare to choose the best chair. Now he understood what it felt like to be a high school student, before whom the younger ones trembled. He saw again in front of him the familiar face of Louise, who was glad to see him, like everyone else. Suddenly she admitted that she did not want to waste her entire youth on magic, and would return to ordinary life immediately after graduation. The most surprising thing was that Charlotte decided to become a soldier after she graduated from the Magic Academy. If the war really happened, all the mages would have to take part in it, because it was their duty. This girl's specialty was using magic against single targets, and she would become important for reconnaissance missions. Finally, she advised him to think about his future work in advance, because he would make an excellent teacher. Turning around, Arthur realized that he would not have a single free minute left until the end of his studies. Another friendly guy offered him his help for some reason, promising to stand up for him in any situation. It's strange, why offer help to a student who was able to defeat even a professional magician? Even though he was the same age as all the boys, Arthur felt more grown up. They were too casual and spent more time talking than necessary. Each of them wanted to discuss the last competition with Arthur, not realizing that the guy now needed rest. I wonder if these students will stay away from him if he pretends not to understand them. The worst thing is that they started talking about another stupid thing, finding out which of the young teachers is the most beautiful. This discussion was not at all part of Arthur's plans, and there were much more interesting topics than this. Suddenly, there was one student among them who asked not to discuss these stupid topics at the academy. The news was great, because if there was at least one smart wizard among them, then there was still hope for a bright future for the academy. Instead of the high school students he had hoped to meet, Arthur saw only teenagers who had one thing on their minds. He couldn't avoid the same question anyway, and one of the guys asked his opinion. In order to avoid problems in his school life, he now had to get along with all the seniors. He said passionately that he respected both teachers, and could not choose which was better. But the guys clearly didn't like this answer, because Arthur was simply dodging the truth. Next time he'll try to think of something else, otherwise all the guys will start avoiding him. However, this 5th grader Eugene was the very student who was interested in completely different topics of conversation. Many knew what this young man was capable of, and what knowledge was hidden in his head. He was considered a local smart guy, and conducted many experiments trying to get to the bottom of it. It was clear why Eugene was the first to extend his hand to Arthur. Since this new high school student had managed to outdo the seniors, it was Eugene who was most worried about Arthur, mentally wishing for him to get rid of his doubts and get straight to the point. This young man always seemed special to him, and he saw in him the potential that was hidden to everyone else. Moreover, it was he who was once able to support Arthur when the others attacked him. Suddenly, looking at his new friend, he declared that Archie was too boring. Yes, for some reason the guy suddenly changed his mind, although he had recently extended his hand to him. There was no need to worry about this, because Eugene was used to talking like this to everyone. In any case, the 5th grade was full of dangerous mages, so he advised Arthur to be on guard. It was clear from his appearance that he was tired of boring magic lessons, and had long since switched to independent study. I should have gotten to know Eugene a little better, so as not to be offended by his arrogance. The point is that he was a true genius in an area that was inaccessible to others. Right now, he was already heading towards the visible zone to confirm these words in practice. Arthur was interested in how his ascent to the area, near which a crowd of students had already gathered, would end. It turned out that he wanted to entertain himself a little, and show a couple of tricks to these onlookers. Within a second, there was so much pure energy around him, as if he had been saving it up for a show all this time. From the strength of his aura, it was clear that these were not empty words at all, and he really was the strongest wizard. The energy was so easy for Eugene to control, as if he had already mastered all the techniques long ago. Few could have created an evasion form as quickly as the young man did. He was perhaps the only one in the entire academy who could create multiple forms at once with a snap of his fingers. After this, he created several moving targets that were located directly under the ceiling. Turning around, Chloe realized that the student hadn't even warned her and had started the class she had planned for the evening. The magic balls were already spreading across the entire court, and Eugene decided to start with his trump cards right away. Then the guy activated the next ability. But what did he plan to surprise us with this time? The students realized that this senior had decided to give them a good scare, because the vortices of energy had already reached the auditorium. He pierced the target so quickly as if he knew the location of each one in advance. Arthur should have remembered the moment he first saw this guy's abilities, because they still had a long way to go together. And now he was just fooling around and creating funny faces from his energy, frightening the crowd of spectators even more. Only Arthur was not at all afraid of this performance, and watched what was happening with bated breath. He understood that this mysterious young mage would not allow the energy of destruction to deviate from its course. However, it was worth proving this to the teacher, because Chloe was already seriously angry with him. It was clear that Eugene's strong point was his evasion technique, as well as the flame magic he controlled. He was the strangest student in the 5th grade who hardly communicated with the others. The reason for his nickname was that he was the best only in the field of computational physics. For example, he could easily determine any date 40,000 years from now, spending a couple of seconds on it. He had access to those complex calculations that even the best mathematician could only perform after a whole day. In other areas, he was much worse and was reprimanded more than once by his literature teacher. He didn't like the humanities at all, and Eugene always strove for exact knowledge. He had heard the other teachers scold him so many times that he had long since gotten used to their discontent. The guy believed that if the world could not be explained logically, then there was simply no point in science. Even the angry expression on the teacher's face, which was directed straight at him, was quite explainable from a scientific point of view. It is unlikely that anyone would like such an attitude towards themselves. So usually the guy was simply sent to hell. Eugene himself would not have minded walking along the corridors of the academy, instead of listening to all this nonsense from the humanities. Previously, the teachers tried to take responsibility for this guy, but in the end they all gave in. It is curious that this loner became interested in Arthur, and it was interesting to find out how their new union would end. He was one of the few who was interested in science, rather than in discussing the merits of young female teachers. At that moment, both of them turned around sharply, realizing that another guest had snuck up on them. The student explained that they were forming a research group, and hoped that the boys would join them. Arthur immediately said that his knowledge of the course material was not high, so he would prefer to improve it first. Although anyone else in his place would have considered the offer of these lovely students a blessing, he still had a lot of things to do. The female research group would have attracted the attention of any senior student, and it was a bit of a shame to watch them go. By the way, his friend could agree to this and go with them right now, but he stated that he already had one group, and he had recently become its head. Most likely, he meant that small group that could hardly be called scientific. He got the position of group leader only because all the senior students had already graduated. However, Arthur realized that the group must be quite solid if it consisted only of graduates. In fact, Arthur was not so interested in research and was always more attracted to practice. But if he had looked at it more closely, he would have realized that researching the properties of magic in laboratories was also very interesting. Right now, they were standing next to a magical storage room that was shaped like a cube and looked quite impressive. From the outside, it looked like a giant-sized funny toy. But inside the interior was simply magnificent. The senior classes had guarded this place like a precious treasure, and now Arthur was about to see it for himself. Once inside, David explained that all the other groups had their eye on her too, but he was able to win the spot. They can now put into practice everything that was inside this storeroom, and there were no restrictions. In other words, no one will find them here. especially since they have already gone to the very center of the storeroom. Arthur was curious to know why David talked about it as if it was the most interesting place in the academy. For the guy, it was more of a great refuge in which to conduct various experiments. Finally, they came to a sign that indicated the main direction of their experiments. It turned out that here, it was possible to study supernatural extrasensory sciences, and all the necessary tools were available for this. It's strange, why delve so deeply into science when you have magic at your disposal? But the main difference of the pantry was that no one had dusted it for 100 years. David promised that his new friend would quickly get used to it, although it would be easier to clean up than to get used to the dirt. Yet David kept silent about the main researcher who conducted all these experiments. Right in front of him, Arthur saw Eugene, who was enthusiastically writing a long formula on the board. There were so many formulas on the board, as if this guy had already managed to study all kinds of sciences, and therefore he was bored with the others. Their new group had a bad reputation, so David asked not to reveal who was in it. At this moment, their conversation was heard by Eugene himself, who had been waiting here for this guest for a long time. The guy was glad that Arthur came here himself, and he didn't have to persuade the newcomer for long. He began to talk about his new experiments, although Arthur was not strong in science and was lagging behind in many subjects. It is thanks to this acquaintance that he will be able to quickly improve his knowledge and become even better than the rest of the students in the class. Eugene revealed that he had discovered a source of enormous energy that could destroy an entire city. It would have been better if he hadn't said that, although it was curious what would happen if all that energy were released. Many people will probably suffer because of this, and this is exactly what should have been thought about in the first place. But Eugene did not agree that it was necessary to think about possible victims at the expense of science. He believed that one should first live for the sake of scientific discoveries, and only then think about the rest. It seemed like this guy didn't understand what stupid thing he had just said to Arthur, and he should think about it again. Wizards must always take into account the enormous influence of magic on the world around them. Once again, Eugene was convinced that this brilliant wizard was very boring and needed to be shown something. Arthur believed every word Mr. Magnus said, not realizing that not all possibilities were open to wizards. He still believed that it was better to be a talentless idiot than a genius who put other people in danger. But a handful of geniuses always lead a crowd of idiots, and history confirms this every time. His logic reeked too much of childish complexes, and he forgot that it was entirely possible to achieve the ideal in life. This discussion immediately pleased David, who was used to Eugene always working in silence. But Arthur had nothing more to add, and he silently headed towards the exit. David couldn't understand why Eugene did this, and brought the guy to such a state. Falling into his chair, he was forced to admit that he had been a little hasty with it. But during the conversation, he seemed to sense that Arthur was his main rival. Of course, he saw this young man's exam for promotion to the 5th grade, and was impressed by his abilities. For someone who had just learned teleportation, it was akin to a trick. But Eugene understood what the main secret of this genius was. It would have been impossible to cover the enormous distance as quickly as Arthur did without splitting time. It took him 1/10,000th of a second to leave the confines of the Black Labyrinth. This was the main mystery of the insight that this eccentric carefully hid from everyone else. It was worth being more careful with him, because in the future, Eugene himself could have the same ability. Another competition was brewing, and soon David would be able to see the struggle between exact science and magic. For example, a speed shooting test could determine whose discipline was better. The next day, the students learned that the next exam would take place in 2 weeks. It was curious who would become the best student and take first place this time. Arthur was only good at practice, but what if the exam included theory questions? Then we will find out how high this 5th grader's overall score will be, and whether he will become a winner again. In this exam, during its implementation, you will need to use active magic and strike moving targets. Arthur even came to Emma's office because only she could give the best advice on how to succeed in speed shooting. To use omniscience-level magic, a student needed at least 60 points. But the young man was only able to improve his grades in the subject that Emma taught. Although it was clear from Arthur's appearance that, in addition to studying, he was fascinated by some new activity. It was strange that she brought it up as if Emma knew about his visit to the pantry. Even before he was inside with David, Arthur knew a lot about teleportation magic. Emma said that the duration of the teleportation was so short that he would not even be able to comprehend his actions. In addition, a proposal was recently made to the association to use photoionization for active magic. This was the magic that used photons to quickly split one's physical body into millions of particles. Now he had access to the knowledge that Emma had prepared in advance, and if he had time, he would be able to take part in the exam. The teacher explained that light had the highest speed in the universe, and by studying the subject, he would be able to control it. In the ivory tower where leading magic is studied, there was talk of a new era of using photons. This science may soon develop into a new field of magic, and Arthur will have an advantage during his graduation. It would be nice to master the new direction as soon as possible, and for this purpose Arthur immediately went to the academy garden. The first attempts were unsuccessful, and he was never able to activate the ability. The boy did not yet know how to control magic at the level suggested by the author of the textbook. This time he will have to try hard to awaken within himself the forces that have long been unable to find an outlet. Of course, magic was sent out into the surrounding world not from the hands, but from the state of mind that was inside. However, Arthur found it easier to summon magic by imagining photons being emitted from his palms. Just today, teacher Chloe changed her image, and now students will listen to her much more attentively. But even if she didn't have any magical abilities, it's unlikely that any of the guys would skip her lessons. Chloe no longer wore glasses and looked much more attractive to everyone this way. It's strange because she decided to change her appearance so abruptly, as if all this time she had only dreamed of appearing in a new image. Arthur had no idea that this young teacher was the most famous bishop of the monastery. There were only 12 bishops in the whole world, and Chloe had been one of them for many years. Despite her appearance, this teacher always adhered to the strict rules prescribed to her by religious laws. But David no longer heard these words, and was head over heels in love with his young teacher. If she still wore glasses and those nondescript clothes, he would never have been able to see all her advantages. But now it was time to get back to the main thing and start speed shooting, which would soon be tested. Today, the students were to learn a technique that would allow them to strengthen their control over magic. This was not mentioned at the beginning of the semester, and many assumed that these classes were only for graduates. It could be considered a small surprise, especially since Chloe would need her assistant for this. This assistant was a tall young man named Bruce, who was happy to greet the 5th graders. The girl explained that Bruce specialized in a special kind of soul magic that was closely related to the topic of today's lesson. Some began to guess who this handsome man was to Chloe, and did not want to see a competitor here at all. And the guy continued to tell that in order to strengthen his spell, it is worth using some special knowledge. It would be better to just show this with an example, and to begin with he summoned a simple hurricane magic. Immediately after this, a whirlwind of energy began to spin in his hands, and it began to grow in front of everyone's eyes. This was the magic that Headmaster Magnus showed Arthur when he was still a child. The hurricane was one of the most destructive elements that the wizard could tame. If Bruce thought it was funny, he should have turned the energy down a bit before everyone ran off in different directions. He asked to remember this magical power, because with its help he would create the main magic. It was about a wild land that was capable of giving off so much energy that many here could never even dream of. To do this, he had to recite spells that none of these students had ever heard. However, for all the girls, the main thing was how beautiful the voice of this tall, handsome man sounded. His velvety, low voice was enough to melt you on the spot, although it caused a different reaction in many guys. Yet the hurricane's energy was so deadly that it could have destroyed a small town. The small ball that Bruce had recently been holding in his hands had now turned into a destructive weapon. The guys had to try hard to stay on their feet from the whirlwinds that were rushing into the hall at full speed. Bruce didn't just read another spell, but put his will and all his intention into it. Every word that a wizard utters must be meaningful to him and reflect a true desire. However, this process was quite long, and could not be used in a high-speed fight. Slamming his little notebook shut, he realized it was time to show what he had come to the academy for. The spells that Bruce began to shout loudly the next second were generally difficult to understand. It seemed as if he was speaking a mass of unintelligible words, and the language was not familiar to any of the students. Perhaps it was some ancient language that only initiated wizards spoke. Bruce's eyes began to slowly roll back into his head, and the students began to worry that he would not live to see the end of his spell. The young man did not lie, and the hurricane's whirlwind intensified to such an extent that, if left uncontrolled, it would have swept everything off the face of the earth. The academy building was probably protected by a magical dome, but the training ground was completely open. It became clear what level the graduating class students were at and what power they possessed. Bruce had long since graduated from this academy and was developing his skills on a completely different level. It was not worth thinking that every student would be able to repeat something like this, because the use of this magic required devoting one's whole life. Instead, they will learn a sequencing technique that will allow them to better concentrate on counting numbers. Arthur was unclear, was it really enough to just start counting to control magic? Chloe explained that simply counting is not enough, and that there needs to be meaning behind each number. Right now, she could show by example and improve her state of mind with consistency. Closing her eyes, Chloe began to mentally count from 1 to 100, and each number was an image from her life. When the girl finished the count, the density of her spirit almost reached its limit. But suddenly, she said out loud the number 400, and it became clear that the count did not end at 100. Then the count went over 1,000, and all this time the density continued to increase. It was impossible to count so quickly, because she counted to 2,500 in less than a minute. Finally, she called out the last number loudly, and it became clear that the girl had brought the count to 10,000. Just by using the sequence technique, her state of mind increased fourfold. In other words, the children had to learn to represent the numbers given, because that was the essence of the technique. The faster they learn to count, the stronger their state of mind and speed of thinking will become. Arthur finally realized that by mastering this technique, he would be able to create photons and better control teleportation. It is worth remembering that the basis for strengthening the spirit was discipline, without which nothing will work. Today, the students had the opportunity to try out and practice what they had learned. In 1 minute, Arthur managed to count to 1,000, and that was a good start. It was already clear then that mental arithmetic was much more difficult than they had imagined when Chloe showed them. If you think about it, during the teleportation, Arthur used a technique that helped him feel the complex count. It turns out that it was easier to divide all these disparate numbers into hundreds and apply the sequence technique. Then you will be able to calculate all these numbers at once, without spending a lot of time on it. It would have taken Arthur about 10 seconds to finish counting and launch the photon towards the tree. And indeed, immediately after that, he was able to throw out photons and, putting his palm forward, the magic worked. The students once again saw how this talented magician was the first to master a complex technique. His projectile confidently flew a long distance, which meant that the goal of the lesson was achieved. This bright light was unmistakable, and the photoionization ability exceeded all his expectations. The young man was able to activate the photon emission and learned it specifically for the speed shooting exam. The teacher was very surprised that Arthur had already learned active magic. But who was his secret mentor? She saw with her own eyes how well he handled the sequence technique, which was the most difficult. Once again, she suggested that the guy train in public so that everyone else could follow his example. Only those who had long ago mastered all the basic training could begin practicing rapid shooting immediately after the start of classes. Arthur was just such a student, and now he had to call out the targets immediately after practicing the sequence. He closed his eyes again and tried to strengthen the spirit with the technique of sequence. The numbers began to swirl in his mind again, and he had to start counting, giving each number its own visual image. The secret was not to try to understand the meaning of these numbers with the mind, but to deeply understand their essence and unite them into a common chain. Almost immediately he succeeded, and the goals Chloe asked for were created. Rapid fire was distinguished by the fact that so little time was given for preparation that sometimes it was necessary to act in seconds. This is exactly what Chloe prepared her students for, so that at the most difficult moment, they could remember her lesson. With his hand outstretched, Arthur prepared to hit the first target he saw at the beginning of the training. The target was quite far away, but he felt it differently in his inner eye. Emitting photons was already easy for this student, and this time the ability did not fail him again. It was hard to get used to, because the bright light that these particles emitted seemed like a real miracle. The speed of light was almost equal to the speed of his shot, and it seemed to him that he was aiming and shooting at the same time. Yes, he really did hit his targets, barely having time to aim, as if everything happened in an instant. Looking at this, Chloe understood the main secret of this young man, who, using the technique of sequence, united large groups of numbers. This technique was called the modularity technique, which was used in information magic. Arthur may have gained this knowledge when he pulled himself and Stephen out of the Black Dragon's mouth, and then quickly developed this ability. He acted so easily, as if this magic was a natural thing for him and rapid shooting was his innate talent. The result that Arthur showed at the end of the training was unattainable for many other students, because he was able to hit 342 targets. It cannot be said that it was too easy, but Arthur was pleased with his result and coped with the task. David remembered how difficult this magic had been for him before, but once he understood its essence, he was able to immediately score 342 points. Well, it wasn't bad for a first try, but Eugene certainly wouldn't be impressed by such a result. Suddenly, he shouted loudly to the teacher that he also wanted to try his hand and show a much better result. She smiled and allowed him to do this, but asked him to avoid stupidity and dangerous forbidden abilities. Wiping away the sweat, Arthur was left to observe his opponent's true abilities from afar. He didn't like this approach, because Eugene could turn a simple test into a hostile rivalry. Although I wondered if this guy was really that good, or if he could only shout from afar. At their first meeting, Eugene immediately struck Arthur as special, although his main skills had yet to be discovered. Today, this fifth grader, in a great mood, wanted to show the youngsters real magic. He effortlessly created an evasive form, and the magic beam instantly shot high into the sky. Rapid fire as a form of evasion was a rare talent that only professional mages could possess. The young man standing in the center of the field had long possessed this skill, and had already created many targets around himself. He also decided to reduce his goals, making his task more difficult. It seems he was going to not only repeat Arthur's trick, but also complicate the task for the sake of first place. What she saw the next second surprised even Chloe, who considered Arthur's result unsurpassed. With just one shot, he hit several targets, and his projectile did not fade after the first hit. Then all the targets burst into flames one after another, and Eugene did not hide his outstanding abilities. It looked very impressive, and such a trick would easily amuse a crowd of thousands at a magic show. There was no doubt that every target was destroyed, and the guy didn't miss a single one with his single shell. At this rate, he would easily break Arthur's record, and this made Arthur wonder about Eugene's intentions. Eugene knew that his opponent would have a hard time if even a simple ability surprised him so much. After all, he learned this technique 2 years ago, when it was not yet included in the curriculum of his classmates. It was his independent study of magic that allowed him to significantly surpass others. The speed of his projectiles increased with each passing second. Was this guy really that strong? Only after looking closely did Arthur realize that Eugene was not looking for targets with his eyes, but was predicting their movements. That is why science was so important, because by calculating the vector of the target's movement, it was possible to direct the projectile to the desired point in advance. The sequence was a complex technique, but Eugene sped up the projectiles even without using it. With a wide smile, David was ready to confirm every word, although Eugene saved the main thing for last. We were talking about millions of numbers, which Eugene could quickly count, and not about his opponent's measly 1,000. Incredibly, the boy earned 548 points, almost doubling the previous student's score. Of course, this surprised his teacher Chloe, who noted his very inventive shooting technique. But only Arthur understood that Eugene showed this ability only because of him, the only one worthy of attention. He had to admit, it could impress anyone, and Arthur didn't know how to use the evasion form like that. Unexpectedly, instead of compliments, Eugene expressed his slight disappointment with Arthur's performance. It seemed to him that fragmentation into modules was a pathetic technique for a wizard, and Arthur should have abandoned it long ago. Arthur must have been wondering how Eugene was able to count to 1,000,000, since that was the only way he could show such a result. The young man had nothing to say in response to this, although it was not necessary to say it in front of everyone. To reduce the unit of account, Eugene used knowledge of logarithms that was simply unavailable to Arthur. At the very least, this required attending all classes and not skipping scientific subjects in which he had bad grades. Even using the sequence as the only way to count, Eugene's technique was much better. He did not hide this, and was sure that Arthur would never be able to overtake him and surpass this result. All this time, Arthur kept insisting that he was not doing this for the sake of winning, although only weaklings usually say that. If he lacks skills, it is easier to stop talking about idealism and pretense by admitting his weakness before the best. This was not a phrase that could be said by a person who did not secretly despise you and did not want you to lose face. This is exactly what Eugene was, although he had previously carefully hidden it from everyone. He knew very well how much Arthur had done to gain his knowledge and share it with other students. Yes, now was the time to get out the popcorn and watch the best of the best showdown to the end. Each of them knew that the participants were forbidden to summon new targets until the old ones were destroyed. The average score was still around 400 points, and no one had yet managed to score more than 700. Assuming that Arthur doesn't miss even once, then to do this he needs to reach level 30 in a minute. To do this, he would have to complete each stage in 5 seconds, and such a result was not available to any student. What made Arthur different was that he could create new techniques on the fly and act according to the situation. What he saw the next second was mind-blowing, because he hit the targets even faster than in the first stage. Time flowed differently for him, and every second seemed to slow down infinitely. The targets did not move in a continuous line, but seemed to break up into dots and scatter like bowling pins. Magic allowed him to accurately determine where the target would be in a second. The guy felt great and didn't even have to turn his head towards the next target. Thus, he managed to exceed the previous result by 200 points, and this became a champion result. He walked just as modestly to the edge of the stage, hoping that the result would be too much for his opponent. Although he tried to ignore it, Arthur was still curious to see how Eugene would react. His smile showed that Eugene was bored with sitting on the sidelines, and Arthur's seriousness seemed amusing to him. Now it's his turn to go out on the court and show a result that will certainly exceed his opponent's points. Arthur watched his movements warily, realizing that his opponent was experienced. In less than a minute, the targets began to explode one after another, and Eugene again used only one shell for this. The guy's fighting spirit was weaker than in the first stage, which allowed him to accelerate to the limit. Thanks to this, he was easily able to achieve his opponent's result and even surpass it. It was as if he had deliberately finished the shooting with a score that exceeded Arthur's result by exactly one target. This result was enough to once again top the rankings, and we could calmly return to our place. Yes, it was as if he was mocking his opponent, deliberately exceeding Arthur's result by just 1 point. It's strange. What was this guy trying to achieve, and why did he see Arthur as his new target? The 1 point difference was not accidental, and each day of their competition ended the same way. No matter how many targets Arthur knocked down, this guy always exceeded the result by 1 point and was terribly pleased with himself. Even without working at full strength and without showing his limits, he was always 1 step ahead of his opponents. This is exactly how Eugene was used to being all his life, and was happy to look down on untalented wizards. And now in the role of the talentless wizard was the one whom everyone had recently called the genius of the academy. Before each competition, the students discussed who would win, and whether Arthur would be able to break the streak of disappointing defeats. Arthur was very talented and had already scored 600 points, but Eugene showed the best result time and time again. The wizard himself could only listen to these conversations, realizing that none of these mediocrities would surpass him. I wonder what the best result this guy could have shown if it weren't for Arthur. With a smile, David said that he believed in his friend's abilities, although it was Eugene who was most often around this young man. But Arthur was in no mood for jokes now, because even while he was having lunch, he didn't understand whether he was gnawing on bread or numbers. He got too carried away by the competition, and should have realized that there are wizards in the world who are capable of more. The worst thing was that it wasn't just Eugene who achieved great results, but other sorceresses as well. When he mentioned sorceresses, the boy immediately stopped and looked sharply, realizing that he could only be talking about one. Indeed, it was Charlotte who scored 987 points, which was significantly better than Arthur's result. Right now, she was waiting for her friend opposite the academy, and heard Louise calling her loudly somewhere in the distance. Looking at her friend, the girl realized that she had lost a lot of weight since their last meeting. Only Louise herself will soon become exactly the same, after reading the materials that Charlotte has prepared for her. The transfer exam was very difficult, and even an excellent result did not guarantee the student's transfer to the next year. Charlotte was beside herself and admitted that she felt as if the teachers had checked her background and found out everything about her past. If this is true, Louise had a better chance of passing the exam than she did, and her friend would have been happy with that outcome. However, she did not understand why Charlotte suddenly doubted her abilities, because her mental aura had become much stronger. The main discovery for her was that she and Arthur still hadn't seen each other. Is this really how people who love each other behave? She hadn't heard yet that Eugene had been winning speed shooting competitions for a long time, and Arthur had never been able to surpass him. Charlotte knew the guy's true abilities, but other skills were important in addition to his talents in high-speed shooting. If you remember, in the 5th grade, this boy also often picked on her, and even then he seemed too strange to her. He could easily be called a genius hunter, judging by the pleasure with which he trampled Arthur's name into the mud. If she were Charlotte, Louise would have taken control of this long ago and helped Arthur overcome the limit. If she continues to pretend that she doesn't notice, even her friend will think she's heartless. But Charlotte was sure that this magician did not need anyone's help, and he always found solutions in difficult situations. This time he managed to score 700 points, although the guy had to jump above his head to do so. It's impossible to imagine that in the 5th grade someone would reach 700 points, because to do this, you would have to be as fanatical as Arthur. Such a result could only be achieved by completing 10 levels in 10 seconds, and that is exactly what the young man managed to do. His opponent was once again rushing to replace him on the training ground, and the usual smile never left his face. As he passed by, Eugene said that it was a great result, and he didn't expect Arthur to achieve it. By the way, until now it was just an exam. But for the 5th grade students it turned into a real competition. Charlotte still had a record 987 points, but if Eugene were to compete with her, he would definitely earn 988. The girl understood this perfectly well, and this guy could only be defeated with the help of the rarest magical skills. Louise couldn't believe she was hearing this, and Charlotte really did think she was second. In confirmation of her words, the number 701 appeared on the board, because that was how many points Eugene was able to earn on this exam. As everyone expected, he again outscored his opponent, knocking down just one more target than Arthur. The guy had no intention of doing otherwise, although he could have scored not just 700, but even 1,000 points. To achieve this result, Arthur had to surpass himself every time. But Eugene did it as if it were child's play. At some point, it was worth realizing that that guy was a real genius, whom none of them could defeat. He still had time before the next exam to try to change tactics, Now Arthur was alone in his room, and once again experienced the bitterness of defeat from this magician. There were only 3 days left in which to try out other abilities. Arthur had the best approach to rapid fire, and it could have taken years to find another. Perhaps in any other case he would have simply given up, but it was hard to do so, remembering Eugene's words. Then the guy said that he had heard many times statements from weaklings who, in fact, simply lacked the necessary skills. That was exactly the kind of weakling he considered Arthur to be. But the young man himself found it difficult to agree. Many times in his life, in the most difficult moments, he remembered his father, who did a lot for him. His first use of magic occurred at the age of 12, and few could boast of this. As he lit the candle, he realized that a weakling simply couldn't show such results, which meant that Eugene was wrong about that. Perhaps he had simply lost his sense of reality due to being in an aristocratic academy for too long. Although the world does not listen to those who do not have real power, the guy still was not going to give up and give up. To surpass Eugene, there was no other way but to go beyond the ordinary counting of numbers. I wonder what numbers really were and what was the main point of the principle of sequence. If Arthur could understand the nature of these things much more deeply, he would be able to increase the speed of his shots. But if you get lost in your thoughts, you definitely won't be able to see the big picture, which keeps slipping away. You just have to feel it and be in the moment when everything happens by itself. Only by removing any resistance and finding yourself in the flow of pure energy can you surpass your natural limitations. It would be interesting to know how far Arthur can go and how many he can reach. It seemed to him at that moment as if he had gone so deeply into himself that he began to gradually sense another side. Yes, it felt as if he had dove headlong into that abyss in the very center of his soul, beyond which a new universe was opening up. To his surprise, he realized that he was trying in vain to find out what the last number was, because such a number simply did not exist. There was only infinity ahead, and if you understand this, then the need to search for a finite number will disappear. While in this state, Arthur realized that something was happening under his feet, as if he began to feel energy differently. It seemed to him as if a whole abyss had opened up beneath him, and all this time he had been in that energetic cocoon. Arthur opened his eyes instantly and barely held back, realizing that something new had happened to him today, something he had not even suspected. He was sure he was keeping count as before, but now it seemed more like a hallucination. Perhaps, due to the emotions that overwhelmed him, he deviated a little from the right path and felt too strong a sense of attraction. It was difficult to explain, but numbers seemed to exist not only for counting, but were completely free matter. Looking out the window, it seemed to him that only a few minutes had passed, and only later did he realize that he had spent 40 hours in this state. If he had been able to learn this a little earlier, Arthur would have understood why Eugene was able to surpass him so easily. On this day, a speed shooting test was held again at the general training ground. The 5th grade students had already become accustomed to the fact that only 2 participants could claim the title of best. All they could do was be spectators here, and each one rooted for their own participant. Each group was already accustomed to taking their places, and knew where the groups of other students would be located. Today was a special day, because the 4th grade students also decided to become spectators of this exam. The boys from the younger classes were happy about the arrival of the older girls, and it was difficult to resist such strong attention. Yet they came here to compete, not to make new friends. The competition program was exactly the same as a week ago, and the main event remained the same confrontation. Many were used to the fact that Eugene won every time, but Louise still only rooted for Arthur. It was too early to draw conclusions, because the exam gave the participant a new chance every week. The first couples of participants on the training ground seemed like just a light warm-up before the most interesting part. Although it was clear from Louise's face that she was only expecting one pair of participants and did not want to watch the other competitions at all. Teachers were supposed to support all students, so Chloe was glad to see them progress. She noted that the students' results were getting better every week, which meant they were on the right track. Finally, everyone waited for the last pair to come out onto the training ground, because it was for this that so many people had gathered. It is worth noting that this time Arthur behaved differently, and even his look changed greatly. He was so focused on the exam that David even found it funny. Each participant was given 1 minute, and during this time they had to knock down as many targets as possible. Many students showed increased attention to them, and Chloe hoped that they would fully justify it. At that moment, Arthur was thinking about his own things, and trying to remember the evening when he was last able to make a new discovery. His opponent was also a little thoughtful, and there was no longer his usual smile on his face. The exam had long since turned into a competition, the main participants of which were these 2 students. All that was left was to wait for the red signal to appear on the stand, and that would be the sign for the start of the competition. The signal did not take long to come, and soon the exam began, and the 1-minute countdown began. Within a split second, both participants sent dozens of fireballs at targets on the ceiling of the training hall. The students had seen these two perform well before, but today was even more interesting. All targets exploded instantly as soon as the test began, even though only 2 seconds had passed since the start. Arthur kept pace with his longtime rival and was completely immersed in the examination process. Looking at him, Eugene understood that something had changed in his opponent's actions, and he should be a little more careful. Eugene's state of mind was greatly compressed, meaning that its density had increased significantly. Now it was possible to see with her own eyes his form of evasion that Louise had only heard about. But the next second, the girl couldn't believe her eyes, because for the first time the scoreboard was in Arthur's favor. This time Eugene was a little behind his opponent. Could it be that he was losing speed to Arthur? Many understood that this guy had behaved like this before, giving his opponent the opportunity to get ahead. He was still confident in himself, but deep down the guy knew that today's exam would be the most difficult. Only on the surface he was smiling, as he had been during all the previous exams. But now his look was completely different. It was difficult to understand what had changed in Arthur over the last 3 days and why he had changed his technique. Chloe kept her eyes on the competition and also noticed the dramatic changes in Arthur. She taught all the students that only the first time the path seems long, but once you get used to it, you cover the path faster. Eugene continued to smile, as he had in all the previous rounds of their competition. But now his smile meant something completely different. Arthur himself understood that he had already gone too far, but stretching out his hand forward, he was ready to continue the exam. He sent so many shells towards the targets that it was difficult to see them, much less count them. It was hard to say what Arthur himself felt at that moment, but in his eyes, reality looked different. Chloe realized that Arthur was grouping numbers together and counting them instantly, meaning he could reach the limit of his conscious counting speed. To do this, he had to enter a state of hyperfocus before the exam began, but this technique had its consequences. If he misses even one matrix, then his entire sequence will collapse, and the exam can be considered over. That is why it was necessary to concentrate and direct your entire being towards one single goal. If he continues the exam in the same spirit, he will be able to surpass his rival's result for the first time. And indeed, after the last shot, his scoreboard showed 469 points, which was significantly more than Eugene's. Moreover, the difference in the score increased with every second, and Louise even jumped up from her seat, shouting words of support. All the other students also wanted the guy who had been losing all his recent exams to win. Now he had a real chance to surpass the student who had been invincible until today. Eugene's shells could still hit multiple targets at once, but this did not help him. Looking at his opponent, Eugene already understood that Arthur was a real fanatic, because this was the only way to overtake him in this competition. But the strength of this magician was that he could increase the level of his abilities, and he decided to do it right now. On another level, this competition would have been different, because now Eugene was ready to release all his energy. Immediately after this, his aura changed and the students continued to be amazed at what was happening. Soon he again broke into the lead, and Arthur's hopes for victory gradually faded. He had no intention of slowing down his shots, but that didn't stop Eugene from pulling ahead. Only now did Louise realize that this guy had not one but 2 states of mind. It is unknown what other trump cards this wizard had up his sleeve, and whether he could increase the state of mind to infinity. Until today, many believed that this was simply impossible and that Chloe herself had only experienced a dual state of mind once. Only those who possessed the ability to divide consciousness could afford to use this complex technique. This was a very rare ability and was usually found in an experienced wizard, and not in a 5th grader at a magic school. Something happened within the walls of the academy that will forever remain in its history, and these students were witnesses to it. A real drama unfolded before their eyes, as 2 of the most powerful magicians fought against each other. This guy was truly a fucking psychopath who was even willing to split his consciousness to win. Very quickly he pulled far ahead of his opponent, and it became clear that this was the end. The result was already obvious to everyone, and Arthur would not be able to catch up with Eugene in 15 seconds. Looking at this, David understood that Arthur was simply lucky, and that was the only reason he was able to take the lead for a short time. He had already given it his all and reached the very limits of his capabilities. Still in a state of mind, he had a full 15 seconds to make his next decision. Clenching his fist, he remembered that in 1,000th of a second, he managed to escape death and escape from the Black Dragon's mouth. So why should he lose today when instead of 1 moment, he has a whole 15 seconds? He did not know whether he could go down this path, but raising his fist, he was ready for the last method. With all his might, he punched the energy wall that separated him from the rest of the universe. Removing his hand from the place of impact, he immediately noticed how a black hole appeared in the wall. He didn't want to suffer defeat anymore, especially since he always knew that there was no limit to his capabilities. And if you have to break this whole damn wall, 15 seconds will be enough. Instead of another hole, he suddenly saw a bright white flash that immediately illuminated his face. And instead of a black abyss, the guy was hanging in the middle of a bright white light, and there was nothing around. It was impossible to imagine that after the surprises that Eugene had presented, it was possible to do something more spectacular. But this is exactly what happened before Chloe's eyes, and she had to see the impossible. Targets that had not yet been hit by Arthur were simultaneously pierced by dozens of energy beams. The students immediately noticed that the training ground was becoming brighter, as if he had activated a new ability. At some point, there was so much light that even this guy's face was hard to see from afar. He was no longer himself, and his entire being was completely permeated with white light, and the targets looked like charred objects that were still under the influence of his magic. A second later, they instantly shattered into small pieces, and the guy didn't even turn around to look at them. Eugene could count all the numbers in the world and take it to infinity, but even he couldn't resist this ability. Time seemed to slow down in that place, and it became clear that Arthur had managed to do something incredible. As Eugene fell onto the practice field and looked at the scoreboard, he realized for the first time that he had lost. His result was still impressive, but you only had to look at his opponent's result to understand that. Arthur was also next to him, but he couldn't say a word after the exam was over. I even had to shake him well to bring him to his senses and make him talk. It was scary to imagine what he went through during this exam and what feelings were inside him. But in order to see the victory with my own eyes, it was worth finally waking up and looking at the scoreboard. After all, the number of targets hit by Arthur exceeded the result of his longtime rival for the first time. This means that we can congratulate the guy on his victory, because today he took the first line on the list. Eugene immediately stated that wide-range magic was prohibited in the rapid-fire exam. The entire test area was bathed in light, meaning it couldn't be called rapid fire. Then he extended his hand to him and asked him to calm down, because it was just a joke. In fact, he did win this competition, and the victory was fully deserved. Without taking his eyes off him, Arthur wanted to know if Eugene would admit that he was right this time. Suddenly, the guy answered seriously that this time everything had changed and Arthur was really right. He could have come up with another stupid joke, but he said exactly what Arthur wanted to hear. True, even now Arthur did not quite understand how to use his energy and wasted no less than 10 seconds. It was the only type of energy he had learned to control, so a little delay was normal. There was no point in dwelling on this now, because Eugene had only asked him for one thing. From that moment on, he fully recognized Arthur's power and would have considered it an honor to walk through life with him. It was Eugene who, before anyone else, realized the nature of the explosions, which turned out to be simply a huge amount of uncontrolled energy. But if the magician still managed to do this, the energy became an instrument in his hands. He believed that someday a new era would begin, and they would stop fighting the limitations of nature. All this time, the guy was trying to find out what category of people his opponent belonged to, and how he wanted to use his powers. If he was one of the wizards who had once experienced fear, then his category was clear. At that moment, Arthur realized that the boy had once been scared as a child and wanted to become stronger than everyone else. However, the main thing was that he was afraid of the indomitable power that was hidden inside him. But after this fight, everything changed. Arthur was the only one who could defeat Eugene and stop the flow of his indomitable energy. Many did not take his words seriously, and did not understand how one could be afraid of one's own power. Looking at him, it was difficult to understand whether this guy was an idealist or a realist. The fear in his eyes was real, and this feeling could not be confused with anything else. Suddenly, the guy came closer to him, took Eugene by the hand, and wanted to promise him something. When the time came, he promised to stop Eugene and do for him what he himself could not. It was perhaps the most touching scene the students had ever seen, and one can imagine David's emotions. He quickly ran up to both friends and was proud that they were all on the same team. Although Chloe was still nearby, asking Arthur to give her a minute. It's strange. Why didn't she want to talk about it in front of the students, as if they weren't allowed to know something? It was stupid to argue, so the student followed his teacher into the corridor. Turning sharply, she suddenly addressed him, as if he was the main culprit of what had happened. The girl believed that he had done something irreparable, and that this exam could have ended much worse. Still not understanding what was being discussed, Arthur only asked to speak directly and say what he was guilty of. Chloe explained that the zone he was trying to enter was too dangerous, and he might stop being himself. This was a great revelation to the young man, who had not at all suspected any danger in this. The space he stepped into was beyond numbers and was called the infinite space. The wizards called it the function of death, and the local bishops had long been accustomed to calling it simply nirvana. People can achieve infinity, but those who succeed will become nothing and will no longer feel like living beings. Beyond the numbers, where Arthur had been, he saw only a huge void in front of him. He thought that this way, he would be able to develop the correct method of controlling magic. But everything turned out to be much more complicated. At some point, this emptiness in front of him began to absorb Arthur and take over his entire being. And the next second, the guy jumped up in bed, realizing that he would continue to have nightmares. For several nights now, he had seen the same picture. And in this terrible dream, the very day of the competition, when he had gone beyond the line, was repeated. Suddenly, while trying to take a glass of water, he realized that his body was not obeying him, and the glass fell out of his hands. Every now and then, he would experience strange feelings that made him afraid and think about Chloe's words. Looking at his reflection in the spilled water, he tried to understand what was happening to him and why his body was separating from him. Lately, he had been visiting David's pantry more often, but now he felt comfortable in Eugene's company. The guy immediately said that he was increasingly visited by thoughts that a ghost was hunting him. The friends could not understand what ghost he was talking about, and whether this young wizard was healthy. It became clear to Eugene what the young genius who had beaten him in the last competition was thinking. He explained that the guy had simply been in a black and empty space, and that this phenomenon was nothing special. Indeed, Arthur told him that there was only emptiness around, and the stars were sucked somewhere into its center. At the end, he saw something special, as if there was another space beyond this emptiness. Somewhere in the distance in front of him was a thread of light that was pulsating and pulling Arthur closer and closer. From his stories about the size and speed of space, he saw a number that is impossible to imagine. If this place really existed, it could be called space, and Arthur managed to leave the planet for a few seconds. The only question that remained was how Arthur managed to see in his dreams a place where he had never been. David had heard of this before, and, as a leading researcher into the supernatural, he could easily explain it. 200 years ago, a criminal sentenced to death took part in an experiment in consciousness transference. As part of the experiment, a person was placed in a metal box where an electric current was supplied, but the experiments went too far. When the subject came to, he already knew about countries beyond the continent where he had never been in his life. The information provided by the convicted person was carefully checked and turned out to be true. Electricity split consciousness, which began to ionize and eventually caused electromagnetism. He also spoke about the strange tingling sensation throughout his body, which Arthur was also very familiar with. After this, Eugene suddenly jumped up from his seat, declaring that their new friend had managed to go beyond space and time. Along with these words, the guy needed to explain what he meant so that Arthur would understand him well. Things happen in the microscopic world that are beyond human understanding. For example, if the weight of the soul was less than the weight of an electron, then its relationship with space and time would be disrupted. Only by reaching such a state can one feel the cosmic space itself. And this was precisely Arthur's case. Arthur himself still couldn't believe it, and would be glad if his friends tried to find evidence of this. Eugene immediately replied that these words could be considered a simple hypothesis, and if they wanted to prove it, they would have to work hard. To do this, Arthur himself will have to confess something, because now their rivalry has come to an end. He stated that there was clearly something wrong with Arthur during the photon burst shooting test. Soon he started having nightmares every night, so maybe he should tell his friends about it. There was no point in hiding it, so he honestly admitted that teacher Chloe had told him a secret. Oddly enough, this only brought a smile to Eugene's face, even though there was nothing funny in the young wizard's words. He guessed that if he put all the pieces of this puzzle together, it meant that the guy had managed to discover the function of immortality. He once heard about this from his father, and the main thing was that this function could become the key to all closed secrets. It has now become clear that it was only thanks to the immortality function that Arthur was able to win the speed shooting test. From that moment on, Arthur decided to join their society for the study of supernatural extrasensory sciences. He no longer wanted to be afraid of the truth, so he would be happy to explore this world with his new team of students. Yes, this was great news, and finally David managed to somehow attract this wizard to himself. After hugging his friends, David suggested that they all go to the dining room and have a welcome party there. David himself promised to pay for everything, since he could be considered the founder of this young scientific group of 3 members. But right now they had to start with a general cleaning of the room where they would still have to conduct their research for a long time. It was good that the evening ended the way it did, because it would have been better for each of them to stick together. The next day, Yakov entered the teacher's room, carrying a huge stack of applications to join the new group. Before the holidays, students often want to apply for membership in a research group right away, and it is not worth losing such applications. Emma didn't let go of the piece of paper that Yakov accidentally dropped for a long time. But what did she notice in it? It turned out that the most famous fifth grader, Arthur, was already a member of a scientific research group. The young man was once again one step ahead and had already managed to make new acquaintances. This was the pure truth, although talented students are usually immediately attracted to other classmates. For this reason, Emma even traveled a long way to personally talk to teacher Chloe in her beautiful forest home. Having treated the guest to delicious tea, the girl understood that Emma would not have gone so far for such a trifle. That's true. But in the first minutes of their meeting, Emma couldn't find the words to start. In truth, the main reason for her visit was Arthur's joining the research group. Chloe almost choked on her tea when she heard this news, realizing what this could lead to. As you know, before these girls became teachers, David's group often caused her trouble. Chloe did remind them that the group's composition had changed and was now led by the same fifth grader. Its current president was David, who always had good relationships with his peers and teachers. David was just meeting a new member of his group at the time and was glad that he showed up on time. He immediately realized that the experiments in the pantry did not stop for a single day and that there was an unbearable stench everywhere. He reminded them that they were still students at the Magic Academy and they should at least attend classes sometimes. Looking at Eugene, Arthur couldn't understand who this strange guy was playing a game of chess with. The last time Arthur was here, he cleaned up nicely, but now it was all gone to waste. It seems that now he will have to waste a lot of time in vain, and constant cleaning of the pantry will become a habit. Instead of amusing himself on the sofa as David had done, Arthur suddenly reached for his school books again. True, Eugene had something more interesting, if of course his friend had finished his new invention. The talk was about an invisible mantle, which anyone could put on and become completely transparent. Previously, these experiments could not be considered successful, because the effect of this mantle ended after about an hour. Turning to them, Arthur realized that what these guys were doing was 100 times more interesting than reading books. Although David was indeed a good student, his friend Eugene was always considered a scoundrel. Until Arthur beat him in competition, Eugene was the best shooter, and even the graduates could not beat him. Emma would never forgive herself if Arthur began to associate too closely with this student. With his abilities, Arthur could become the most dangerous bomb in the Magic Academy, and with Eugene, this explosion would be twice as strong. By the way, it was not for nothing that she mentioned bombs, because just now David was showing off his new fragmentation magic grenades. Arthur realized that this invention could be very dangerous if all the grenades suddenly exploded in the box during research. The main invention was an invisible cloak. After trying it on, Arthur stopped seeing his own body. Then he saw a book nearby that probably contained a detailed explanation of this curious magic. It turned out that it contained detailed descriptions of the research that the previous group had conducted on the human body. Opening the book, on the very first page he saw an image of two girls in different poses, with a detailed description. I wonder if this girl was a student at a Magic Academy. Did she really agree to participate in the research? Eugene considered it a simple entertainment for people who had nothing better to do, since it was better to spend time on something useful. Imagine Arthur's surprise when he saw a familiar face on one of the pages. It was Charlotte, pictured on the page of the book, with a detailed description of her next to it. It seemed as if someone was specifically communicating with her every day to find out information about her life. The worst thing is that her relationship with Arthur was also described on these pages, and the guy realized that no one should read it. It's strange, who could conduct such a study and who needed to dig through someone else's dirty laundry? To his surprise, it was the graduates of the Magic Academy who were having fun instead of thinking about their future lives. If Arthur had known earlier what the graduates were doing, he would never have set them as an example for himself. The Shadow Group had information about many wizards from the Academy, and among them were not only students, but also teachers. The problem was that the pranks played by the most talented and intelligent students at the Academy crossed all boundaries. They managed to completely avoid the attention of the Academy's investigative team, and always remain unnoticed. The Academy's commission recently left the group alone when it ceased to be official. Right now, Emma wanted to take advantage of this and put an end to this Shadow Group before it was too late. After hearing this, Chloe only admitted that all the worries of her young colleague were close and understandable to her. However, the Academy never interferes in the affairs of research groups without reason and gives them complete freedom. These chicks of the Magic Academy must be responsible for their own decisions, and their ability to choose cannot be taken away from them. Why doesn't Emma just break her rule for once and give these guys a chance? Of course, Chloe's words sounded beautiful, and in many ways the girl was right. But still, the role of the adult was to develop the students' talent and not let them go astray. Chloe was sure that this teacher had long valued Arthur above all other students. Today was the day when Chloe had to tell something important about Arthur that Emma didn't know yet. During the recent speed shooting test, This young man achieved a state of nirvana and defeated Eugene. Yes, Emma knew before that this guy was superior to all his peers, but she was not ready to hear this. At the same time, the chandelier on the ceiling of the cube, where the guys were conducting research, suddenly began to shake violently. This was bad news, and David immediately ordered everyone to hide their most valuable things, because the worst was about to happen. One of the teachers was currently working on the storeroom, and it was impossible to just sit and wait for guests. But the guest was much closer than the students thought, and Emma's hand had already touched the cube. She decided to give them a surprise check, and for this purpose she herself dropped into the storeroom. It would take her a few minutes to open this door with magic, and the countdown started right now. By that time, the guys had already managed to hide the research results that Emma couldn't see. The research room was their secret territory, and if anything forbidden was found here, it would be the end of them. The teacher knew about this too, and she proudly entered their room, hoping that she would be able to obtain valuable information. The students greeted her just as calmly, pretending to be reflecting on the knowledge they had learned from the books they had read. Arthur played his role well and looked more like a young aristocrat than a wizard. Emma knew from experience that these three were hiding something and would not sit here in such unnatural positions. It's strange that they didn't even greet their teacher, frightened by her sudden appearance here. But because of the strict hierarchy, even teachers had to follow a strict order of actions. Crossing his legs, David began by saying that Emma had caught them in the middle of a tense scientific discussion. If she had warned them of her visit, David would have personally given her a warm welcome. She was always irritated by this tone of the students. But what was worse was that Arthur also succumbed to this influence. He acted as if he was still thinking about the scientific discoveries those two scoundrels had made a few minutes ago. It was clear that there was no talk of any scientific discoveries, and that they were doing something forbidden. Then the teacher, adjusting her glasses, immediately moved on to the main topic of conversation. Emma wanted to free them from research work in the lab, which David had to hear from her personally. They clearly did not expect such a turn of events, because no one had dared to do something like this before this teacher. David couldn't understand why she made such a decision and what was wrong with their meetings. The main thing is that none of them have provided research results over the past 4 years. According to the rules of the academy, the group could only be saved by providing the results of their efforts. She knew that it was impossible to provide evidence of the existence of extrasensory abilities. By the way, the young teacher had another condition that needed to be fulfilled. Looking sternly at David, she ordered Arthur to be excluded from his group in order to save his place. It was now clear that this student, the new member of their group, was the main reason for today's visit. It's a shame, because they were just starting to get used to this guy and didn't want to part with him on such a note. Emma explained that it was too dangerous for the young students to use the immortality function. He immediately promised that he would never repeat this again, but it was difficult to convince the teacher. Although the same excess energy appeared in Eugene at the age of 8, and the boy did not notice any side effects. The problem was that few people understood this direction, and Eugene did not yet understand all the consequences. Redundancy was a phenomenon in which consciousness could not cope with its own abilities. In society, it was customary to call it the disease of geniuses, and many children suffered from it all their lives. A nervous breakdown was only a small part of the problems that could await inexperienced wizards. After constant nightmares, Arthur himself felt like he might go crazy at some point. Even Arthur's academic workload will be reduced, and he will have to undergo intensive psychotherapy. But now there was a man next to Emma who was not ready to give in to her in an argument so easily. As the president of the research group, David could not bear the thought of Arthur leaving them. The girl reminded him that now was not the time to argue with her, and it was better not to make an enemy out of her. Eugene understood her anxiety perfectly well, but Emma herself was crossing the line with her behavior. Then David suddenly shouted loudly to her that Emma just liked Arthur, and that was the main reason. Instead of making excuses, the girl suddenly cheerfully declared that he was completely right and expressed hope that this was the end of their issue. It was a real explosion of consciousness for the student, whose teacher did not deny her sympathy for the student. But if this is so, then David himself could have pleased Emma by doing something special for this. Although here everything was much simpler, and Emma warned that he didn't have a single chance. This answer was too cruel, although it was worth stopping the hysteria and coming to terms with reality. Eugene knew that Arthur might not be able to cope with the excess, and might reach his limit forever. He only hoped that this young man was not in any danger and would not die, because something similar had happened before in the history of the academy. The function of immortality was still a little studied area, and it was worth listening to Arthur's own opinion on this matter. Emma's concerns about the student went beyond all bounds, and Eugene believed that it was already an obsession with him. It is strange that he spoke of obsession when he himself was a real fanatic of his research. In her early childhood, Emma actually encountered a phenomenon that made her take the path of a sorceress. True, no one except her knew about the teacher's past, and now Arthur had to make a different decision. He admitted that he was just as scared as she was, and that after his nightmares he really was gradually going crazy. But in reality, it wasn't as serious as the teacher was saying now. If he finishes his research right now, he simply won't have a chance to discover the secrets hidden within himself. Arthur had long ago decided that he would no longer run away from problems, and would overcome any obstacles in his path. Listening to this speech, she understood that the young man seriously wanted to go to the very end in his research. Of course, she respected the student's decision and could not go against his wishes. And then Emma suddenly withdrew her condition about Arthur being excluded from the group. But instead, the girl cheerfully declared that she was now returning to the original conditions and would expect results from them in a month. Yes, this option was even worse than the first and meant disbandment for the group exactly 1 month later. That same day, the students were already in the square next to the academy, although David's expression remained the same. He did not understand how they could obtain the results of research into a science that could not be seen at all. They had no records of the experiments they conducted, although the Society of Supernatural Sciences never kept such records. It seems that their research has come to an end, which means that the group of young scientists will also come to an end. But Arthur was the last one who would give up so easily, and so he asked the boys to concentrate. Besides, David just happened to see the girl they were waiting for here opposite. It was no wonder that they had come to this place just to track down Emma, although she looked a little different now. Looking at her from afar, David realized that she looked more like an academy graduate than a boring teacher with glasses. Arthur also noticed that her appearance had changed greatly, and the girl seemed to be heading on a date. There was no doubt that it was Emma, although the drastic change in her appearance surprised everyone. On her day off, she dressed up so beautifully, as if a man was already waiting for her in this building. They had a chance, and David even jumped up from his seat, not wanting to lose it. He suggested that everyone follow her and find her weakness, which could be used to blackmail Emma. This student was willing to do anything to keep his research group together, even though it would have been easier with the invisibility cloak. The boys quickly rushed back to the lab, hoping to find the robe and return as soon as possible. True, Arthur will have to stay here for some time and carefully watch Emma's every step. It was just a pity that instead of research work, they used their brains to spy on young teachers. In many ways, David was right, because without aces up his sleeve, it will be impossible to save his group. This young woman was always on guard, and their plan was almost revealed. Unlike these children of aristocrats, Arthur knew something that they could not know. Nobles never go on dates in the commoners' district, so why did Emma break this strict rule? Before entering the secret meeting place, she looked around carefully once again. Emma then quickly dove into the thick of the market stalls where it was easy to get lost. The boys immediately noticed how cautiously she was acting and realized that such security measures could easily arouse suspicion. Reaching the front door, Emma once again made sure that she was not being followed. Soon the door opened and the girl greeted with a smile the man she had known all her life. They immediately hugged on the threshold, unaware that the entire time the academy students had not left her side for a single step. David was glad that now his teacher's secret about her love for a commoner would become a real sensation. He quickly ran to the house where he planned to collect the necessary evidence and use it to save his scientific group. Yes, he did it only for the sake of continuing their research, although it was clear that there was something else here. With the help of magic, his friend could easily open the lock that separated them from the truth. The magic instantly merged with the door lock, and soon the boys heard a loud click. It was a real stroke of luck, because the lock opened so quickly that there was no need to even worry. As he went downstairs, Eugene still realized that the lock on the storage room was too flimsy, as if it had not been locked on purpose. It was a little funny that with such serious magic these two could do something that would make any other student ashamed. There was no way back, so the guys, covered with an invisible cloak, proceeded forward. In front of them, they saw the door of a room from which female voices were heard. It became clear that Teacher Emma was inside and they had no choice but to break in. Suddenly, David realized that Emma wanted to change clothes and asked the man if it was possible to do so. A male voice replied that she would be wearing clothes today, but if she wanted, she could take them off. It cannot be said that the young people were not interested in listening to this, but Arthur still asked them to stop spying. From the conversation, it became clear that the wife of the man Emma was with was due to return soon. This was an even bigger sensation, because it became clear that the teacher was dating a married commoner. They had already discovered her main weakness, and Eugene suggested ending it there, although David was against it. The guy couldn't leave it like that, and instead of leaving, he grabbed the door handle tightly. By turning the handle, all three of them could have seen an interesting picture in front of them, if they had not walked around with their eyes closed like idiots. Upon opening their eyes, the students would immediately realize that the painting actually existed and that the artist had almost finished his work. Emma sat on the bed in the same pose in which that mysterious master had painted her portrait at their last meeting. Finally, they opened their eyes and realized that they had been very wrong about the teacher's adventures. But now they had to answer the question of what the hell these three students were doing here, who had broken into someone else's house without asking. There was no other way out, and everyone raised their hands up at once, realizing that they had screwed up big time. Falling to their knees, they didn't know what to say in response, although David was still trying to find an excuse for their actions. He frankly admitted that they suspected Emma of adultery and mistook her for someone other than what she was. Eugene understood that punishment could no longer be avoided, and their next visit to the academy would begin with a reprimand. However, he stated that it was all David's idea, and the invisible cloak also belonged to this cunning student. At that moment, Adam realized that there was no point in scolding these boys, especially since they were probably worried about their teacher. The blind artist believed that these children had wandered into his house without permission, only because their teacher was there too. Instead, Adam hurried to bring fresh tea, and at that time they could calmly chat with their teacher. There was no doubt that this artist was blind and wore a blindfold so as not to frighten others. They made a big mistake, and Arthur was the man who participated in this abomination. His head suddenly felt so heavy, as if he had a sudden fever after seeing the portrait. Emma also grabbed her head, but the reason for that was completely different, and she simply didn't know what to tell them. David noticed how wary Emma was as she approached the artist's house. She had to tell him that Adam was actually a high school student with whom she had previously studied at the same academy. Yes, this man was a wizard just like them, and until one terrible incident he was a sighted person. The worst part is that he lost his sight because of Emma, and now it's time to tell a story from her past. When she was younger, the girl had to experience an excess of mana, and everything would have ended badly if Adam had not been there. In those terrible days, she could do only one thing and simply ran away from home, remaining in the forest. Little Adam ran after her, noticing that the water was rising too quickly. The downpour could have led to the worst, although Emma loudly demanded that he not come closer. It was too late, and turning back, the girl did not notice the cliff in front of her at all. A second later, she collapsed, and Adam could only watch this unfortunate girl go down. He always grew up as a brave boy, and was not afraid to jump after her from a high cliff to save her life. Luckily, a large tree felling was close to them, and, having climbed onto it, the children were able to survive. They needed to hold out a little longer and swim downstream, because at the other end of the river, the locals would definitely notice them. At that moment, he noticed a dam in front of him, which had formed where many torn-out trees had accumulated. Now Emma had to go deep underwater, and that was the only way she could survive. It became clear that she would not be able to do this without Adam's help, so the boy did it for her. Looking ahead, he hoped that they would still manage to survive, and was ready to face his death. They were rapidly approaching this dam on the river, and only seconds separated Adam from a terrible collision. The boy crashed into the dam at full speed, but never let go of Emma, who slipped through below and remained unharmed. That's how this genius academy student lost his sight, and gave up the idea of becoming a magician. She was shocked when he recently contacted her and told Emma that he had become an artist. Just now the guy was already nearby and prepared fresh, delicious tea for each of the guys. He reminded them that Emma worries about them more than anyone else, although she can sometimes be too strict. Of course, Arthur hoped to watch the artist paint his pictures for a while, if he didn't mind. The main thing was that Adam painted his pictures, not with ordinary vision, but with his inner gaze. All his paintings were so realistic that they were valued much higher than paintings by ordinary artists. He did not look at the outlines of his nature, but seemed to feel with his soul the object in front of him. It was a fascinating sight to behold, and it was clear that this guy was definitely using his state of mind. It is clear that he had a very high level of skill not only in art, but also in the use of magic. But Arthur still had a question. Did this artist really not see? Or was there something they did not understand? There was only one way to answer the young magician's question, and only he was given the opportunity to know the truth. Turning in his direction, he looked straight into the eyes of this young man, although the bandage still remained on his face. And then he silently began to remove his bandage, and all this time the young wizard did not take his eyes off him. When Arthur looked at him, he realized that there were things in this world that were still unknown to him. With his inner eye, he saw a stream of pure energy instead of Adam's normal human body. From the very beginning, he understood that Arthur was given the opportunity to see much more, and Adam was waiting for this moment to come. However, that was not all, because when he asked the guys to look at it, no one answered him. Turning towards his classmates, the young man realized that they were frozen in the same pose, without finishing their sentence. Emma was also sitting in the same place and didn't even look at what was happening in front of her. This wizard used a spell, and it was no coincidence that he could paint his pictures so easily. Adam explained that this spell could be called a pause in space and time, which is why he can see. Although the young man was no less interesting than Adam himself, because this boy was already able to reach the speed of light. He suggested that he sit down comfortably and calmly talk about an interesting topic. Now they had a lot of time, because time in their space stretched out to infinity. Yes, not everyone is given the opportunity to find themselves in a situation where no one else in this world can move except you. To be honest, Adam guessed that the young man would soon understand everything himself, because he was very different from everyone else. Normal people perceive light with their eyes and then process it into visual information. As soon as he saw Arthur in front of him, the guy immediately realized that he was experiencing roughly the same thing. The immortality function that teacher Emma feared so much was not by chance available to this 5th grader at the Magic Academy. The guy explained that he was talking about the door to infinity, and those who open it are called discoverers. It was Arthur who opened this door, and the artist could easily see it even without human sight. The door to infinity was always closed with a reliable magic lock, and only he managed to break it. The minds of those who succeeded in this quickly rushed into infinity, and thanks to this, they felt great power. Having heard all this, the young man could not even think of what to answer, and simply, with his mouth open in surprise, continued to listen. But there was no need to worry, because if the line was not crossed, Arthur's mind would remain intact. He admitted that he saw the universe in his dreams every night, and this news slightly surprised the blind artist. He really hid from his friends that he was already starting to go crazy because of his supernatural sensations. The young man felt as if he was constantly in danger, although in reality, nothing threatened him. The last phrase greatly amused Adam, and he understood where this feeling came from. It seems that the young man was a favorite of the otherworldly forces, and that is why they endowed him with such power. First of all, he should have relaxed, because all his symptoms were absolutely normal. The place he was able to reach was the boundless space of the universe, and that is where that fear came from. However, the fear that Arthur felt was not related to space, and had a completely different nature. He had encountered something perfect, and his anxiety would immediately disappear as soon as he understood what this entity was. In other words, he is destined to learn the whole truth in time, although it may take a lifetime. There is no need to worry and rush time, because all this is destined for the young man by fate. It is foolish to look for the answer to a question somewhere outside, when what you are looking for is already inside you. Yes, the universe existed within him, although he was not yet at the age to fully understand the essence of nature. Perhaps it had something to do with those glowing threads that Arthur had seen so often in his dreams lately. It was time for him to learn about the gauge symmetry that the young man had probably not yet heard about. This knowledge is not even taught in the Magic Academy, because usually none of the students reach this level. Scientists believe that this world is perfect, and all the laws of physics should work perfectly. For example, the speed of light has an absolute value, and our entire world can be explained using numbers. But it soon became clear that symmetry could sometimes be broken, and this was what Eugene had recently told Arthur about. There was a certain entity that didn't even have a name or title, but it was Arthur who would be able to discover it within himself. The young man did not yet understand what was being discussed, but he was still grateful to this blind artist. Arthur was confident that he would succeed and would be able to find the answer to all his questions. Today, he only watched his teacher, but he was happy that he was able to meet such a great magician. Turning in her direction, Adam reminded her that this girl was much softer than she might seem from the outside. It's strange why the artist hid all this time what he could see. Was it really such a big secret? It cannot be said that he regained his sight, and the way he saw within would be difficult to explain to anyone else. Although the main reason was that Adam was already married, and there was no point in stirring up the past and creating unnecessary hopes. He just wanted to help Emma live a long and happy life, even though Adam's role in her life was very modest. The artist really enjoyed painting her portraits, pretending that this was how he earned his living. The very next moment, Arthur realized that the artist's magic had disappeared and the boys were talking loudly to each other again. Finally, Adam asked him to keep this secret, because everyone should know only what will be useful to him in life. The surprising thing is that he had already managed to finish painting Emma's portrait, although at the beginning of the conversation, he had only made the first sketches. Today was the last day the artist worked in this house, and soon he would have to leave for another country. Perhaps they saw each other for the last time and, like adults, did not make a scene, but quietly said goodbye. Adam's wife was already hurrying to the house, having managed to buy everything she needed before leaving. True, we were talking about those outfits from boutiques that were the things that you couldn't do without. It was a little strange that Adam had chosen such a bright wife for himself, and knowing his character, Arthur imagined her a little differently. It turned out that they knew each other well, and she noticed that Emma was not feeling well today. In response, the girl apologized for being in a hurry and quickly took her students with her. Thus took place the last farewell of those young people who had been connected by too much in the past. It is not known whether his wife understood what was going on in the heart of her young husband, although it was better for her not to know about it. Right now, it was time to finish packing their things, because they were about to leave soon. It would be better if they took care of everything in advance and did not leave everything until the last minute. Entering the house, Adam asked her to leave here the pile of junk that she had managed to buy over the past couple of months. He behaved so coldly with his wife today, as if Emma were more than just a model for him. Adam only replied that there was nothing to worry about, especially since today was the last time he saw Emma. At this point, the girl had already lined up those little rascals who had sneaked into someone else's house without asking. Her look indicated that the conversation was not finished, and those smiles in the artist's house meant nothing. At this rate, they certainly won't be able to keep their research group from falling apart, and Emma won't be helping them with this anymore. Until recently, they were persecuting their teacher and suspecting her of base deeds. But now everything has become much clearer. All three of them changed the subject at once, saying that they were very hungry, and it would be nice to have a snack. The teacher couldn't refuse them, even though she was so angry that she almost swallowed these rascals herself, bones and all. 2 hours later, they were all together in the dormitory, where Emma had managed to sneak in unnoticed. To the boys' surprise, the girl had no intention of limiting herself to food, and loudly asked for another bottle of wine to be brought here. Plus, there was plenty of great food on the table, and nothing was stopping Emma from relaxing a little. Although the speed with which she emptied the glasses of wine made it clear that Emma was much more serious. And if these three were allowed to break into other people's houses, couldn't she bend the rules a little too? The students didn't even try to dissuade her, and David even wanted to keep her company. But the guy could only serve her the dish from the far end of the table, which Emma could not reach. Everything else could be safely forgotten, because it was still too early for such a young wizard to reach for the bottle. However, the devilish look with which David looked at his teacher spoke for itself. Instead, Emma patted him as if she were dealing with a small, funny child. His cheeks seemed so funny to her that she didn't even want to break away and cuddle this boy all evening. But these two, who showed excellent results in speed shooting, still have something to answer for. Emma believed that talented wizards like them shouldn't slack off and forget about their studies. She couldn't even hold back her tears, realizing that too many talented students were wasting their talent. If they think she was a bad teacher, they are very much mistaken, not knowing her real attitude towards them. Something had to be done urgently, otherwise instead of having fun, Emma would be in tears all evening. But the next second it became clear that the wine she had drunk was enough, and the teacher could not pour any more. She collapsed on the festive table, and in that state decided to get some sleep, without reaching the bed. Looking at her, Eugene realized that they had already eaten everything that had been prepared, and there was no point in staying here any longer. Although Emma still hadn't woken up and was still fast asleep right on the table, they couldn't leave her like this, and they had to come up with something to ensure Emma got home safely. At that moment, a young man appeared behind him, who was ready to easily help this lady. He noticed that the girl had drunk too much and was ready to provide her with his carriage. This offer was only for the young lady, and the guys will be able to easily walk and breathe fresh air. The children were not to interfere with this, and the young man asked them to go to their rooms. Of course, he understood that now this girl was defenseless, and those 3 fifth graders would not be able to do anything. But this time, he didn't run into some brats who could just leave their teacher with him. Arthur already had a firm grip on his wrist, and it was clear from his look that he was serious. If they lay another finger on his teacher, these guys would have to deal with him personally. The boy loudly replied that children should crawl into their mother's arms and fall fast asleep, and not argue with big uncles. They can be expelled based on just one word from this graduate if he files a complaint against them to the principal. But the magic projectile that was already spinning around the villain made it clear to him who he was dealing with. David was only polite to Emma, but he could easily have spoken differently to these 2 scoundrels. The 2 high school students had already realized that today they had encountered some cheeky youngsters who were also picking people's pockets. This guy's wallet was already in Eugene's hands, but when did he manage to pull it out? Although there was nothing special inside anyway, he immediately returned it to its owner. True, he missed slightly, and instead of catching it with his hands, the guy got it right in his forehead. Eugene wanted it back so badly that he even broke the guy's nose with the wallet. Finally, they realized that they were dealing not with ordinary students, but with the best students of the Magic Academy. It would be better not to play such games with them, and the guys immediately rushed towards the exit. Those bastards who only believed in their connections were perfect targets for the 3 wizards. However, Emma still could not wake up and was fast asleep next to the empty bottles. Of course, David didn't miss the opportunity and took a photo of her like this as a keepsake. He shouted cheerfully that he had finally got the very sensation he had been hunting for all day. Yes, it was easy for him to speak, because apart from the photographs in his hands, he carried nothing else. But Arthur had to carry the teacher Emma, who still had no intention of waking up. The friends believed that Arthur was the most powerful wizard among them, and therefore he should carry the sleeping teacher on his back. However, if he uses his ability and creates a diagram, he can do it much easier. Eugene had no doubt that this guy had many more abilities in reserve that they didn't know about. To begin with, you had to concentrate on your inner being and close your eyes. Eugene will ask him leading questions, and Arthur must follow his voice. After this, Arthur immediately did what his friend asked him to do and closed his eyes tightly. First, as Eugene said, it was necessary to feel oneself, and then delve deeper into consciousness. He heard his friend's voice telling him to breathe more slowly and deeply, going deeper into himself. Although there was meaning in this meditation, Arthur still could not achieve his goal. On this moonlit night, he had to drag a drunk teacher along with him without any magical abilities. It was quite difficult, but he held on until they were all the way across the bridge. David still held the incriminating photograph of Emma, but Arthur decided to do something different. He knew that this beautiful girl really cared about them, and it was not worth playing such games with her. The photograph would have damaged her reputation too much, so it was impossible to blackmail Emma with such an abomination. He managed to prove to his friend that this was too mean an act, and that another way had to be thought up. David understood that just recently Emma herself had threatened him with the dissolution of the research group. It was unlikely that she would insist on her own now, but he still decided to throw the photograph into the river. They had to do everything in their power and fulfill Emma's instructions to the commission. At that moment, the girl finally opened her eyes and found herself in the middle of the bridge. She felt much better already and apologized for the trouble she had caused. Emma promised to keep quiet about their secret foray out of the academy and all their other misdeeds. She didn't seem to be planning to punish them anymore, although she was a little angry with the most cunning of them. The three had to prove that their research group was actually doing its job and convince the director of this. If they enjoy this activity so much, they should by all means come up with a way to use this opportunity. Emma was so passionate about convincing them of the importance of the presentation, as if she herself wanted their group to continue to exist. After listening to her fiery instructions, David wanted to do it already because the most beautiful teacher in the academy believed in his work. With the help of the presentation, he will now proudly prove the value of his research group to all teachers. These were exactly the words that Arthur wanted to hear from him, and he was glad that everything ended this way. Now he was calm, because instead of pursuing the teacher, he could do something serious. The worst thing is that she didn't sleep at all this time, because a couple of drops of alcohol can't cloud a wizard's mind. After a short time, all the students at the academy already knew that David and his group were preparing a presentation. But time passed, and the presentation was still not ready, although there were 10 days left before it began. If they fail, the existence of the research group will be at risk, and the laboratory in the forest will most likely be closed. No matter how hard David tried to come up with evidence, he was never able to come up with anything sensible. Instead, the guys spent their days lying on the couch and going through a bunch of unusable versions. They had already discussed so many presentation options that there wasn't a single one left that the guys hadn't tried to take into development. Their topics were not suitable for serious proof, and these useless pieces of paper could be thrown into the trash. It's strange that Emma was confident that their presentation would be successful, and they would be able to prove their right to work. She wanted the three of them to show the Ghost Commission or something like that so that the group would continue to live. Because of all this, David was already going crazy and regretted throwing Emma's photo into the river. Everyone had wanted to sleep for a long time because, having spent another day here, they still hadn't come up with anything. Suddenly, Arthur saw something amazing next to him, which could become the main evidence. Instead of David, a hologram of him sat next to him, which looked very much like a ghost. The guy even collapsed on the floor, believing that there really was a ghost next to him. However, Eugene remained calm, realizing that the wizards would not believe such a trick. If you quickly show this ghost to your students and then disperse it into the air, they may not guess the main secret of the trick. They didn't have to wait for the students' confirmation at all. The main thing was to simply carry out Emma's instructions. All in all, it was a good idea, and for the first time in a long time, Eugene heard a sensible thought. Arthur explained that he was not afraid of the hologram itself, but only because it appeared nearby so unexpectedly. Instead of making them believe, they will simply bring to light those hidden fears that live deep within everyone. They don't even have to make anyone believe in the existence of ghosts. They just have to create chaos in the hall for a couple of seconds, that's all. Yes, it was the most brilliant proposal in all the 10 days they spent in this place. Only if they show such a cheap hologram, no one will even be scared, and we should find something scarier. This task was well within David's capabilities, and he could have created something terrifying. If he continued to use the lightning shadow, he would be able to make something like the zombies that had broken into the academy. Then the guy started showing how zombies might behave during an invasion, but it would have been better if he had explained everything in words. There was one problem with this scheme, though, which should have been mentioned in advance. Of course, he could add a program to the device and move the hologram, placing it near the forest. But if she doesn't react to a person, then who can she scare at all? The question was a good one, and Arthur once again remembered the moment when he was scared by David's hologram. Suddenly, Eugene stretched out his hand forward, and it remained to be hoped that he would be able to find the answer to this question. Perhaps he would be the one to handle it, although he wasn't entirely sure. If they can predict people's reactions in advance, then perhaps they will succeed. It is worth applying the theory of complex systems and conducting an analysis of human reactions to sudden movements. For example, if you predict that Arthur will look to the left, the ghost on the left will look back at him. After all this, there will be two options, and most likely either one will just run away from there. All students have the same day, so it will be easy to predict their emotions. They will also need a device to store all the data so that they can then make a full analysis of people's reactions. Suddenly, an idea came to David's mind. Since Arthur had recently learned to use photon emission. In the ivory tower where leading magic was studied, it was said that photons would be an innovation in the information sphere. It turns out that they will be able to create the perfect ghost using the knowledge they get from the tower. However, Eugene knew that all this time Arthur wanted to propose another plan. He was not mistaken, because Arthur intended to try a simple psychological technique that would help save time. He wrote down all his research on the sheets of paper that were scattered all over the table. In one of them, they saw the main conclusions that this young man had managed to make. True, he could easily change the values he wrote down on the sheet because he made them only for himself. Still, it was a great idea, and all the little details no longer mattered. If it worked, Eugene was willing to bet everything that the academy would be turned upside down. Since he approved the idea, it meant they really had found the right way. David could build a device that predicted human movement, and Eugene would write a program for it. Finally, Arthur would use the photon burst, and all of them together would be able to save the research team. Besides, the guy had already managed to calculate the required amount of photon emission to send data. They needed exactly 3 times more than they had now, and they had to hold them for at least 10 minutes. It was quite a challenge, even for Arthur, and he had never held onto photons for so long. For 10 whole minutes, you will have to hold on to that magic, which was the most chaotic of all possible. Still, if they want their research group to continue working, he will have to do it. One day, David burst into their room, and in the meantime, all the announcements appeared in the academy. He acted as if something had happened on the way, and he should tell about it right away. Indeed, David said it was a real sensation, as every student confirmed that he would be there. These would be students, but the guy was happy that more than half of the entire academy had already been invited. Now it was time to collect my thoughts and bring this excellent plan to completion. There was very little time left before the presentation of the Research Society began, and many students were talking about nothing else. As she passed her classmates, Catherine listened to their discussions about the upcoming presentation of the Academy's young talents. I wonder what this trinity has prepared as evidence that supernatural forces exist. After passing through all the rows, Catherine found herself on the street in the backyard of the Academy. All this time, someone was watching her from behind cover, and one might think that the girl did not know about it. In fact, she managed to reveal to the strangers all the information about the life of the Academy, without even turning towards the dark silhouette. The strangers were closely investigating everything that was connected with the presentation, and Catherine was the main informant. These third-rate students will certainly fall flat on their faces, but we must take care to help them through this. It turned out that the members of the Shadow Research Group were ready to do anything to retain the right to leadership. Meanwhile, Arthur continued to practice his main skill so as not to let the guys down at the decisive moment. He tried his best to keep the spells in the right spot and stay active for 10 minutes straight. That was the amount of time it took to carry out their plan, and the rest was on Eugene's shoulders. Holding on to the magic, Arthur knew it was much harder than even activating it for the first time on the day of the exam. He collapsed to the floor from exhaustion, realizing that his strength might leave him just like that on the day of the presentation. Once the wizard's willpower is completely depleted, it takes approximately 20 minutes to regenerate. This method could be dangerous for the magician's life, but Arthur simply had no other way. Due to his mental fatigue, the photon emission only lasted for 5 minutes instead of 10. There was only a week left until the presentation, and he had to work hard to reach his goal of 10 minutes. It would have been better if no one had disturbed Arthur, but at that moment his friend was behind him. Looking at Arthur's inhuman efforts, David understood that the goal was too exorbitant even for such a wizard. But he suddenly stated that there was no need to worry, and that he was almost finished with controlling his magic. Now it was worth looking at what results the other members of their group had achieved. Eugene wrote his new formulas with such speed that soon his entire desk was covered with papers. The guy didn't even react to any movements, and it became clear that he hadn't slept that night. This fanatic was also unstoppable, and was as dedicated to the cause as anyone else. The main thing appeared before Arthur's eyes when he saw David's new invention. It was difficult to understand how this device worked, although in front of him he saw only a prototype of the future invention. Taking the ball in his hands, which was connected by a hose to the generator, Arthur now had to use his magic. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on the ball he held in his hands, because it was supposed to be the main link in the chain. Soon the ball was illuminated with a bright white light, and pure energy began to gradually penetrate into it. Through the pipes, the flow of energy gradually moved into the device that was supposed to create their main proof. It was interesting to watch how the energy flows moved into the device, as if filling the generator with ordinary water. Soon, the image of the creature that they would pass off as a ghost in front of all the students began to appear before him. Yes, this place was supposed to go down in the history of the academy, because it was here that the guys managed to invent their first masterpiece. As night fell, David slowly entered the laboratory, remaining undetected thanks to his invisibility cloak. The guy tried not to make any unnecessary noise, and quietly called Arthur, who should have been somewhere here. It was time for the presentation, but his friend was nowhere to be found. Had he chickened out? Suddenly he saw a wristwatch under his feet, which for some reason Arthur had left right on the floor. It was strange, because these were the very same watches he used to conduct his training, and now they were just lying around in a dark room. But what he saw the next second made David forget all his doubts. The frozen hands on the clock only indicated that Arthur had managed to do the impossible. It was hard to say how much effort it cost the young man, but now he was absolutely sure that everything would work out. Today these students will see something they have never seen in their lives. The guys were cheerfully discussing the upcoming presentation and hoped that the boys would not lose face. Before the show began, they were given free delicious cherry juice and leaflets with a detailed presentation script. Even the man who was recently Arthur's main rival came to today's event. It was Stephen, who was immediately surprised that half of the academy was gathered in one place. Taking the leaflet in his hands, he realized that the event had been prepared in advance, although the design on the poster could have been done better. However, Stephen immediately recognized the names listed in it, because he would never forget one of them until the end of his days. Arthur was indeed one of the main participants in this presentation, and he will perform today with his group. Catherine had done all her work in advance to be here and see it with her own eyes. Taking Stephen with her, she reminded him that he needed to get in line early, just like everyone else had done. The line was so long that we had to run to the very end of it. Louise never ceased to be proud of her friend's boyfriend, although Charlotte had long since grown tired of hearing the same thing from her. You could have said this just once, instead of repeating it 10 times in a row. In fact, it was a real shame for her, because she still hadn't revealed the truth to her friend. It is surprising that even high school students personally showed up for this presentation, and the 5th graders immediately noticed them in the distance. Each of them had a crown badge on their suit, which meant that all of these students were seniors at the academy. Each of them understood that they would be the focus of all the attention of the students who were still in middle school. Surprisingly, senior students came in droves today, as if this presentation meant something to them. Even the alchemists decided that they could not miss this event, and the best of them were here today. It remained to be seen who invited them to this presentation, and why it was so important for them to see the result. Charlotte knew that Arthur and his team would have to prove the seriousness of their research. These high school boys could have been members of a shadowy research group that was their direct competitor. Gradually, the presentation hall began to fill with students, and soon the main characters were supposed to appear on stage. The seats for colleagues and teachers were filled with familiar faces, including those who were accepting applicants. Of course, Mr. Magnus was here too, because the director could not miss such an important event in the life of the academy. Emma gave him the central place at the table, because she could not seat the director on the edge and take the best place herself. Magnus was looking forward to seeing what Arthur and his new friends had prepared this time. He recently became a 5th grader, but he has already managed to get into a real research group. Only Charlotte remained as thoughtful as if she didn't want Arthur to be in this group. Stephen didn't smile once all evening, but it was easy to understand this guy. Senior students wouldn't be surprised at all if they saw the failure of 5th graders. Still, it was worth starting the presentation as soon as possible, because that was the only way to understand how well they had prepared. Charlotte was beginning to suspect something, and she had a feeling that something strange was going to happen today. Meanwhile, the spotlights had already illuminated the stage, and in its very center was the man who had taken on the role of host. As expected, David took on this role, since he was the founder of their young research group. Raising his hand high, he declared that the main proof of the existence of otherworldly forces was already ready behind the scenes. He acted as confidently as if he had foreseen the outcome of the presentation in advance, and had no doubt whatsoever about the director's decision. But just 30 minutes later, crumpled scraps of paper were flying onto the stage, and it became clear that the students did not like today's show. Many people immediately disliked this boring presentation, but the most interesting things were still ahead. The students felt they had been fooled, although Charlotte knew Arthur well and was ready to continue. We just had to wait a little while for the main part of the performance to begin, because this was only the beginning. Standing on stage under the spotlight, David gave a heartfelt thank you to everyone who came today. He understood that many people did not like this drawn-out presentation, but it needed a little time to prepare. So, the topics of today's discussion were otherworldly forces and the spirits that surround us. Yes, the start was not very good, and Stephen was once again unhappy with the guys. David continued to argue that what was happening would seem strange to some of them, so they should be careful. With these words, David wanted to further heat up the atmosphere and attract the attention of all the students. Old Magnus thought it was funny, although the young students might have liked it. Before this magic academy was founded, an event happened that many people didn't know about. This event happened about 500 years ago, when no academy even existed. At the very beginning, this place was occupied by a small village of farmers who ran their farms here. However, the world was mired in the famous War of Conquest, where many famous warriors perished. At that time, people, including not only civilians but also soldiers, fled from the fighting to the mountains. Suddenly, raising their heads, the students saw something strange under the ceiling. The next second they realized that the guys hadn't lied at all when they said they should get ready. But can we be prepared for the very knight who died in this war 500 years ago to appear on stage? It's a pity, but the knight was played by Eugene, dressed in armor, and this certainly cannot be considered proof of anything supernatural. Instead of horror, the whole room laughed loudly at what the guys had prepared today. If they wanted to entertain them with humor, then it was a great move. But is that what they were there for? However, the performance still continued, and soon the scenery changed to others. Now the guys suggested watching a play that was also connected with the Great War of the past. Catherine loved romantic scenes, and it was the love story that they decided to show at the presentation today. A little more and Stephen would have simply gotten up and left, but Catherine's presence at the event kept him there. To top it all off, Arthur dressed up as a girl for some reason, and looked like Juliet from Shakespeare's play. Yes, they hadn't seen such hilarious scenes for a long time, and instead of a scientific presentation, they watched a comedy show. This could not please Emma, who demanded a completely different performance from the guys. Catherine generally thought that women's clothes looked great on Arthur, but it would have been better if she had kept quiet. After all, we were talking about Charlotte's boyfriend, and she had to control herself so as not to scream at the whole room. The next second, these two in their images came so close to each other that something irreparable could have happened. Incredibly, they behaved like true lovers, and their lips reached out to meet each other. A moment later, they were so close that many of the spectators began to seriously worry about the guys on stage. Catherine loved reading sentimental novels all her life, but usually in them only a man and a woman kissed. You certainly wouldn't expect a guy dressed in a woman's dress to kiss his friend. The young actors could no longer be stopped, and the lips of the two friends almost met in a kiss. It was hardly a sentimental scene, and many of the guys would have puked right there in the audience if they had done it for real. They were lucky that Eugene, who played the role of the monster in this play, suddenly appeared behind David. He stopped the young lover in time, biting into his shoulder with his sharp fangs, and was rewarded for this with applause from the audience. Blood splattered in all directions, and it looked as if everything on stage was happening for real. It would probably have been better to show the monster sequence first, since many viewers liked the bloody special effects. A few spotlights above the stage still illuminated the scaffolding. But where was the promised scientific presentation? And then all the spotlights went out, and the spectators were left in complete darkness. Yeah, if they were called to watch two guys kissing and Eugene dressed as a monster, it wasn't the best idea. Suddenly the spotlight illuminated the stage again, and a notebook appeared in David's hands. He stated into the microphone that it was in this notebook that all the information they had managed to obtain during their research was contained. The souls that became evil because they were consumed by evil spirits still wandered around this world. Until today, this remained a secret from everyone, but it was their research team that got to the bottom of the truth. Many still did not believe in the existence of the otherworldly, but David was here to dispel their doubts. The heavy sound of a bell, which usually only rang at midnight, immediately rang out in the hall. Midnight was the time when the light completely disappeared, and it was at this time that evil spirits came out into the streets. None of them saw the evil spirit at midnight, because they only show themselves to those who are able to look the truth in the eye. Through this presentation, David wanted each of them to see the spirit with their own eyes and see the truth of this world. When the bell struck midnight, he asked everyone to look around and notice any evil spirits wandering around. Only then will they be able to understand what the research team in the laboratory has been doing all this time. And with these words, the presentation could be considered finished. Everyone continued to silently watch how the presentation would end, except for these stupid words. But a few seconds later, the lights in the hall came on, and it became clear that the guy wasn't joking about the ending. Gradually, the voices of the audience grew louder in the hall, as they were very disappointed with this stupid show. The crumpled posters flew onto the stage again, and many would have been able to send something else there if Director Magnus had not been in the audience. There was simply no real evidence of the existence of spirits, and they could go home. One by one, the senior students began to leave the auditorium, although they were glad that their competitors were so talentless. Emma promised to punish these scoundrels, but Mr. Magnus asked her to calm down and not to worry. It's strange. Why did they do this and gather half the academy for this stupidity? Emma trusted these 3 students, but how could she look the principal in the eye now? However, Magnus suddenly stopped in front of the bell and realized that this was not the end. The director himself was a great entertainer in his youth and knew what was going on in the minds of these young magicians. Meanwhile, the guys were glad that everything went according to plan, and their main surprise would soon take place. Magnus was glad that they managed to escape from there at all, and not get caught by the enraged students along the way. The main thing is that the seed of doubt was already deeply planted in their heads, and a tree would soon sprout. Stephen will have to take it back when he realizes that David was not joking at all when he talked about spirits. The bell will ring exactly at midnight, and then the main show of the magicians will begin. Yes, the first stage was successful, and all that was left was to wait for the most interesting part to begin. Arthur was determined to prove that Emma was not mistaken about them. But this time he wanted to do without trying on a woman's wig. In fact, the performance that the students saw in the hall was just a way to distract attention. At this time, the guys were already preparing for the main performance, which was supposed to take place at night. The hands on the clock would soon stop at midnight, and then the fun would begin. Arthur was already finishing the sequence meditation, because he had a lot of work to do today. He silently turned towards David, and it was clear from his look that the guy was ready. The young man also silently stood up from his chair and left the room, not wasting extra emotions on talking. The day before, when David had quietly entered the lab, he had no idea that the presentation would become so large-scale. It was he who was able to install hundreds of hologram projectors throughout the academy. The holograms were amplified by the massive number of generators that powered his invention. The guy quietly threw the wires into the manhole covers, so that none of the students would suspect anything. The main source of all these projectors was the energy that Arthur was supposed to create. Entering the laboratory, Arthur noticed that everything was almost ready, and it was worth watching his feet carefully. There were only 5 minutes and 15 seconds left until midnight, but it was too early to start. The presentation was to begin only when Eugene gave the signal, and then it would be Arthur's turn. The guy was already ready to do his job and was squeezing the ball tighter in his hands. Soon, Eugene asked everyone to get ready, because the clock hands were inexorably approaching 12. Each of them showed everything they were capable of, and used the skills that the guys had. After waving his hand, Arthur released all his accumulated energy from within, and directed it into the ball. The ball quickly collected energy at one point, and transmitted it through a special cable to a device for creating holograms. The most interesting thing for Eugene was that in just a month, the guy was able to increase the amount of energy tenfold. It felt like Arthur was trying not only for this presentation, but also for his future. The young man himself felt as if he was pouring water into a bottomless cup, and today this cup was the generator. But suddenly something went wrong and David began to panic, pressing buttons. With tears in his eyes, he reported that the emission level had suddenly stopped growing and the guy would not have time to fix it. The generator was only 18% full of energy, although the presentation required at least 80. His calculations were perfect, and if this happened, it means someone interfered with them. It was too late to make excuses, and Eugene knew that their presentation was over. Yes, they failed, which means their research group will be disbanded tomorrow. Eugene and Arthur did everything they could, which means that the creator of this group, David, was the main culprit of the failure. He couldn't even assemble the hologram-making device correctly, although the boys had outdone themselves while preparing. It was easy to understand why David couldn't hold back his tears, since it was his fault that they had all become a laughingstock today. In any case, he was ready to take full responsibility and go straight to the director. Arthur could not agree with this, because there were 3 of them. which meant that responsibility lay with all of them. Each of them worked hard, sacrificing their own rest, and all participants contributed everything they could. Now they must not give up, even if the device fails at the very last and crucial moment. Eugene understood what his friend was getting at and loudly asked David to stop him. But it was already too late, because he managed to use the immortality function and activate the most powerful magic. Arthur began to slowly dive into the depths of his consciousness, and soon had to overcome all the facets of the physical world. He had already done something similar when, finding himself somewhere on the very edge, he was able to break through the wall and see the universe. History repeated itself like two peas in a pod, but Arthur had a choice, because he could still stop. However, this choice was made instead of him, because the guys were already clinging to Arthur, trying to block his ability. The worst thing was that the magic that had already been activated did not stop, and Arthur continued to plunge into infinity. He opened his eyes just for a second and told David that he no longer intended to be afraid and run away from himself. Moreover, the energy was already under his control and instead of fighting, acted in concert with him. If someone could look deep into his mind, they would see that bright flash, as if a star had exploded next to Arthur. Not everyone could withstand such a flow of energy. Although Arthur had often been on this edge, the main thing was to maintain control and not disappear, because in that case he would simply go crazy. Gradually it began to dissolve, as if the opening space was breaking it down into small molecules. It was necessary to remember the faces of those people who were with him all this time and loved him. This could help Arthur maintain control and not sink into that abyss from which there was no way back. In words, this was much easier to do, but in reality, only a few succeeded. Arthur's image was almost completely split into tiny particles and was being sucked into the abyss, as if into a black hole. He did everything exactly as he was supposed to, hoping that at the last second he could reverse the process. No, he can't just disappear into this place and end his long journey so ineptly. The energy accumulated inside it would be enough to fill 10 such generators instead of 1. David tried to shout to his friend and hoped that he had not yet lost the ability to think. The main thing was that the gauge on David's device suddenly showed a full charge. Still holding on to his friend, David turned around abruptly and couldn't believe his eyes. It was hard to believe, but instead of 18, he now saw a whole 157% charge, which exceeded even the maximum value. Without wasting any time, he loudly ordered Eugene to carry out his part of the plan and not to delay. The guy was already ready to do it, and all that was left was to wait for the command from David. The next second, he moved the small lever on the remote control and activated the invention of the head of their scientific group. At this time, the lights were still on in the windows of the women's dormitory, although the students were already getting ready for bed. Unfortunately, nothing happened after midnight, so Catherine was ready to put this nonsense out of her head. When she heard the story about the spirits, she was terribly scared, but now it became clear that it was just fiction. Suddenly, the girl turned her head to the side and realized that she had smiled and laughed at them in vain. The dead warriors that David spoke of really existed, and now there was no longer any doubt. One of them had been looking at her through the window for a long time, and only now the student accidentally noticed him. For the first few seconds, Catherine froze in place, unable to understand whether this was reality or a hallucination. She didn't remember dropping the vase of flowers, but the sound of the broken vase only increased her fear. The same thing happened in Charlotte's room, and she saw the same dead man in front of her. Curiously, this spirit tried to smile at her, although his smile would hardly have been able to amuse anyone. Charlotte never believed in spirits, but her instinct told her to get out of here as quickly as possible. This is what Arthur was counting on when he said that all he had to do was quickly scare the students. The effect exceeded all their expectations, because the students had already gathered in a crowd in the corridor. Looking around, the friends realized that the ghosts had frightened not only the two of them. All the sorceresses ran together to the exit, and a crowd of living dead followed them. It is impossible to describe in words how loudly the girls screamed as they ran away from there in a crowd. Their squeals could probably wake up a person who was fast asleep in one of the distant settlements. Now they were sure that they had seen ghosts, and everything the guys had said at the presentation had turned out to be true. The ghosts looked so real that few of the students noticed the trick. Spirits were creeping up from everywhere, and especially many of these creatures crawled out from the forest. Even Frankenstein was here, and with his ugly friends scared the students to death. It is easy to imagine the noise that reigned near the dormitories, and what these unfortunate people had to endure. As a result, all the students gathered in the place that was considered the safest, and where the whole crowd could stick together. They were very scared, but now the guys could work together to resist the invasion of monsters. It's a pity that there were no academy masters here who could easily attack the mutants with powerful magic. Although the high school students were also quite high level, and had already prepared shells for the attack. This didn't frighten the ghosts at all, and with each passing minute there were more and more of them here. There was a feeling that all the evil spirits of this world had gathered in one place. But why were these students the first target of the invasion? Although now it was no longer important, and few of the students thought about it, unable to cope with their fear. When the spirits were very close, they suddenly began to disappear right before everyone's eyes. Yes, they really did disappear into thin air when 3 strange silhouettes appeared on the roof. Familiar students looked down on them from above, loudly thanking the guys for all of them being here today. David was pleased that so many academy students had gathered for their modest presentation at such a late hour. Emma demanded that they immediately come down from there and explain what was going on here. Otherwise, she would lower them down from the roof herself without the help of a ladder. While Emma was washing herself, she suddenly heard an alarm and ran out into the street in what she was wearing. David was glad that his favorite teacher Emma was also here, especially since she seemed even prettier to him in this form. Only now did they realize that there were no spirits at all, and that David's hologram projector was the source of life for these creatures. In fact, Mr. Magnus understood from the very beginning that the presentation in the hall was not yet over. According to their scientific team, the spirits really did exist, and now no one should have any doubts that they were not wasting their time. But he himself said a minute ago that he created spirits thanks to his projector. So why is he now stating all this nonsense? The guys were ready to grind them into dust for this prank, but the students were already beginning to suspect something. The holograms in the form of rebellious spirits moved differently, and it was really very strange. Perhaps the boys simply used a special program for this device, but would they have been able to do this on the Academy's territory? A similar ghost suddenly appeared in the director's hands, as if he too knew how to operate this device. The level of jokes among the students increased significantly, and even Mr. Magnus was in on the act with these wizards. What these 3 valued most was intelligence, which could sometimes work better than magic. They cannot contain their thirst for knowledge, and that is why they try so hard to keep their research group together. The anger of the senior students was understandable, because some 5th graders had managed to fool them. Emma knew they had resorted to an elaborate ruse, but even so she could not approve of their group's activities. Magnus replied with a smile that the trick was not important at all, and that the main idea of these guys was different. With this act, they wanted to show that since ghosts do not exist, it was simply impossible to prove the fact of their research. This is what the young wizard asked, wanting to know why these 3 decided to do such a thing. David kept smiling and assured them that extrasensory science exists, and that it is much more real than the living dead. And if any of them doubted it, then they should ask themselves why they were here. Since there were no spirits or ghosts in the world, what were they all running away from, and who were they so afraid of? It was a good question that caught everyone by surprise, and the students didn't know what to answer. Then David asked what emotions they were feeling now, and if they could put into words what they had experienced that night. No one would argue that today they experienced that primordial fear that lurks deep within everyone at the instinctive level. Fear is constantly inside every person, and only today's event could awaken it from sleep. The feeling of fear is like a small sprout that is just waiting for its moment to break through. The guys simply used this natural fear and found a clever way to prove it to others. They didn't know if ghosts really existed, but the main thing was to awaken the students' emotions and give them ground for fresh ideas. This was the main goal of research, and any science always operates in exactly the same way. Because the students themselves showed them their doubts today, they were able to prove the importance of their research group. At the end of the ceremonial speech, the guys simultaneously bowed to the students, like theater actors who had come to the edge of the stage. But instead of the applause of their fans, they saw the faces of the same students who still didn't understand anything. Gradually, smiles began to appear on the faces of these guys, and they were finally able to understand what the point was. And just a minute later, everyone started laughing and applauding these 3 inventors, who were able to prove something that was impossible to prove. It was a very clever move on the part of the guys, and they had to be given credit for that alone. However, Emma didn't like this idea because instead of a hologram, she wanted to see real ghosts. However, Director Magnus thought it was a very informative presentation, and he had no objections to it. At that moment, Emma loudly announced the decision of the teachers, who accepted the result of the presentation. It was the happiest moment in the lives of those young wizards, who gave a lot to experience these moments. But there was another side to the coin that the teacher had to talk about right now. She angrily declared that the boys would be suspended from classes for the next 3 days, and that this would be a good lesson for them for the future. Now they had no time for classes, because David couldn't even hold back his tears, realizing that this was their common victory. Even teacher Emma, whom they no longer listened to, could not spoil such a success. Catherine understood that she had not believed in these guys in vain, and that they would certainly be able to make many discoveries. Even Steven admitted that their new member Arthur was the real genius who made it happen. Anyone would like to do something like this at least once in their life and surprise the whole world for just one night. While Charlotte worked tirelessly to earn her wizarding degree, the three of them were looking much further afield. These emotions were real, and you can't call something that ends up changing the world useless fun. Many students today had the chance to learn something new that each of them will think about for a long time tomorrow. And now we could just be happy for those guys who, thanks to their wit, were able to achieve their goal. On this starry night, some even envied them, although more often there are those who always curse other people's successes. These two guys were exactly those guys, watching what was happening from afar, remaining in the shadows. They could forget about their research group because the 5th graders could easily wipe their noses. All this time, they had been trying to persuade Catherine to indulge them. But now it was no use. Although it was worth stopping this noise and not attracting unnecessary attention to oneself, of which there was already enough. The leader of the shadow group knew that he just had to wait for the right moment for the students' loud sensation to turn into an equally loud failure. True, Emma had been a teacher at this academy for several years already and immediately noticed the sidelong glances. Those scoundrels from the shadow group were up to something again, although they had long since become annoying to everyone. It was worth growing up and understanding that it is much more profitable to be friends with the most powerful magicians than to create enmity. Holding his hand out and looking at the hologram again, Mr. Magnus couldn't help but be amazed at their ingenuity. Even the man who had specialized in light his entire life could not help but be amazed by their talent. He understood that Arthur had been able to cope with a rather difficult task, although at his age few people succeeded in doing so. The old man decided to turn a blind eye to all their antics and see what these children could achieve. He wished them only success, because in his youth he himself was as enthusiastic as these three. Arthur had never been so happy, as if his entire past had been just preparation for his real life. I even had to bring him to his senses before he got bogged down in his dreams, because this was only the beginning of the journey. Now we could rejoice at the overall success, which would not have been possible without Arthur. If he hadn't used the immortality function, everything would have gone downhill due to David's broken equipment. Even Eugene had to admit that it was Arthur who had shown himself to the limit. To do this, he used a form of protection that almost sucked him into infinity. He will achieve a lot in life if he continues to develop his skills, because he has already proven himself to be a real genius. Arthur didn't agree that it was his merit, because Eugene had also done something outstanding. David managed to create a huge number of devices that made the appearance of ghosts possible. It turns out that each of them put their soul into the common victory, and it was impossible to single out only one. Looking at these stars, Arthur understood that all his life he had been reaching higher and wanted to reach the very top limit. He wanted to shine like the brightest star, to understand where the limit of his personal infinity was. But as soon as they came down to Earth, Eugene warned them that they still needed to finish the academy. It's time to stop limiting themselves and think ahead about what they will do. David suggested that they all promise each other that they would not go unnoticed in the history of their country. Yes, they should become the best in their field and try to change the lives of all people for the better. The supernatural sciences will forever remember their names and write them in bold letters on the pages of history. Today was their day, and finally Eugene stopped acting like a bore and smiled more often. The boys truly deserved the standing ovation they received from the other students. After a short time, the loud noise near the academy died down and everyone dispersed to their dorm rooms. The next day, Arthur could not wake up for a long time, as if he had given up all his strength yesterday. If he was going to waste his best time, David would never let him do it. He must have been completely exhausted. Otherwise, there is no explanation why they had such difficulty in waking him up. If you remember, Arthur felt something like paralysis, and being in a state of mind, he could not move even once. Today he was again stuck in this nightmare, and seemed to be moving beyond the border of infinity in the general flow. It seemed that all this shaky space around him was rushing towards one bright point and carrying him along with it. That immense shimmering light he had seen before was waiting for him again at this central point. Strangely enough, Arthur always woke up at exactly this moment when he found himself next to the flickering object. But today something changed, and this pulsating object became much larger in size and pulsated more strongly. A second later, he seemed to tear apart the veil that was the edge of infinity. Fear gripped him again, but this time the wizard was ready to overcome his fear and step forward. His body began to disintegrate into photons again, and a vortex of energy pulled him into the center of the star. Then he opened his eyes abruptly and realized that he had seen a familiar dream again, which this time was a little different. He slept too much today, and it was strange that the guys didn't wake him up. There was something else unusual, because the dream had already ended. But the event from this dream was still continuing. The vortex of light energy that had penetrated into reality from the dream was still swirling above his head. The two still left a note, telling him that they were going to the casino today. It was in vain that they got carried away with these gambling games again, because it threatened expulsion from the academy if the teachers found out. What if you take a short day off and use the opportunity to visit home? Although this was not the best idea, and so Arthur prepared to leave in order to quickly find himself in one place. He wanted to do something very important today, and he looked forward to his little success with a smile. For some reason, he was noticeably nervous when he left the room, although he was perfectly prepared for today's exit. However, Arthur's image from his dream did not agree with Arthur, and decided to linger for a while in front of the mirror. Before going out, he wanted to make sure he looked great, and only then could he go to the store with peace of mind. Arthur himself quickly found himself at the entrance to the most famous bookstore in the city, and hoped to find a familiar saleswoman there. He first touched this door handle when he was still a child, but that day he was refused entry and shown the door. It is impossible to forget how the boy wanted to buy one of the books in the shop, but the woman slapped the boy's hands and kicked him out. Now everything had changed, although the boy was still a little nervous when he opened the door of the bookstore. This time the woman greeted him differently, and with a wide smile on her face invited him to quickly enter the store. In fact, he just came here to buy one book, although he was greeted as if he were the most dear guest. Had he really changed so much that the bookstore clerk didn't even recognize him as a poor commoner? He tossed her 2 coins and she thanked the buyer again for his generosity. At last he held in his hands the novel which he had bought with his own money, and which now belonged only to him. Yes, this was the first book that the young man was able to buy for himself, and this time, no one asked him to leave. Suddenly someone snuck up behind him and deftly grabbed Arthur by the arm. At first he didn't recognize this girl, who smiled at him as if they had known each other all their lives. Then the stranger shouted in the direction of the place where a large group had been watching them from afar for a long time. Only now did he realize that he saw in front of him people he had known in his distant childhood, but had long since forgotten. During those years, Arthur spent almost all his time reading books, and many looked at him as if he were an alien. The neighboring boys were interested in something completely different and laughed that the boy was so obsessed with stupid books. Today, this company in full force was right in front of him. But they treated Arthur completely differently. Now he understood who the guy standing in the center was, and who the girl holding his hand was. There was no doubt that these were his old acquaintances, and the guys had matured and changed a lot since then. Arthur had also changed a lot since then, and by this time he had managed to make a lot of noise at the academy. Douglas had not seen him for 100 years, and was glad that the little boy had achieved so much. It turns out that Douglas asked his father how Arthur was doing, but he didn't tell him anything. He wanted to answer something meaningless, so as not to continue this conversation and not delve into his life. But Douglas immediately realized that the guy was simply avoiding communication with them, and was talking nonsense. However, now he had to find out the truth, that this kid was actually able to enter the Magic Academy. This guy never knew how to be happy for other people, and his whole attitude towards Arthur's success was clear without words. From a young age, Douglas was a very brave boy, and had a good physique. Unlike Arthur, who was the thinnest boy of them all and was always reading his smart books. Looking at this formidable guy, Arthur saw no lack of self-confidence in his, and wanted to be just as strong. Some of the boys realized that no one could have read as many books as Arthur had read from cover to cover. Suddenly, Douglas came close to him and with one sharp movement snatched the book from his hands. He thought they should become stronger instead of reading and doing such nonsense. Arthur had no choice but to agree with him, stating that he himself wanted to abandon this book. And he continued to explain that the boy should listen to his leader, because that was exactly what Douglas always considered himself to be. It's better not to argue with someone who was stronger than you, and didn't need any magic to do so. There was some truth in his words, because the leader protected the entire village and was ready to be the first to confront danger. This was the basis for the survival of a small mountain village, and these words had to be taken seriously. Every time someone spoke to Arthur, he had to repeat the same thing to him several times. It's good that at that moment the same girl who was the first to notice the grown-up Arthur on the street appeared nearby. She was still just a child then and attacked her boyfriend, standing up for Arthur. And now the three of them learned that he was able to fulfill his dream and become a wizard. It seems that it was not in vain that he read all those smart books, while the rest were busy strengthening their physical strength. It was also funny that he still carried these thick books with him, and in this Arthur had not changed at all. He was curious to know what he was reading now that he had become a student at the Academy of Magic. Arthur bought this book for the first time for his own pleasure, and not to take an exam on it. More than anything in the world, he didn't want to give her to anyone else, and especially not into the hands of Douglas. Suddenly, the book fell out of their hands and, looking at it, Arthur realized that he had met them in vain. He rushed after her and was even ready to fall on the sidewalk himself, just to keep the first book he had ever bought in his life intact. There were only a couple of dozen centimeters left before the thick book would fall down with its heavy binding. In Arthur's eyes, there was nothing but the only object in the entire world that was descending in slow motion. It could be compared to the first time Arthur used magic in the alley where he met Charlotte. Then he did it unconsciously, and the magic itself burst out, saving his life. This happened to him more than once, and at the most difficult moment of his life, it burst out of his soul without the owner's knowledge. Every time it was just in time, because when there is less than a second left, only the subconscious can generate the right decision. The same thing happened now, and Arthur deftly caught his book a split second before it fell on the stone sidewalk. He himself almost fell down, although the safety of this book was more important to him. The girl immediately rushed at Douglas screaming, just as she had done back then in their distant past. Arthur asked her not to worry, because he would still be able to catch her at the very last moment. Now everyone will feel sorry for this young man with a book, as they did in childhood, so Douglas would be better off joining everyone else. I had to apologize for my stupid behavior, and for the fact that he began to snatch the book from my hands without asking. By the way, in honor of the sale of all the goods in this young owner's shop, the guys decided to throw a party and invite Arthur to it. He didn't have to attend classes for the next 3 days anyway, so there was no reason to refuse. Soon they almost arrived at the place where the noisy party was to take place. This time Douglas behaved differently, and even helped the one who was the main star of the party down. While they had not seen each other, this guy had matured a lot and even learned how to run a real business. He had something to be proud of, and in the future, this guy would certainly become the head of their native village. Perhaps Arthur could also help them with something, although knowing Douglas's character, he would be against it. And yet now they were together, and they could relax and just remember their distant childhood. It was easier, much easier to do it when you had a full mug of beer in your hand and only familiar guys in the company. There was enough snack on the table to continue this fun until the morning, until all the prepared beer was drunk. The girl advised him to eat more, because he had remained thin since their childhood. Douglas kept glancing at the guy who was getting more attention than the others all evening. One of his childhood friends was sure that Arthur was the one who occupied the first place on the list of all students. It is no coincidence that he read all these smart books and should have learned the spell from there long ago. Arthur asked them not to exaggerate because he didn't want Douglas to feel out of place here. Only on the surface he seemed so unperturbed, although in reality, he also wanted a little attention. Finally, Douglas couldn't take it anymore and loudly slammed his thick beer mug on the table. At first, it seemed to Arthur that he was back to his old ways and that now the most interesting part was about to begin. But he suddenly started talking about the future of his own family. About family. Because Arthur's father still makes his living by cutting down trees. He believed that Arthur himself would soon have to do the same thing, since the end of his studies was very close. You should think about real things, because you couldn't make money with magic alone. The guys looked at each other and realized that Douglas didn't even understand what he was talking about, although they were in no hurry to interrupt him. Although, in truth, Arthur never thought about what exactly he would do to earn his living. Suddenly, Douglas abruptly changed the subject and suggested testing their real strength with arm wrestling. It's strange why Douglas chose this method, although this big guy simply didn't want to lose to Arthur. He believed that he had no equal in arm wrestling, and that a strong man like him would quickly deal with his skinny friend. As children, they often enjoyed this sport, and Douglas never lost in any such battle. To uphold Douglas's reputation, Arthur immediately agreed to this and extended his hand for their competition. The loser was forced to pay for the treats, and Arthur didn't even try to argue. He pretended to intend to win this fight, although in reality he was thinking about something completely different. If he had used magic and defeated Douglas, Arthur would not have been able to achieve the goal that was the main one today. Even beer mugs flew over the edge of the table during this intense arm wrestling match. Arthur immediately lost this battle, realizing that the leader of the wizards could not compete with such a big guy. Douglas was seriously scared as he watched his opponent collapse onto the floor with his entire skinny body. Instead of just having fun, he took the arm wrestling match too seriously and ruined everyone's party. He was ready to pay for dinner himself, although Arthur was already reaching for his pocket, wanting to get ahead of him. According to the terms of their bet, the loser had to pay for everything, which meant it was Arthur's turn to part with his money. Suddenly he realized that there was no point in rushing too much, and that he had done something completely different from what he wanted. Coins fell from his little bag, and it became clear that he had long since ceased to be a beggar. After picking them up from the floor, the boys realized that each of these coins was gold, and Arthur was making a lot of money. Now it will no longer be possible to pretend that he was a carefree wizard who does not know how to live at all. He staged this whole circus only so as not to upset Douglas once again, who was already on edge. It seems the time has come to remember their old childhood feud and turn to face their past. But for Arthur, this will be a completely different story.